that's got your mind locked up?
No, I don't understand.
Go over to the morgue and look at all them dead people.
Just explain to me, though, explain to me simply why that house, why they...
Which night?
The house on Shallow Drive, the Tate House, why did they go there?
Because Tex had been there before, and he went to a familiar place.
Why did they kill people that night? What did they think they
because
were doing for years?
they freaked out, man. Tex was stoned. He got, everybody was loaded, man.
He said he wasn't. He said he was coming off the LSD to it, having speed.
No speed. Well, not around me, he didn't have no speed, because I wouldn't allow no speed on that ranch. I kick ass on it. I don't allow that stuff around me. I take a little grass, a little LSD, but other than that, it's destructive. You can ask any of them other girls, they'll tell you that. On the other side of this game, I don't play drugs. I play light, dibby-dabby, chippy, but I don't really get down heavy.
What do they think they were?
Are we ready here, man?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, we ready here? Okay, ready. War.
What did they think they were?
We are at war now.
But what did they think they were doing for you?
They wasn't doing anything for me.
What did they think they were doing for you?
If you were me and I and you, everything you do is for you, is for me too.
So what did they think?
If you're in one mind, if I am you and you are me and we are all together, and then who's responsible for coming together over me right now? It's all his fault. Oh no, it's his fault. No, we put another false face on it. It's Halloween. It's your fault. So now wait a minute. Criminal behavior's the same. It's mundane in most minds. Criminal will always go to a familiar place. Tex had been to that house. Tex went back to that house. Here's the conversation. Indian Mesa. We got 4 campfires. We got 4 queens. A motorcycle gang, a motorcycle group that rides SS motorcycles out of Venice, Santa Monica. So we're riding motorcycles and we're all up there. We got these fires going. We got this big problem that came up. I had to go shoot somebody for Tex. Bobby's in prison. My brother's in jail. Now, understand my mind. All my life I've been in jail because I had no one to get me out of jail. I didn't have no brother outside. So I spent years and years and years and years just because nobody would come and sign their name and get me out of jail. And the jail couldn't let me out because I didn't have no place to go. So I spent 22 years in prison because I didn't have nobody outside. I can't let somebody that's with me stay in jail. It just, it's not in my makeup, man. I got to get my brother out of jail. They needed money to do that. Well, here's the division between your mind and my mind. Here's where the chamber opens up. When you get in trouble, you go to your mother. You call up mother. I ain't got no mother to call. When you go to the bank, draw some money, pay a lawyer. I ain't got no money. I can't go to no lawyer. I go to a lawyer, I ain't got enough money. I got a little money, and anytime anybody knows anything about lawyers, when you got a little money, they're just taking that. They'll take the little money and let you sue them in court. You dig? In other words, like, I don't have enough money to go to a lawyer to get Bobby out. So everybody's standing around, I said, pay me what you owe me, now. And he said, well, how do we do that? I said, get my brother out of jail. He said, how do we do it? I said, I don't know how you do it. I don't care how you do it. Do it, now. Do it. He said, how do we do it? I said, don't ask me how to do it. I don't want to be no part of no conspiracy. But however you do it and get it done now. And he said, well, we don't know what to do. We'll get a lawyer. And then, here, Leslie and Patty, they said, if we get a lawyer, all they're going to do is lie and take our money anyway. Now, system, blame it on your lawyers. If the lawyers ain't lying and taking the money of the poor people, then the poor people got a court to stand on, and they got rights as individuals for a revolution they fought in 1776 that guarantees rights to a common, ordinary farmer, poor man on the street like me. A rebel. I got my rights in the 76 courtroom. If you don't give me my rights in the courtroom, then I become King George. And I got all the rights then. And when I stand on the mountain and I say, do it, it gets done. If it don't get done, then I'll move on it. And that's the last thing in the world you want me to do, because I got that Confederate sword in the kitchen. Don't invoke me. Do it. Get it do it. I don't know. I don't want to be involved in it. I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. In Japan, they call it ninja. I don't get involved in violence. I'm not a violent human being.
Did you tell the women to do their witchy things?
I said, if you're gonna do something, do something witchy. Just like I would tell you, if you're gonna do something, do it well. And leave something witchy. Leave a sign to let the world know that you did it. Have a good day.
Did you tell them which words? Pig, helter skelter, arise.
It's not my vocabulary. It's not my generation. I keep telling you that. My
Leslie
generation.
said, in the car on the way to La Bianca, he said, this time, make sure they're not scared like last night.
Oh no. It may have been something like this. Yeah, that I remember something like that, but I don't remember exactly the right words. I don't remember exactly the right words, but that's a simple philosophy from China. That's a Chinese philosophy. If you're gonna go to war and you're fighting your enemy and you kill him when he's afraid, it's a bad omen. It's bad. It's bad. So you try to absorb the fear. I think the Hindus use that word karma to balance it.
And that's why you reassured Mr. LaBianca?
No, I mentioned that in a conversation about something. What it was about, I don't know. But I remember the conversation. Look. Listen. My words. I live and die by my words. I've lived and died by my words all my life. For 45 years in prison. I keep my word. My word is my bond. I walk on my word. I live on my word.
You want the world to let you alone and turn.
Listen. I broke no law. Try to understand that. I broke no law. I didn't step out of line with God, and I didn't step out of line with the man. I did not break the law. Now, I told those people the same thing that the United States President would tell them. The only way that you can dispensate life and death is you have to be willing to give yourself to that cause. You can't fight a revolution. You can't do anything unless you're willing to submit yourself to that cause. In other words, that's what you learn in the military.
Did you tell them to mutilate so that it would be memorable, so that people would know something was going on?
Better, Mama.
Did you tell them to do it in a memorable way?
Hey, I told you what I told you. If you're gonna do something, do it with your soul and your heart. Do it right, man. Don't half step on it.
Did they do it right?
I don't know. It's up to them. They live with that. They're responsible for their actions. I'm responsible for my actions.
You think the world's gonna forget about you?
Which world? Every person in the world.
This united world of America. You think it's gonna forget about you now?
Forget God. Let it Bible doesn't read. We're trying to unify Germany now. Look here. See, here's another thing you guys don't understand. You got an underworld and an overworld. You guys live in the overworld. I live in the underworld. It's like you think the Second World War is over. Second World War is not over. You understand what I'm telling you? The Second World War is not over.
Is Charlie Manson crazy?
Or whatever that means. Sure, he's crazy as mad as a hatter. What difference does it make? You know, a long time ago, being crazy meant something. Nowadays, everybody's crazy. So, I mean, you know, like, you know, synonymous. I mean, it's irony, man. It's a pair of ducks. I mean, are you crazy? Dressed in black? You think I don't know everything that goes with that black you're dressed in? Yeah. Where's your black gloves? You got your rings. You think I don't understand your blue rings and your yellow breast skin for the love of it? You think there's anything in there? Yeah, and then behind that, so...
What do you think about all day long?
I try not to think. I try to clear my mind.
Are you a changed man? They say they're changed.
Changed. I was a changed man when I got out last time. I learned my lesson well.
What's the lesson you've learned?
I don't exist. I'm only what is. What it is. It is what it is. And
do you think they were uniquely children of those times, or you think kids would do the same thing?
I think those kids were beautiful.
And do you think kids today would do the same thing?
Oh, I think now see, if I say that, you're going to put me in another conspiracy. And now everything that derives from this is going to be all my fault. I'm coming back because of, you know, Orlando, it's you. You know, like, where does the buck stop? You know, like...
do you want to come back?
Come back where?
With more followers.
Oh, come on, more followers. Ain't it just about a boom boom baby bucks on Brandon?
You said you were the heart of the place.
I had no followers.
You said you were the energy of the place.
I was the energy of the place only because I was there. I didn't even realize I was the energy of the place. You know, I didn't know everybody out there was dead. I really didn't. You know, I really honestly didn't know that everybody was running on what someone else said. You know, they said the kids come up and they said, what can we do? I said, do whatever you want to do. They said, you can't tell the children to do whatever they want to do.
How did you learn what they'd done?
Over the period of years, I figured it all out. I went through my mind and figured out how things happen, you know.
But how did you learn what had happened those 2 nights? The next day and then the day?
Oh, no, it took me years, man. I've been going through a lot of changes in here. I was 13 in death row walking back towards the how did I end up here? I was going to San Diego. What'd I do here? You know, and I was like, well, this is not, I didn't pick this trip. I didn't ask for this hand. That's what I said. We'll hold you on the table and we'll give this hand to you. There you got a hippie cult leader. I'm not a hippie cult leader. I never was a hippie. I don't know what a hippie was,
but
man.
I come back one more time. I want to ask this one more time. You were not a shocked man when they came back.
All right, I'll put it to you this way. Would you do me a favor when you leave? Talk to his lieutenant and ask him if he's shocked by what goes on in here every day. I see blood in here every day. Every day someone's getting shot, someone's getting cut, someone's getting beat. I've lived in that all my life. That don't wrinkle up my forehead. You can pile out 100 dead bodies up in front of my cell and it don't set me to do nothing. My mind is not set like that. I don't work. Let me say this. I feel bad if anybody feels bad. I don't like to see any negative happen to anyone. I don't like to see children die. I don't like to see automobile accidents. I don't like to see people hurting each other. I don't like none of that. I don't get a thrill out of that, you dig? But I'm not going to sit here and tell you a bunch of malarkey. I'm not going to fill you up with bunk. If I can't fill you up with right, I'm not going to fill you up with nothing. So I'm filling you up with this. I can tell you. And I tell you right up into the highest peak of your understanding, I did not break the law. It's that simple. I did not break the law. Now, all my life you told me, system, society, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Now, if you don't know the law, that's sad.
But why don't you take her? When you think about that woman and her 8.5-month-old baby.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Let's bleed hearts. Let's bleed. Why don't we just cut ourselves and just die because we feel so bad? We don't feel bad. What about them other people? What about them poor people starving to death over in the Appalachians? You think about that? What about the boat people that, and all the other people that died over there? Well, what about that little girl that ran through my ling and all them people you shot and killed over there? Did you feel bad about that? Did you feel bad about the Second World War when you piled bodies up to the sky? Come on, man. Don't put all that feel bad on me. You're the one that's feeling bad about it. If you're feeling bad about it, why don't you write a book or something and make some money?
So what's the word for these two women? Yeah, what do you want to ask them? What's your word to them?
I'm fine with that.
I'm not.
Let me go to the restroom. and then, no, I'm sure, you know.
We have time for you to... No, you got to answer and then go. So this is it.
Well, if there isn't anything that can't be explained in time, if we had the time to explain it.
Just give me a question for them. They got to pose something to you. What do you want to pose to them?
And that's a big word because I didn't hardly ever use those words like if and maybe. I'm not insecure about it. But if you have a thought in your mind about what I'm thinking, is that what I'm thinking, or is that what you're thinking I'm thinking? Everyone says, we know what you were doing with all those women. I said, no. You know what you would have been doing with all those women, and you think that's what I would be doing with all those women because that's what you need to think. Now, you've spent all this time over there in that women's prison listening to all the particulars of what women do in and out of criminology and crime. Judges, roads. Have I ever lied to you about anything? Have I ever lied about anyone to anybody about anything? Is there any time, in all the time you've known me, have I ever told you anything that wasn't right or true?
What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of those two women?
Leslie don't know me. Leslie was only at that ranch a couple minutes.
But today?
Patty, I'm surprised. Patty has picked up a lot of suffering. Now here's the thing, you stand for a cause, and that cause begins to crumble. And you crumble with the cause because you don't have the hold on. You don't have nothing to hold on. You fall up underneath everybody else's opinions. And you're turned around by what they think because you're looking back on society, and she's not been in jail long enough to know that society that she's thinking about is not the society that's really going on. The society 25 years ago that she has in her mind is gone. That society moved on. There's another back window on this trip.
So the word for them?
Word?
Yeah, what are they? Give me a word.
You are your faith. Lose it, and you're not.
You're done.
Is that right or wrong?
It's true.
Yeah. If they lost faith in what they did, that's on them. I did. Have a good day.
I think of all the questions I expected you to ask them, can I go to the bathroom, was not the one that would have come to mind.
Hey, look here, man. Hey. Oh, you gonna send me a copy of that?
Oh, the still pictures?
Yeah.
Still pictures?
I've been trying to get a still one for a long time, man.
Oh, that, no, I don't know. We gotta ask the prison.
You don't have to ask the mailroom. They do things like that.
Bro, they probably want to get their picture taken with you.
Let me look serious.
Are you gonna look serious? You're so close. Probably need to
Kentucky, huh? What part?
He was born in the South, near Tennessee, and grew up in
My uncle died trying to save the atmosphere. The Tennessee Valley Authority came in. We started CC camps back there. My grandfather started CC camps before the Second World War. And then when the Second World War came along, they forgot the CC camps. Now when you introduce Red, when you talk to Red, Red started the CC camps. I'm telling you, those children did right. It's just sad that there wasn't more. The world's coming to an end. The atmosphere is dying. My mother ran off from Ashland, Kentucky, and moved to the heart.
Click.
You know, everybody likes this
Everybody
evil.
wants a picture.
Everybody likes that evil character they created. You know that guy with the eyes. You gotta realize, man, all them guys you've been creating are not really real in real life, man. All right.
Hold on, just one
Don't
second.
forget me on those pictures, but
Just one. Little one.
you want them standing or sitting?
That's fine. That's fine.
And let me give you also another thing, will you please?
Yeah.
Everybody says I'm 5'2". When I was arrested, I was 5'7". Then I went down to 5'6". Then I went down to 5 foot. Then I went to 4 feet. Now I'm down to 5 feet 2. Please tell me 5 feet. By the time that you all die, I'll be about 3 feet tall.
So how tall are you?
5'6".
Okay.
Oh, you were real nice. Thank you.
Good evening. This is your leader, Joe. My Heavenly Father has asked me to invite you to come with my away team and I to the evolutionary level above humans. Heaven's Gate will be taking place at Residence downtown Los Angeles, Wednesday, April 24th. Doors to our craft will be opening at 9 p.m. and we will be returning home at 2 a.m. Don't be late. The world as you know it is about to be recycled, and you do not want to be left behind.
How are you doing? Well. How long have you been here?
About 3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Could you give me some idea?
Offhand, I can't.
Whose idea was it that you come here?
A psychiatrist.
And what happened that ended up with your being here in the hospital?
The psychiatrist decided that this was the situation for me.
Did he tell you why?
No, the psychiatrist did not.
Has anybody told you why?
No.
Have you any idea why?
Yes,
And what is that?
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them.
And in what way are you different?
I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do. And this influences my thinking and consequently my actions.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
I sit differently when I play the piano, and when I'm away from the piano I occasionally look differently from other people, and this has caused dislike from people.
They dislike you because you sit differently at the piano?
Yes,
What way do you sit at the piano that people would dislike you?
I cannot describe an illustration of how I sit.
And I can't imagine it, that it would make people angry at you or at least dislike you. How do you know they dislike you?
My father does, and doctors do, because of the way I appear in relationship to the way I sit at the piano and occasionally stand when I am away from the piano because of the way I sit at the piano.
How do you stand when you're away from the piano that they dislike you?
I can't describe an illustration.
Does it feel to you any different from the way other people stand?
Yes, it feels different.
In what way?
This is becoming too involved to describe.
Would I be right in assuming then that you don't feel that you belong in the hospital, but that other people did feel that?
As soon as I express the belief that I do not belong in this hospital, which is a mental hospital, then those who dislike me want to find a worse place for me.
I'm not sure I understand. Could you make that clearer for me?
No. Is this a way of a hospital? Yes, I can. As soon as I express the belief that I do not belong in this mental hospital, then those who dislike me want to find a hospital where the living conditions are not as good as this.
But why are you in the hospital in the first place? I'm not clear.
Because I'm working to do something which, in my life, which most people do not do. This influences my thinking and occasionally my actions. And a psychiatrist has noticed this.
What has he noticed?
Likes the actions and the thinking, and has decided that I should be here to change them.
What actions?
How I talk and how I look right at this moment.
And how would you describe the way you're talking and looking right at this moment?
As other people talk, and at this moment, however, I've been told that it is not the way other people talk and look.
Have you any idea in what way it's not like others?
No, because I believe it is as other people talk.
So then, from your point of view, not from other people's point of view, from your point of view, you look, you talk, you think, you behave as other people do. You're very interested in learning to play the piano. You sit at the piano a little differently from the way someone else might, and you stand somewhat differently.
Occasionally I stand differently.
Now that, in itself, doesn't seem on the surface to be sufficient reason for being in a hospital. So what other reasons have been given to you, or what other reasons do you understand are the causes of your being here?
I'm supposed to not be mentally well.
Oh. And what's supposed to be wrong with you?
No doctor has told me.
It's hard to believe.
I tell the truth.
What are your plans? If things should go well, if you were to leave the hospital, then what?
I need financial help from my father to prepare me for obtaining a job as a piano instructor at a university where I will be able to teach people how to play the piano and also play the piano for people.
Have you had the training yet to permit you to be an instructor?
No, I have not.
Have you tried?
I don't understand what you mean by
Have you tried to get the instruction?
Yes, I have tried.
What's happened?
I have not had the correct environment for the instruction, nor the correct financial help for the instruction, nor the correct instruction.
Have you been accepted for such instruction?
By some teachers, yes.
And by others, no?
Yes. Again, it has been about half and half.
Have you started any such instruction with those who do approve of it?
Yes.
And how's it gone?
With some it has gone well, with some it has not gone well.
On this pig, or if it's a male, you might have
lines like that from the baldness. Okay? Now, so what you do is you grab it around here. You grab it here and peel it back like that. Okay? Peel it back, right? And you don't pull off. You don't make a disgusting sound. So let's say it's someone important, right? Alright, so you take a sample of their mustache, right? Okay, so you to make sure that it's authentic, or you take their dentures and you make sure they're with them, so that way the person knows who this person is, alright? Alright, because sometimes you go and you risk your ass looking for somebody, alright? And somebody might be paying some serious money for it. So you have to make sure it's the real thing, okay? And you have to make sure it's the real thing. So you have to bring some kind of proof that it's the real thing. So you bring a piece of hair, preferably from the longest part, and
so let's say they have a mustache, that definitely, right? This person had a mustache when they died. You bring it usually around here, right? Sometimes you might find it around the jaw, it might be left there. Okay, so when you bring out the jar, so I'll show you later. I'm in the real coffin itself. It's hard to find, okay? And it's very, so you can lose it real fast, alright? So when you find it, okay, the jaw is usually like that, and around this shape, okay? It's like that, okay? So when the body decomposes, it's like long like that, okay? It all rots out in a flat line, almost, so you can't see it, okay? See, so the top usually has teeth, but the bottom is sometimes hard to find, okay? Because it's usually out like that. Now, when you first find it, you might have to do some fixtures, okay, and put spring on the sides, so that way, it'll open up, alright, and shut for show. It's very, okay, but after a while, you take some screws and everything, you make a hole here and in the jaw, put the spring, and then it's fine, it's just like that. Right, it's open and closed. Alright, so what you do, so when you first open them up, right, do not grab it here, alright, don't grab it by the teeth, like that, alright, grab it by the eyes, with the nose, you pull out, put your finger all the way in, there's nothing there that will hurt you at all, right, you have to make sure of that, there's nothing that can hurt you, do not be afraid, pull it out like that, pull it by the teeth, else it'll break out like that, we'll have holes. So it's like a waste of time. Because you grab it like that, pull it forward. So you'll have the backbone like this, alright? And you'll have ribs. Now the shirt usually turns hard. Alright, so you have to break off the shirt, you have to rip it back. Now, okay, so try and keep this, or try and keep the real teeth in. Right, the roots will pop out very, very, very easy. Okay, see, as you can see, the bone is very thin, so that's why these popped out very, very easily. They can almost pop them in, but I can't pop them in quite right. Why? Because the root, the gum was about this far. That's why you can't push them all the way in, because that's how far it went when they were alive. Okay. Now, as you can see, these are nostrils. Okay, for this you have to take something, push it in, wrap around thin cloth or something, push it in so we could get that real clean. On the inside, see on the inside, if you don't want to make a cut around here, so you have to take something real thin and push it around. Make sure it's all clean, alright? So remember, you have a very small hole, alright? So you make a cut,
right here, so you can make sure that the inside is all clean. But I mean, it won't look that nice out. As a matter of fact, it won't look that good at all. Okay, so what you do is you try to make the best. Put your finger in there if you have to, and get it as clean as possible. Right, so that way you don't have to make a cut, and you know, it's much better. If you want to afterwards, you can set it down, put a black candle on the top, and let it bleed down. Let the candle wax fall, and it looks nice. Okay, so what you do, if you want, you can try diluted bleach on it. Okay, you dip it in there for a few seconds. All right, so wash it off. All right, then afterwards you dip it back in, wash it off. Make sure the bowl does not get that soft with water, or else at the while this will be very fragile, right? And if you say you topple it over, it will break on you. So what you do is try and dilute the bleach as much as possible. Do not paint it at all. Do not paint this at all, because it will ruin the whole thing. Because it is hell to get the paint in here and get it right. Because you want to see the cracks like this. There's a crack. So you want to see everything so that way it looks real. So you want to see every little crack around the sides. Or you want to know that it's real. Okay, so that way you know it's authentic and it looks nice. Like that. It looks much better when it's real, okay? If it's fake, see if it's fake. You will know when it's fake, okay? See, around the nose, it's never perfect. Right? Everybody has their own different thing. Around here, it's always somehow cracked in a way. Okay? Right here, you will see cracks. If you don't see cracks right here, not cracks out, just cracks right here. See, after it's washed, then you know it's fake. Okay? You should see some around here, cracks that can peel out like this. Right, like that. It's like flaky. That way you know it's real, okay? On the side you will see every little detail on a real skull, but there is no way you can actually duplicate that in real life. There is no actual way you can really do it. Alright, because you have holes going into here, going out to the back. Okay, all this, remember this is all flesh. Okay, see this? Just like that, that's hair. Like that's hair left over, is the hair afterwards. This person had very short hair. As you can see, it's like flaky, it's like soft real fast. This right here is my blood cell. So this fake, you know, for blood of person, alright, because they have no blood, alright. This is their blood. It's nothing. It's just brownish. It's already decayed. Okay, this one is from a very long time ago. Okay, if you find something more new, expect more reddishness. Okay, this one will end up a little brown. Okay, because it's very old. So after you wash it, so it'll be like brown and like beige-ish, okay? But if you find something new, it will be reddish all around it. It'll be red. If you find something really old, okay, it will be brownish. More or less, you just leave it in your roof or something, okay? Alright, so like it's like in the summertime or something, when there's a lot of sun, it's real hot, and at the wall, this will get all white. Beautiful. Okay, you can put it anywhere. So you put it on the wall, find a way to fix this on, great. If you also get the leg bones, it'll look even better like this. Just both of them, alright? Like that. It'll look beautiful. So what you do, okay, some of them might find some more metal on it than others. Alright, so what you're gonna have to do is actually reach in and get these out. Right? See this part, it's in the inside. See this part on the inside and everything.
it's always glass, right? But for the legs and everything, you always find it's metal. Sometimes you will find it's glass. But a lot of times you find it's metal. Alright, so what you first have to do, alright, so this is cloth. Peel back the cloth, which is very hard. As you can see, this is very hard to rip. Alright, so this was hard. Alright, it was very hard. You have to find a knife and you have to make a slice, okay? You peel it back like that. Okay, and you will find the end of the bone. You will not see the rest. But you always see this part. Or you always see the ball of the bone. Like, you grab the ball, drag it forward, it'll pop out like nothing. And that's how you have that. Alright, if you want fingers, do not move anything. Don't move nothing at all, or else you will not find it. Alright, because once you've mixed up all the bones, you will see which ones are fingers or which ones are toes. It's very hard. So what you do is, before you even move this part, alright, you find the hands, alright, you take out the fingers, because those are small. They're very small. They're in parts, right? If you rip off this part, you will leave the rest in this part, and this part, and this part, alright? So if you want this part, right, you have to take that out first, right? Because it will break off like nothing. It was very, very easy to break off, right? The flesh is exactly as I've explained, like this, like nothing, like there's nothing to be afraid of. It's that old. This one is very old, so it's nice. Just look for dates that are over 60 years old. If you find something over 60 years old, this is what you will get. Or maybe even a bit better. Now, if you find something over 60 years old, you will have good luck. Alright, see, it's that way you don't have to wash off much. Just you wet it and the rest will fall off. And it's very, very, very easy. Now, if you find something more new, you have to rub it and rub it and rub it, or you gotta wash off all the blood and everything, because it's a bit more new. This one has almost no brains. Let me see. Right, there's a piece of the brains. Let's see. Right, there's another piece of brains. If I had something wet here, I would wet them up and let you see how the brains look afterwards. Okay. If you find something more new, you might find a chunk. The chunk. Alright, if you shake it, it won't sound crisp like this. Alright, sounds very crisp. Now some of them might sound a little more fleshy like. Alright, it won't be fleshy, but it'll be soft. Alright, and once you wet them, they're gonna turn into bricks. They're gonna be very soft. So you have to watch out for the drain in your sink, because it might get caught in there. Alright, so what you do is you shake it out in the toilet, or you shake it out in the bucket, because it won't get caught. It's best if you wash it in a bucket. That way afterwards you can see what's solid and everything. You can put everything in the toilet, and that way nothing will get caught. Make sure there's no witnesses when you leave. Always bring it back. If you leave witnesses, sometimes you might like doing these things and everything at the wall. Somebody might see them and say, that was him, that was him, that was him. Never let anybody point you out, right? Because if you get pointed out, it's very easy, alright? So let's say you rubbed it on 5 grades, right? Right, for the first one you might be able, you might get caught, alright? But if there's witnesses for the rest of them, you will get caught too. Why? Because they're gonna blame you for it, right? Because they caught you for this one, that means you most likely did the rest of them, and the judge will say it was you. Never leave witnesses. If you have to knock them out so that way they think it's a dream. It's best not to kill, but if it's necessary, do it. But it's just best so you always have a nice dark bag. Not plastic white like this white, so you can see through it, right? You can see shapes. Use paper bags or a book bag that's leather or something like that, so you can't see the shape. So when you finally find the place, make sure it's secure and everything. Make sure you can remember you. So always bring more than one person. Make sure one person is outside. Make a test first. See how much noise protrudes outside. Okay, you have to set somebody on each side. So make at least 4 sides to make a lot of noise. All right, so the person's on one side. You count out how much noise there is. You do that each side around, right? That's be roads nearby. See how far that noise will reach. If it's windy, the noise will carry, right? The noise will go far, okay? It will go much more farther if it's windy. Okay, if it's raining, the rain will help you a lot. If it's snowy, the snow will leave footprints. If it's summertime and there's no rain, then that's, I think, the perfect time, except for one thing. The guards might be a bit active at that time. So what you do is in around July when it's a little cold, you wear some nice warm gloves. The guards won't be as active because it'll be cold, exactly like you want. So that way they have to be active. So it's gonna ride around but not listen that much. So what you do is around, when it's a little cold and it's not raining or snowing outside, you do it. In the summertime you can take the risk, but they're a bit more active. So it's risky. Okay. So what you do, so you go to like a magic shop where they like skulls and everything for rituals. Okay. So I think you could get around 250 for one of these. If you get a leg bone and it's carved into a necklace or something, you might get around 650 for it. It's really worth it because a lot of people won't do this. And and this is worth a lot of money. Because it's real. Right? This is authentic. So like a lot of people will pay some serious money for it. So what you do is you sell it. Do not put your real name or anything. So while you're in the shop or even in the neighborhood, do not say your real name or anything. Right? If you have friends with you, ask them to switch your name or something like that. Try not to leave that many clues around, like videotapes, like exactly what we're making now. Don't make that many of them. All right, don't make tapes. Do not make records. So if you are caught, they find those in your house. You will get caught badly. All right, this video is that way you will learn if you're a beginner to this thing. It's fun and everything. You can do it for fun only, just to see see what you end up with and everything. Because every one of them looks different. If you want, you can find something about 5 years old, and you'll find something real good. It's gonna smell like crazy. I think it will. I really think it will. It will be a little fleshy, but I think that's the good part. Because if you ask me, all right, your first one's gonna be very exciting, but your second one's gonna be a little boring. This is my second one. This is a little boring. I find no fear in holding it, tossed around. You ain't everything uses a baton. It don't matter to me anymore. If you find something fleshy,
that bugs you out. Seriously, because it really catches me. It smells, it's hard, but in a way, it's like, it's weird and everything. You can see what the person looked like when they first died. Right, they get a beautiful host.
Alright, so look for something about 1 year old at the most. If you want, you can look for a freshly dug grave. Look for a freshly dug grave. It'll be a little hard to find because, so let's say a mausoleum, right? 5-year-old tombs look exactly the same as 1-year-old or 3-month-year-olds. Okay, but if you're outside,
Yo, check it out. If they get something new, you have to bring some kind of tool, man, because to get the head off, like, this is so old that you can just pull the head off. Something with skin on it still, man, you have to rip that shit apart. You have to fucking get
bring
like a hatchet or something.
yeah, if you want to and everything, you can bring a knife. Most likely, alright, if you want, you could grab it, exactly like I said, by the eyes, okay? There's gonna be eyeballs still. That's why you wear gloves, don't think of it as a prop. As if it was from a monster movie, just something fake. Alright, the eyeball sockets don't fit that well, okay? But when it's old, you can really push them in. Put your fingers, lock them around like that, pull the head back like that, okay? Pull it back like that. It should loosen up from the spinal cords, that way you don't mess up this part and everything, ripping it off, okay? Pull it back, okay? And afterwards you can bring a knife, cut open the neck, and just rip off the rest. Just grab it like that from the jaw, and rip off the rest, and it should pop out. It's new. It's going to smell, it might feel a little moldy. Don't think about it, think of it as a prop. If you want, you can look for something underground. Underground, you should bring at least six people with you. Bring around three dig for you and everything. So you dig and your friend digs, and then another friend digs. You have to find some place really secluded, so that way there's no interruptions, okay? So you each take turns. First one digs, the other digs, and the other digs. Alright, you keep going in a circle. Alright, the rest of the three have to be lookouts, because if it's outside, you're on open ground. It's dangerous. So you have to make sure you do not get caught. If you get caught, there's a serious penalty. And I know it. I don't know why I did this. It's fun. I like it. Flexibility is bring guards. Guards are making necessity. If you have walkie-talkies, even better. Just make sure you keep switching channels every 10 minutes. You should switch to another channel at random. Okay, all right. It's right before you go on. So you're on channel 12, right? Or so make the next one 22. Or so then you hop to 15. Or then you go to 14. You don't just do it at random. Do not make it and so make it in no mortar whatsoever, okay? If you want, you can really set them off by putting down clues to it that wouldn't be there out of the ordinary. If you want, you can actually go out of the way. You can bring your own shoes, right? That you have everything. See, I'm sure you have some old shoes, so you can wear them, right? So you wear those backwards, or you walk, or you backtrack a long while, alright? Then you walk forward, everything with those shoes normal, right? You can walk back to the grave, right? Then you walk off in some other direction, right? So that's how you set them off majorly, right? So you have to make new clues to these things, all right? Because, you know, they're not just sitting there waiting for you. Then you have to make new ones up so we can set everybody off track. It's like you rob somebody important's grave, okay? So everybody's gonna be looking for you. So you have to set them off the track totally. Make sure they are off the track. Don't drink like I've been drinking when you rob graves, because you can't run as fast, and your instincts aren't just, you know, that well tuned when you're drinking, because you get drunk and you just, alright. So other than that, it's virtually easy. It's a nice business if you find the right people to buy. Alright, see, it's like on your first four or five graves, they're gonna be fun. After a while, you're gonna be like, I want money for this. And so you find somebody who's like, you know, who wants this person. Alright, so like, it's like you want Elvis or something, you get at least $1 million for it. Alright, you want Marilyn Monroe, and get $1 million for it. You know, you get high prices. The more famous they are, get the more high prices. Right? So if that person really wants it, they will get that money. Or else otherwise it's not worth it. And always ask for money up front. Ask for at least half. So not half. Ask for like 25% up front, alright? Because you're risking your ass. Your ass, I'm actually walking up there, I'm up front and robbing you, because suppose you get caught and everything while you're robbing the grave, you should at least waste some of the money and everything so you have fun before you get caught, because I don't think you want to go to jail. And everything, without having wasted none of the money and everything, you know, you want to have fun before you do it. The night before you do it, you should get laid. You should get laid because that exercises certain muscles, and as a matter of fact, you do have a lot more energy. Because I don't know why, it seems to exercise a lot of the muscles that you have, and the next day you somehow do have a lot of energy and everything, and there's a lot of things you might have to do while you're getting this out. And these, you know, it takes a lot of exercise, you have to push a lot and everything, you might have to run a lot if you get caught. And I don't know. So that's about it for now. The next time we'll show you the coffin itself and the way we opened it. And the way it was done. Okay, this was made by Anthony. Well, as a matter of fact, let's forget the last name. It's Anthony and Gino, okay? This is made by us too. We worked hard. Also, Bucci and Daco also helped it. At the very beginning, me and Gino first opened it up though. Alright, we opened it up. We broke it open, but the other guys helped out a lot. I like to put them in this, you know, but they're not here because they really helped with everything, because we're the forefathers, me, Daco, and Bucci and everything. We're the first ones who opened up everything. We made this trend from now on. This is a trend. Keep doing it for the fun. Soon, and our next big hit is Houdini. If you're watching this video, then you'll know who it was. Bye-bye.
Classroom, or in old language a couple thousand years ago, disciples, those who are trying to prepare themselves for entry into the evolutionary level above human, synonymous with the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven. We're going to talk to you about the most urgent thing that is on our mind, and what we suspect is the most urgent thing on the minds of those who will connect with us. We'll title this tape Planet Earth About to be Recycled. Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us. Planet Earth about to be recycled. Your only chance to survive or evacuate is to leave with us. Now, that's a pretty major statement, pretty bold in terms of religion, in terms of anybody's intelligent thinking. To most people who would consider themselves intelligent beings, that say, well, that's absurd. What's all this doomsday stuff? What's all this prophetic stuff? You know, intelligent human beings should realize that everything has their cycle. They have their season. They have their beginning. They have their end. They have cycles. We're not saying that planet Earth is coming to an end. We're saying that planet Earth is about to be refurbished, spaded under, and have another chance to serve as a garden for another human civilization. Now, the reason this is such an interesting time is not only because we're on the threshold of the end of this civilization, because it's about to be recycled, but because of where that finds us, where that finds you, where that finds those who would judge us, how we would speak of them and how they would speak of us. Now you keep saying us. Who do you think you are? Well, I, in all honesty, must acknowledge my father. My father is not a human father. My father is a member of the evolutionary level above human, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven. My father gave me, long before this civilization, gave me birth into that kingdom level above human, that kingdom of heaven, that kingdom of God. Now you can say, well, I can't believe that. Well, it's up to you whether you believe that or not. That's not important to me, even though I wish that you could believe it for your sake. For those who do believe it, stand a possibility of a future beyond this recycling time. Now you say, well, according to religious literature, I thought there was someone else that was going to come and be our Savior here at these end days. That was going to be Christ's return. Well, the name Christ might be a little confusing, or the name Jesus, because the name Jesus, of course, was the name given to the body, that mind that was indeed from the kingdom of heaven came, and that mind was here 2,000 years ago, and that mind came for the express purpose of teaching humans how they could be saved, how they would not be plowed under at the end of the age. Well, we're at the end of the age. So the one, or the mind that was in Jesus, what? That mind is in me? You'll have to decide that for yourself. I must admit that I am here again, that I'm here saying exactly the same thing that I said then
trying to say it in today's language, trying to hope that for your sakes you can see what we have to offer you. For our Father offers you life. Not talking about human life. If planet is about to be recycled, and we see the planet as a stepping stone. Planet Earth, a stepping stone. That just as within a civilization evolves upward, that each segment of civilization becomes more civilized, less barbaric in some ways. It's supposed to. Not that it necessarily does. Sometimes it seems to appear to be more civilized when in fact it becomes more barbaric, more quick to condemn the rest of the world, more quick to be quick to kill the rest of the world that does not think as it thinks. Well, I know what I just said. I said that I am the return of the Son of my Father. I'll tell you something that's even more remarkable. My Father came with me this time. Came in the early 70s, took on a human form, an adult human form, helped me get in an adult human form in the early 70s, and we together helped those who came with us that were also here 2,000 years ago get in the bodies that they were wearing so that they could rid themselves of human behavior, human activity, human thinking, so that they could be ready to move into the kingdom of heaven or the evolutionary level above human. These that are sitting before me have been students of Tiendo, T, my father, have been students of Tiendo, are still students of Tiendo, even though T returned to the heavens in 1985. And T is my heavenly Father, gave me birth into that kingdom before this civilization began. Now, I'm not here to sell you on that, or who I am, or who these are. I'm here to offer you, as these are, an opportunity to know the truth so that if you can connect with it at any level, then you might survive the respading or the recycling that is about to occur. We made a tape just shortly ago, and in that tape we said that there are 3 types of individuals that will survive the
I'm not an expert, not an authority, or someone who has been a murderer for almost 20 years. Can you say how many people might be doing crimes like you were doing? It would be a guess. It's far more than 35. It isn't that impossible in this society. It happens. Are there more people who didn't give up? Or how many she didn't give up? I did. Out of the cold. And what I'm saying is there are some people who prefer it in the cold than you. And I say, do you like temper? I like it. You were able to appear like an ordinary person, non-threatening to... I lived as an ordinary person most of my life, even though I was living in parallel and increasingly sick life, other life. One victim let me back in the car. I locked myself out. My gun was under the seat. What in the hell am I doing telling you that? Am I masochistic? Am I listening to be tormented further?
trying to show you just how awful this got, how commanding these rages got. I was raging inside. It was just incredible energies, positive and negative, depending on the mood. I would trigger one or the other. And outside, I looked troubled at times. Other times I looked moody. Other times perfectly serene. Not very sane. But again, people weren't even aware of what was happening.
In 1972 and 1973, a series of murders shocked Northern California. College girls began to disappear while hitchhiking. 2 of the victims were picked up from the campus of the University of California at Santa Cruz. That's where Ed Kemper's mother was working as an administrative assistant.
You were involved in the campus because your mother worked there. I was also involved in killing co-eds because my mother was associated with college work and college co-eds women, and had a very strong and violently outspoken position on men for much of my upbringing. My mother was sick, angry, hungry, very sad woman. Hated her. But I wanted to love my mother. I watched her alcohol increase, I watched her social life drop off, I watched her get bizarre. She had terrible pain in her life, early life, her upbringing. She failed marriage with my father. I'm a constant reminder that I need to distill it down into such one-word realities like there's a lot that leads into that happening. That is what happened. It represented not what my mother was, but what she liked, what she covered, what was important to her. And I was destroying it. I didn't actually kill the girls. My frustration, my inability to communicate socially, sexually. I wasn't impotent, but emotionally I was impotent. I was scared to death failing in male-female relationships. I knew absolutely nothing about that whole area. Even of just sitting down and talking with young lady. I need to be able to really communicate, and ironically enough, that's why I began picking people up. And I'm picking up young women. And I'm going a little bit farther each time. It's a daring kind of a thing. First, there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along. We go to a vulnerable place. There aren't people watching, where I could act out, and I said, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car. And this craving, awful, raging, eating feeling inside. I could feel it consuming my insides. This fantastic passion. It was overwhelming. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough. At first it is. And as you adjust to that psychologically and physically, you take more and more and more. It's the same process. So it finally came down to the thing of, do I dare bring this gun out? Already realizing if that gun comes out, something has to happen. It was going to happen. I didn't see it, but it was going to happen. I was playing a dangerous game with a loaded gun. It got us all.
On one occasion, Kemper picked up 2 roommates in Berkeley.
In the first killing, May of '72, when that gun was pulled out, I launched it out. I had it under my leg, out of sight, parallel to my leg in the seat. It was something that had been thought out in fantasy, acted out, felt out, hundreds of times, before it ever happened.
Kemper drove them at gunpoint to a secluded area near a park. He took one of them into the woods, leaving the second girl tied in the car.
I'd just gone through a horrible experience with her roommate, stabbing her. And I was in shock because of that. I couldn't believe it was that way.
And I'm walking back there bewildered. I gotta kill her. I can't let her go. She's gonna tell. What is gonna do? She sees the blood on my hands. What are you doing? Hold back. She gasped. And, oh, I don't want to know what happened. I said, your friend got smart with me. She'd been getting really smart with me a lot, but I never hit her. I killed her, but I didn't hit her. I said, your friend got smart with me and I hit her. I think I broke her nose. You better come help. She's about to die. Why does she have to know that? I couldn't deal with telling her that. When I attacked her, she didn't at first realize what was happening. It didn't go through. Afraid to be coveralls. It knocked her right up into the lid of the car. But it didn't pierce the clothing. So, wasn't that small knife anyway? When I bought pawn shop, huge knife. And, I kept on mindlessly attacking. She falls back into the trunk. I just killed the young woman. I slammed down the lid of the trunk. She isn't dead, she's dying. And I panicked. I thought I just locked the car keys in it because I can't find them in my pocket. Oh my God, I locked them in the trunk. I'm kicking on the trunk lid and yanking on it. Oh no, I don't believe this. I started to run and I tripped over the gun that I had in my pants that I had totally forgotten was there. I stopped and said, stop and think. I collected my wits. Check all your pockets. I picked the gun up. I stuck it back in my pants. Now remembering I had one. I checked all my pockets and there's the keys in the back pocket. I never put them in my back pocket. Everyone makes mistakes. And that's what we got to hope for. The more mistakes they make, the better the chances. I thought I was pretty slick. And when I tripped all over myself, that first two murders, the first 24 hours, there were 3 clear times I should have been busted, and I wasn't. Because 3 different individuals or 3 different groups of people got scared and minded their own business and looked the other way. Some of the people who are committing murders even as we speak, if they're doing it by themselves and they tell no one about it, they could go on undetected until they decided to stop. Police wouldn't catch them unless we just happened to roll up on them while they were doing it.
Even after police warnings against hitchhiking and an increased bus schedule on the campus, Kemper had no trouble picking up hitchhikers. Ironically, one warning advised riding only in cars with university stickers. Kemper's car had such a sticker.
My mother worked at the campus and I had an ace sticker on my car, an obvious access day or night to the campus. I was picking up some very lovely young women. You know what we were talking about as we're driving around? Almost as often as not, this guy is going around doing this stuff. And the second they started talking, they didn't realize that they were getting a free ride. I couldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, I swear. You know, but they'd be telling me all about this guy and they're comparing notes, speculating on what he looks like, how he carries himself, why he's doing this stuff, telling me about it.
So how come they get somebody at that time?
She judged me not to be that guy. I didn't look like that. It was getting easier to do. I was getting better at it. I was getting less detectable. I started flocking at invisibility, severing the human head, 2 of it, at night in front of my mother's residence, with her at home, my neighbors at home upstairs, the picture window open, the curtains open, 11 o'clock at night, the lights are on. All they have to do is walk by and look out and I've had it.
Why did you keep the heads where you cut them off, and why did you keep something out of my childhood? I could put it on an incident. I mean, my father chopping the heads off of our 2 pet chickens and my mother insisting that I eat them for dinner. You know, we could say it was something that simple. I don't think it was. Well, my dad heads out back with a hatchet. I got on my bike and I tried to stop it, I remember that. I got on a bike, rode around the block. was crying, and they haven't talked about that for a lot of years. I'm sure that may have implemented something. That may have gotten something rolling along fantasy lines, but it took a lot of years of development to get on.
How are you able to, in 1 minute, have someone's head in your hand, and very shortly thereafter?
However, that pretty much severed head. And 5 minutes later, I put that away, and there'd be a knock on the door, and I put it away, and answered the door. The landlady would be, and we discussed what? Or reality. Not much. Some people go crazy. I felt that there was one hell of a tweak. I mean, to just flip out and not know where I was. To be walking up the stairs in a camera bag along with a young woman who had her severed head walking up to my apartment past a happy young couple coming down the stairs who nodded and smiled at me as they went by. They're going out on a date where I'd love to go. And I'm aware of both of these realities and this distance between us. It's so dramatic, so amazing, so violent. That that really, I could feel a little squeaking inside. That was really pulling me. I imagine at that point some people break. But I didn't literally go insane. I didn't get lost.
And all this time, Kemper was able to seem normal. He even hung out at a bar across the street from the courthouse, making friends with policemen, trying to pick up information.
They find me a beer, I find them a beer. Casual relationships, but I was poking around a little bit trying to find some things out. I knew they wouldn't be privy to hot information, but there were some things that were bothering me, like were there any speculations on how they were dying? Did the cops like it? Like I said, a friendly nuisance. I got in the way, and it was delivered. Again, friendly nuisances are dismissed. I get the knowledge that I'm smart people watching television. Believe it or not. Joseph Walmart, police story, got some tremendous insight from it. Not just the gimmicks, the actual things, the tidbits that you pick up from their procedures, but the mechanics behind it, the logic behind it, was I would not allow myself to walk into even a potential threat of behavior. And one of those was talking about those crimes too much. People initiating conversations about that.
There was a memorial service for 2 of the victims.
I'd seen one too many episodes and one too many crime shows where that is one of the available resources for clues. Tracking down the attenders, one man taking pictures of the people there to eliminate as potential suspects.
Some police department. Now they actually came to your house to pick up a handgun.
Sheriff's representatives. One of the detectives was upset because he heard I got a 44 Magnum pistol and was a convicted mental patient.
By the law of Jesus Christ, the law of love. God knows there's one law. The law of love, to love God with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself. He said, Jesus himself said, the Son of God. This law, he said, was all fulfilling this one law. Just this one law of love. Fulfills all 10 and all the rest put together. So we don't need it. We're no longer under the law. We're no longer under the 10 commandments. We're no longer under all that religious follow-all that really comes in form and ceremony and temple worship. All you have to worship God today is your own heart. And you can this temple, which is the temple of his Holy Spirit. God's word says so. This is the temple of his Holy Spirit today. And this is where you must worship him. Within the temple, holy heart. The temple of your heart. In which Jesus said, I will come in if you just open the door. Open the door of your heart. Make your body my temple, and I'll come in. This is the temple of God today. And this is where he dwells today, and his only law is love. For Jesus. To love the Lord with all our heart and our neighbors thyself. That is the only religion that counts, is to have the love of God in your heart.
There's a characteristic lack of interest in the environment, withdrawal from contact with others, and with it goes an increasing loss of emotional response. These people become vague and empty. Their manner is childish and they are gone. They show little or no initiative and spontaneity. If they do react emotionally, the reaction is often inappropriate. They have, of course, no real plans for the future. In spite of this general impoverishment of their personalities, many of their intellectual functions remain intact. Memory and orientation are not impaired. The patient we are going to see is about 40. He has been sick for more than 10 years, lives quietly in the hospital, doing simple work in the office. She seldom speaks unless spoken to, and does not mix with the other patients. But she is really quite contented, and her lack of energy and animation is not due to depression and despondency, but to apathy. She might, during the interview, demonstrate inappropriate emotional reaction, particularly smiling or laughing when discussing serious subjects. She complains of auditory hallucinations, voices, and strange feelings of being controlled by unseen forces, though these are not especially common symptoms in the simple type of schizophrenia.
And how long have you been here?
I think maybe 14 months at this time, beginning to start.
In this place? You like it here? You like it when it's quiet?
I find it too noisy.
Sometimes it's noisy here because of the other patients. Why do you like it better when it's quiet? Have you always liked it quiet, or?
I've been used to living with quiet.
You told me once that you didn't like the radio in the hospital.
I was unhappy when I got the radio.
Why?
But the ward was quiet every day.
Well, if you're very quiet, what are you doing? Are you reading or thinking?
Reading.
You don't like reading? What are you doing?
Music, listen to music and not talking.
You like that?
Music.
Well, you told me another time that sometimes you hear voices talking to you
Can't see the people. Does that happen often? All day?
Yes, I don't think I will have a fear of anything
Can you hear them now?
since I was a young girl.
Can you hear them now? And will you
And I
cry?
can talk, and I can talk without them.
You can talk without whom?
Take on by talking.
The voices? How do they do it? Can you tell me what they're saying?
I know I can pay attention.
But you understand them. How did you come here, Mary? Are you still sick?
No, I'm much better now.
Did you like seeing me? Have you seen your family lately? But aren't you feeling lonesome?
Yes, I was.
Position yourself if you're the best.
I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you written her?
Become aware of that physical reposition.
It's like breaking that.
Just take note
You like you?
of this beginning of your arms and your legs.
Think you might have a visit soon?
And your torso,
That should be fine.
your
Good.
chest, and your back,
You know what day it is today?
and your neck,
You know what time it is about?
and all parts of your body.
That's right. 10 minutes past 7.
Exactly how to release.
Did you see the paper today?
Go. Of all those previous waking or wakeful tensions, whole daytime stress,
Do you like reading?
In my head up there? My
What's
head
that?
goes up there and my
go softly shut down.
Where's it going?
As you feel the heavy
Where's your head going?
and sensations of those planets descending.
What would you like to do with all this?
Enjoy remaining with your
I was
eyes
playing the
open
piano. I was
for a few
enjoying playing the
brief
piano.
moments of time
And afterwards, what are you going to do next year?
for each blink of your eyelids takes just a
Well, suppose, just for a minute, that you were to have $100,000. What would you do with it?
and those before.
Hospital needed her.
The hospital needed it? And then you would give it to the hospital? And what would you do?
Consciously noted, you can find that your
They keep me
unconsciousness already
You need to keep reading.
moving
Because you like it.
and deeper.
How do you feel? Feeling better? Are you sleeping well?
Yes, I'm better now.
How's your appetite?
As you relax, you are asking how your deeper mind
You must be feeling very lonesome.
grants you
Being
all safe
lonesome.
and secure permissions to
begin this great challenge.
Why are you smiling?
Dreaming across borders.
Have you any friends here?
Time.
Are you seeing them every day?
Yes.
And what do you do? Talk to them?
When I'm allowed to.
You're always allowed to.
Oh, yes.
From the outside to the inside.
And what would you like to do now?
In pleasant ways to positively. Unusual.
You just have fun. Where do you go?
May seem blissful.
Nothing. Are you hungry again?
Some new life into your
Go in with us. We can go across.
resources. Or just like enjoying old ways into long remembered.
We have seen in this creation apathy, indifference, inappropriate emotional reaction,
Because
smiling and acting of loneliness,
within
general graciousness of posture, total lack of ambition and initiative, no real plans for the future, hallucination.
no gently surprise.
But her memory and orientation are intact, and she was quite coherent. A characteristic picture of chronic simple schizophrenia.
Conscious of which I even know occurring. Because you know that I know all we have to do together and now is to count in abstract letters or quote those internal numbers or symbols. Just like someone
Now as we meditate, love is a healing remedy. We're going to reach out to areas where man has seemed to have difficulty. We concentrate, the gifts of the Holy Spirit might function, or what secularists might speak of as the paranormal. Let us breathe. Let us breathe. Just here, you go. You're concerned about the reason you know your sight. You're not able to see me clearly. Things just blur to you. You have to stumble around lately through crowds and are not able to see even people's faces close up to you clearly. That's true. You told me nothing about your condition. No, I haven't. Give that little sweetheart a little bit of love. Take your glasses off. Let's just stare. We've seen Mr. Brown here who was blind and totally healed. Saw one of our sisters blind from her childhood. Could be hysterical blindness, whatever. We're not concerned. She was blind and could not see. Now, look at my face. I'm going to hold up some fingers. You concentrate hard. I love you. The people love you. And most importantly, Christ loves you. What do you see? How many fingers? 3. One finger. You don't even need your glasses, child. Let's all be thankful as she cries back there. Let's cry and rejoice with her. Edie? Fingers, are your fingers numb? Mama's headaches in her head. Reach your hands out. Reach your hand out to me. Reach the fingers out that are bothering you. Now, the pain gone? You once knew a loved one with the name of James.
Yes, it's my brother.
14 years of age. And someone
he was reading something, and someone asked him, well, what do you have? And he didn't want to give it.
Yes,
and that person shot him today.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
This to give you faith so that you can mount up, because you've been feeling pain here in the chest, in the back, and you injured your foot some time ago, and you've been having constant pain in it, so you have to move around with a chair. I do not know you told me or no one else the things I just mentioned.
No, you sure have.
Now, where's your pain?
Each word.
Don't read it.
Relieve you from your work in the second row. You have a bad spinal condition.
Yes.
And your hip injuries. Step from your wheelchair. Again, just step from your wheelchair. Try. Just try. Just try. We have nothing to lose. We have no face to lose, because we've said we're no panacea. But I have seen more healings here than I've ever seen anyplace. I love you. Jesus Christ loves you. Jehovah Jireh. All the goodness of all the world's great religions, in the name of the mercy and the goodness of Jesus, wherein I stand. Come forth, my dear. Stand up. Take that step. Bless your heart. Take that step. Now, move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. You can do it. Move forward. Now begin to exercise. Begin to exercise with joy. I love you. Christ loves you. The people love you. Now, walk with joy. Walk with joy.
That will survive the recycling. One type of individual is those individuals that have overcome their humanness enough that when the end of this age is complete, when the war is over, the spading complete, there is nothing left here except for recycling. When the end of that occurs, then they have reached a condition of having overcome human behavior, human thinking, human desires, desiring only to be in the kingdom of heaven, in the evolutionary level above human, being service in that kingdom. When they have done that to the degree that they are a match for a physical body belonging to that kingdom. Because humans think that this is a flesh body world, and it is. It's a flesh body world. But it's, more importantly, a human flesh body world. The kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, the evolutionary level above human, is also, they have bodies. I wouldn't say flesh bodies, because it's different characteristics. But it's a physical body, and it's equivalent for that evolutionary level to a human body. It doesn't need the kind of fuel that humans would need. It's not a mammalian body. It doesn't reproduce. It's not male nor female. It probably would look like what you might consider a very attractive extraterrestrial. Now, most of the illustrations of extraterrestrials these days have been grotesque. Looks like giant insects or slimy reptilians or eyes so big that you could fall into them. And an extraterrestrial that we say is a genuine extraterrestrial is not a fallen angel, is not a space alien. We see fallen angels and space aliens as synonymous. Fallen angels and space aliens as synonymous. And that the next level, the only real extraterrestrials, have a body similar to human body. Human body was taken after the same design, the same form, except a human body was more animal than that form. Human has hair, needs teeth, has physical characteristics that are appropriate to this environment. When you go into an environment that does not need to eat things that you have to pull off the bone or crack the seeds off the nut, then certainly teeth are not needed. Hair is not needed. A creature that looks very attractive but has 2 eyes, some remnant of a nose, some remnant of ears, what you would call remnant, even though they function very well as nose, as ears, have a voice box but don't really need to use it because they communicate in thought. They communicate with their minds. And that's an extraterrestrial. That is the body belonging to a member of the evolutionary level above human, the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God. That can seem unattractive to you if you're really into flesh bodies. You know, there are sayings that there's seed of flesh, or there are things that are born of flesh, and then there are things that are born of spirit, or born of water is synonymous with being born of flesh. If people really understood the religious literature and could read it as it was intended to be read, they would know that it was written to describe that flesh, seed of flesh, was seed of the negative, the opposition, the space aliens, the fallen angels. Therefore, to the next level, human flesh is of the lower forces, of the kingdom level beneath the kingdom of God, of the stepping stone that could lead to the kingdom of heaven. So, flesh, or human flesh, now that isn't to put you down and to say you're all, if you're wearing a human vehicle. I'm wearing a human vehicle because I have to wear one for this task. I don't like it. It doesn't match me. And those who sit in front of me, they don't like their human vehicles that they have to wear for this test, but they have to wear them because the task of overcoming the human kingdom requires that they overcome flesh, the genetic vibrations, the lust of the flesh, the desire to reproduce, the desire to cling to offspring or spouse or parents or house or money or fame or jobs or that could go on and on. Overcoming the human flesh and its desires, even its religious desires. There is not a religion on the face of the globe that is of God as it is today. All of those things that are called religions are ruined records of man's relationship with someone from the evolutionary level above human or the kingdom of God. In other words, it's like the religious literature is written as a time manual, so that ancient religious literature was appropriate to that phase of civilization, less ancient literature was appropriate to that particular age. Then when someone came as a Messiah, then that was appropriate to that time. What did the Lord that was here long before the Messiah came, the Lord said, I will send a Messiah, knowing that you will reach a condition, humans will reach a condition where they can move up into my kingdom, and I will send my Son as that Savior to help you know how to get out of the human kingdom. Well, that Savior came, that Messiah came, and he said, I'll come again. And his Father sent him again, and yet to say that is to be so blasphemous. In other words, what I say to you now is direct, present, current transmission information from the kingdom level above human, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, and of my Father. Christians say they're Christians, and yet Christians don't quote what Jesus said. Jesus said, if you want to know my Father, if you want to move in my Father's kingdom, then shed everything of this world, leave everything behind, and come and follow me. And unless you hate everything of this world, your sister, your mother, your brother, everything of this world, you will not know the kingdom of heaven. You have to graft to me. You have to cling to me. I will take you to my Father's house. And yet Christians world over quote Paul, who never sat with that representative, who was never a student of that representative. They say, oh, I love Jesus. He's in my heart. I'm filled with Jesus. Jesus wants me to live an abundant human life.
I gotta ask, are you gonna die in prison?
Die in prison. Boy, oh boy.
You gonna die
again? There you go. You got die in your mind. My life is not important, man.
I want to know about your life here.
My life here is just sitting inside.
How you treated here?
I'm treated here differently on different levels. The first level is pretty good. The younger men they got a lot of respect. The fat ones and the ones that hide around the corner, they're sloppy and they lie and they're incompetent. But there's a lot of good ones. It's like any other place, man. There's good and there's bad.
You seem to abuse the correctional officers.
I do. I get off on something terrible, and they get off on me something terrible. I've had my teeth knocked out.
But don't you make your life miserable by being that hostile?
Man, I don't know what misery is. What the hell ever misery? That's weakness. I ain't got no misery in me.
Got any friends here?
Paradise, man. I've been in jail since 1943.
When were you born?
34.
9 years old?
Yeah.
What was your first place?
First place?
First place.
My mother got out of jail. My mother got out of the joint and put me in with the monks. In with the Catholic monks, the brother monks. Yeah, in Terrible, Indiana.
Yeah? So took you back? No, they treated me like they treat all the other kids. But I seen them as a bunch of old women, so I ran off and I escaped out of the hood. Got out of that hood and went on. Went to Chicago.
Like you were raised up? Please. No, I wasn't. I raised myself up. Boy. That's right. I raised myself up. Sure. I got a different way of doing it. I got my own way, you know. Does that make me bad?
Makes you violent and bad, yeah.
I'm only as violent as I have to be. If I don't have to be violent, I'm not. But I was raised up where if you didn't fight, you got... If you didn't fight, you got taken away, and your stuff was taken away. And I got 40 years of fighting in here. I can't read and write, but I can fight. I didn't have no parents. You don't have any parents, you got nobody, there's no place that would take you off the street and go you somewhere. What you can't understand, Mr. G, is that I have been raised up in a different world than you've been raised up. I've been raised up in the penitentiary. There's no weakness in the penitentiary. There's no sorrow or remorse in the penitentiary. You come to the cell and you go in and you find Jesus or you don't. You either find Jesus or you run with the devil.
Don't you think Jesus would be appalled that we were invoking his name?
I wouldn't invoke any name. They put that on me. The Spirit laid that over on my track. I'm a man in the mirror, guy.
I know, man.
You know, if you like me, I like you. If you don't like me, I don't like you. You swing at me, I'll swing back. You dig? You cut at me, I'll cut you. You know, whatever you point to me, I'll get back to
But it's more than that, though, isn't it, Charles?
Well, sure, I'm in harmony with God. That's just a word. We don't, we use the word God.
Or the devil.
Oh, the devil, yeah, you can use the word devil or demons or whatever you want to call it.
Mostly the devil in your world, they try.
Okay, I'll play. There's no game I can't play.
Some people
There's no
say
game I haven't played.
you are the devil.
Okay, I'll be the devil then.
You like that?
No, life is just like nothing. I see everything as it is. There's courtrooms that convict me for being Jesus Christ in one courtroom. And then in the other courtroom, you convicted me for being the devil. Now, if you believe in your own courtrooms, you convicted me for being the father of this country. We'll say that I am all these things that you think I am.
Right.
Wouldn't that be more fearful than letting me try to be a nice guy? Would you want to make me into those things? Would you want me to, do you need someone like that in your world? That's your judgment now. The judgment you're making on this mirror, man, you got to carry. You want to make me a terrible, violent, no good, so-and-so, and move them up? When actually, in reality, I'm a dead man. I've been dead since 1951.
I was the only guy that cared. I was the one that took the kids up out of the street and give them a little place to stay. But I learned better than that. You give a place to stay and then you turn them loose.
No, I didn't turn them loose. I turned them loose, yeah. In respect,
And those 9 bodies for sure?
No, there's more than that. They become free in their minds. We started a rebirth in the jail, and these kids come around me.
Yeah.
They say, you're God. You have the voice of God. And I say, there's a whole penitentiary of guys like me. I'm nothing. I'm just a messenger. I'm a witness, that's all. I'm just a poop butt that dropped out of the penitentiary. And they seen something in me I didn't see in me.
What they see?
They seen a nice guy. And I'm not a nice guy.
I agree.
But they seen that. So I said, well, as long as they see the nice guy, I'll reflect the nice guy. I'll be the nice guy to them. So I played as much nice guy as they could deal with. and I held the line of nice guys. And I looked out for everybody, and I gave them places to stay, and I kept all the other not-so-nice guys off of them. I knew Lenny Kasabian. I've seen her 3 times in my life, maybe 2 minutes in my whole life I've seen her cry. She come up to the ranch for about a week, and she said, "Hey, my name is Linda." I said, "Oh, Linda." She said, "Can I stay here?" I said, "Can you stay here?" She said, "I'd like to live at the ranch." I said, "I'd like to live at the ranch." She said, "Well, can I stay here?" I said, "Can I?" She says, "Yeah," and I put my hand up her dress, and I said, "Yeah, okay, you can stay around." That's the biggest thought in my head, was getting at her body. I wasn't thinking about sending her down to be no troops about saving nothing or stopping nothing.
So what they do?
They did whatever they did. That's the dispensation of the Pope. It's the same thing he does with the Cardinals, man. It's the same thing he do with the committee.
Did you tell those women to kill somebody?
Dude.
Belcher somebody, tell me where they're gonna drug you.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Tell me something.
The women I don't gotta tell them what to do. If I gotta tell them what to do, I'll set them up on the highway and get them away from me. I don't deal with women I got to tell them what to do. They know what to do. If they don't know what to do, they better stay away from me.
And in your case, they knew to kill.
They knew to take care of me.
They knew to kill.
They knew to look out for number
They
one.
knew to kill for you.
No, kill.
They knew to kill pregnant women.
I'm a lizard on a rock, man. I'm a coyote or a bug in the bushes, man. Why I got to be I don't live in that world we live in. I wouldn't, I don't have nothing to do with that world. I drove in Cadillacs. You got to realize I live in a very violent world. The violence has always been around. I'm in the eye of that. Been in it all my life. So I keep it off of me with motions and force fields, dig? In other words, I don't really get involved in that because I don't lie. I sat in that cell 18 years. If you sit in that cell 2 weeks, you've been banging your head on the wall. Yeah. So you come and live with yourself in a little old square box for 18 years with everybody getting down on you. And they haven't touched me, man, because I know what I did. I don't break laws. I make laws. I'm the lawmaker. I'm the one that laid the track down. They drive the train. I lay the track. I make the laws. If I take this chair and I knock that light down, I'll make a whole new procedure with it. Yeah. I make the laws for you. Dixon was on the play. That's me. Now, I admit I influenced everybody out there at that ranch. I take responsibility for those 9 people getting killed.
You feel remorse?
I don't know what that is.
What if I say, Charlie, your physical being is free as of right now? You go outside the gate of your body. Where would you go? What would you do?
We'll probably look for a place to sit down.
What would you do?
I give you anything I got for a little peace of mind.
What do you think of the death penalty?
I don't think really that, I think that belongs to God.
Explain.
God gives life, God takes life.
But how come you didn't live your life with that commandment?
I did.
That's not what I heard.
Well, that's what you heard. It's a little different from what you heard and what is.
Do you feel fortunate that you survived because the law was declared
There's no doubt in my mind I would survive. I'm in harmony with the truth. I didn't kill anyone.
I haven't denied so much of the crime that's been brought against me. I've confessed to all of it, but there are some areas such as that I cannot confess to because it would be a lie. I don't remember it being honest.
You know what I think? I think that you are an evil person.
Right, I'm evil. I'm terrible.
You are.
Oh yeah, I'm awful. I'm awful.
You're a murdering dog,
Oh,
Charlie.
I'm a terrible dog. I'm a fiend.
You're a mass murdering dog.
Mass murdering dog. So where did you get these ideas?
You left a trail of dead bodies.
The trailer. Come on, Charlie, stop. Okay. Really? Okay.
You're a damn evil person and you're a murderer. Come on.
No, man, I get pissed off, man. I get played, but I get pissed off, man.
Get him, Ghost. Honestly, I was my own at the crime. But at that time, I did not consider myself a leader. I considered myself more of a follower of Charles Manson and carrying out his orders.
Help me understand something, Charlie. Why do people murder? Why did those girls murder for you? Why did Ted Selectman murder for
Me?
You told him.
No. Come back, GA. Come back. That's not reality.
What is?
No, reality is they did what they did. They're responsible for their own actions. I'm responsible for my actions.
Ever kill anybody?
I've come off the close a few times.
Come on, didn't you?
What do you mean, come on, didn't you, man? I ain't lying to you. If you think I'm lying to you, you're wasting my time and your time.
Okay, let's not lie. Let's be
There's no reason
Let's
to.
be straight.
There's no reason.
What are you guilty of then?
I'm guilty of, what am I guilty of? I'm guilty of thinking that I had rights in a courtroom. That's what I'm guilty of thinking. And you're either gonna have to give me my rights in a courtroom, or you're gonna have no courtroom.
Why is
You're gonna have to give me my rights.
I heard that.
You know, murder.
Why is it so common?
Because you're out of balance. Your social consciousness is out of balance.
Don't give me that line, please.
The premise of your reality sets in the judge's benches, man. The judge's benches represent crime. The police they do the will of the judge. The attorney general does the will of that. The governor does the will of that, all the way up through the Pentagon, all the way up through the bombs drop off on the rice farmers. It all starts down here in the courtroom.
Is it easy to take a life?
I never took anybody's life.
Is it easy to stick a knife in somebody's body?
I generally don't stick people. I cut them a couple times first to make them show that I can, but I've never really stuck anybody, not stuck a knife in them. I cut them a couple times, show them I could, and then tell them, don't make me do this no more.
Susan asked me to come home to you, bloody thing.
Yeah.
Says, Charlie, look what I did for you.
Yeah. I give you the world. I just killed myself and I give you the world. I said, you dumb. I already had the world. You just put me back in jail again. That's what you did. You put me right back in jail. If I was guilty of something, and after all the pressure they put on me, and they put that medication on me, and all the doctors drug me up down the hallways and done everything they could do to kill me, I've had this whole country down on me trying to murder me for all kinds of different, everything they don't understand, what they don't know, what they can't realize. Every little insecurity they got, here they come bringing it to me. And I got to carry it on my back. Do you think I would still be here if I was guilty of anything? And look me in the eye. Look me straight away in the eye. Do I look like I'm guilty about anything?
You look more guilty than anyone I ever looked at in my life.
Really? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And then what the guys are trying to make me into is impossible. What you're doing is you're creating a legend, you're creating a beast, you're creating whatever you are judging yourselves with into the word Manson. And that's not me at all.
You're not a beast, Charles. You're a beast.
I'm whatever you need me to be for you. And whatever you make me is what you carry the rest of your life and forever.
You named yourself, Charles.
No. You don't even know what that means.
Do you think that this world, San Quentin, has any relation to the world outside?
This world, San Quentin, is where all the children of God are. This is where you keep all your children that you don't want. The ones that you get to carry the heavy load. You can bring the guitar.
They wouldn't let us.
isolated by Stoll and Hoffman in a Sandoz pharmaceutical company of Basel, Switzerland. When in 1943 Hoffman became temporarily psychotic through accidental ingestion of the drug, the door swung wide open for research into the nature of the schizophrenic process and in a larger sense into the biochemistry of psychosis. P.D.'s Paul Coates of Confidential File undertook to film a model psychosis in our laboratory in an attempt to impress upon the public, through a case of artificial insanity, that the mentally ill is not inhabited by the devil. The battery of psychological tests compressed into 4 short hours will not be shown here. Our attention will be focused on the experiences of our volunteer subject, Bill. 12 o'clock and we're ready to start this experiment. I'm going to give you this cup that contains lysergic acid 100 micrograms. Will you drink? How did it taste? Had no taste. How did it look? Colorless. Now would you tell me your name, please? William Lamarck. And what is your address? 3540 The Paseo, Los Angeles, 65. And your age? 34. I would like to ask you to describe your profession. I'm an artist. A painter? That's true, yes. So suppose we're going to ask Mr. Coates coming in and act as the subject, and Mr. Manthe, our technician, will give us your equipment. Oh, sure. And your charcoal, and here you are. Ready to go. Oh, fine. Bill, go ahead. Oh, thank you. How's this? That seems good. Just look over this way. So many of the changes produced by this drug have to be described verbally. Here we have the advantage of an artist who is able to draw a sketch, and you can see all the changes just by simply observing the various distortions that take place in your own portrait. That's just about right, is that right? Well, as far as I can go without destroying it too much. Alright, now let me see it. And let's show it to Paul. That's an excellent light, see? 12:17. This is a good time to do the control EEG, so we go next door. In less than 2 hours, LSD will reach its climax. In most subjects, the alpha index drops, and the frequency analyzer will show the gradual emergence of the fast frequency bands. A single light flash will block the alpha waves for at least twice as long a period as it does now. It will modify each time the visual illusions Bill is expected to see as he lies in a dark cage with his eyes closed. EEG abnormalities in the clinical sense are not expected. Now we'll go back to the other room. Before he sits down, he remarks that he begins to walk on air, here and there, a forced, irrelevant giggle. How do you feel?
Well, I feel very fine. I feel very buoyant and light and resilient. I feel as though this chair is not as solid as it seems to be. I have the feeling that my hands are not resting against this chair, and I see flashes of color. I see this rug, for example, seems to have an awful lot of complements of violet and yellow. I see a lot of violets and yellow.
Do you know what the exact color of this rug?
I assume that it is gray.
You assume that it was gray?
Yes.
Alright. Now, Do you find any difference between one half of your body as opposed to the other half?
Well, I have a sort of a wavering tendency. I don't know which half is trying to get into the other half, but somehow or other, it seems to be going like that. One half, a very pleasant feeling of nausea, and why did you laugh? Because the rug seems to be billowing, pulsating.
Can you influence that pulsation? Hold your breath, for instance. Take a deep breath, hold it. Did you stop the pulsation?
More or less.
Breathe out. Did it change again?
Well, just it gets clever, that's all.
Clever.
Yeah.
In what way does it becomes clever?
It seems to feel that I'm going to watch it.
You have the feeling that the rug feels that you are watching. Is that correct?
Well, somehow or other, I think that I'd like to rescue myself from the idea that there's so many different realities here. Somehow I feel an observer, and I feel as though all these people are observing me and very amused and very good company. But at the same time, I feel as though I'm in a more exalted position.
You feel sorry for me that I'm left out of this experience?
Well, I have a feeling that you're enjoying it with me.
Well, I am enjoying it in a sense, yes. Would you give me a description of the first thing that you see with eyes closed, and then later on I will hand over a drawing board and try to draw a sketch of it, alright? Now close your eyes first. Close your eyes now. What do you see? Go ahead. You can open your eyes if you want to draw it.
This is purple, isn't it?
No, it happens to be black. You see purple?
Yes.
Well, this is just a chart. Look at it.
Well, in my mind's eye, now I see that it's charcoal.
Yes.
The reality of it is sort of disillusioned.
I see.
Because in every it seems to me, see, I should like to find the words because I can ordinarily find them. But it seems to me that I can't seem to want to say what I want to say. And there are times when I feel exactly what I know that I know what I'm doing, you see. Well, I do. Somehow or other I can compose it as well, but I never did. See.
Why do you do that now?
Well, the square is the ordinary rectangle, you see. It's one of the perfect means.
I know, but are you trying to reassure yourself that you're capable of knowing?
Yes, I think that's what I would like to do. I'd like to find out what reality I'm in.
137. By now he loses the feeling that his body has substance. He ate his last meal 20 hours ago, but food holds no interest for him.
Very fine. And, of course, I don't think that you can take much credence to what I say because the shifting patterns of things I feel and see around me I do not know what part of what reality, again. This feeling comes over me of almost like the singing of angels or something. I think it's the soundtrack or the film going through the machine,
which makes you feel as if you were hearing the singing of angels.
Yes, and murmuring.
I see. You had no breakfast, you said?
No.
Well, suppose that we serve you something to eat now, because you've been fasting long enough. So, Mr. Matter, would you bring you lunch?
Well, I really, I couldn't eat that.
Why is that?
It seems repugnant, realistic.
Well, you told me not long ago that you were hungry.
What I'm hungry for is not this sort of thing, because I want to feed off of this feeling, this joy, which seems to be coming from everything. But somehow I don't seem like I myself. I feel as though I'm several other people, and all of them better, and are all very benevolent. I mean, even I feel about that I'm not being I'm not describing the word benevolence the way I mean it.
Well, returning back to the lunch,
Yes.
you don't feel at all like eating at all?
No, not at all.
What about drinking something? You might feel
No, I feel that I'm perfectly adequate. I mean, I can take care of myself from now on. I have no hunger. My sensation is perfect. I mean, it's just a wonderful state.
But I understand that you had nothing to eat. Now it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and you had nothing to eat since last night when you had your dinner. Don't you think it's about time to eat something?
Well, I generally don't eat in the mornings.
Well, this is no longer the morning. This is already 1 p.m.
Well, it might be. Maybe I should
Why don't you just taste it, and maybe you will like it. Why don't you just take a stab at it and just taste at least the malt and milk?
Well, when you're in such a wonderful situation, why should you try to improve it?
Well, you told me just a few minutes ago that you were thirsty. How come that you don't feel like eating at this time?
I know, but I can see the value of that, but you don't understand the value of the experience itself. You want to have it continue.
Oh, I see. In other words, our conflict is that I want to limit this and you want this
And I want to have it go
on and on and on and on.
Yes.
Well, suppose you just taste this malt and milk, just to give me an idea whether you have any particular distortion in sensation.
I see what you mean, yes. You want to experiment.
Well, I want to know whether there's any particular feeling connected with it.
The same distortion you get throughout the whole experience.
Such as what?
Well, lopsided. And you don't seem to be feeling it with your whole body. You seem to be feeling it with a foreign-likeness. Things seem to be apexing in. I seem to be listening to myself and being you, the audience, listening to me.
What about the taste? Does it taste like the anticipated taste of a chocolate malt?
Yes, it does. All those things are so well known that there's no sense in doing them. I mean, the fact that I would never eat a hamburger again because it's so vulgar. You've had a hamburger.
What would you like to eat if you had a choice?
Well, what I would like to eat? Nothing. I have no, I feel physical again, and I think which is a bad thing.
You prefer to feel
that joy which gives me a feeling of anxiety, but at the same time,
why does it give you?
Because it seems to want to take me over too much, you see, and I don't want to let myself go.
Do you think that it can happen that you let yourself go and...
it seems so ecstatic and perfect that perhaps I can, and I don't want to suffer the consequences.
What would be the consequences?
That's an interesting question.
Well, let me assure you right now that tonight you are going to go home, eat your dinner, and you will look back upon this experience. You will perfectly all right, your same old self, and in a few hours this whole feeling will leave, as I have told you before. You have the feeling that
this whole experience of yours has a special meaning to the onlookers and the crew who are taking this film?
Yes.
What kind of?
I feel as though there's some very definite driving meaning in it, and there's a spiraling arrow going to a spark. And I feel that everyone here is conscious of that feeling.
Is it some sort of an influence?
Yes.
One more question. You've heard that before. Do you wish like eating something or you are thank you.
2 o'clock. He's now flying high. We're getting ready for the second drawing. Please note that he does not see the difference between the 2 pictures.
Well, this time I don't have any concession in time, Pastor. I mean,
Well, make a guess.
I can't make any guess at all, really. I mean,
Well, what time of day do you suppose it is?
about 3 o'clock.
About 3 o'clock. Well, you're only 1 hour wrong.
But did you say that before?
Well, at that time too you were 1 hour wrong. That drug has still a good effect on you. It would be important that you would now
Isn't this going backward time, like a mirror repeating itself or something?
Well, if you feel that way, it does. Anyhow, what I would like you to do now is to draw another picture of Carl, just like you did before. And while you're doing that, if you want to say something, you go right ahead. How does your left arm feel while you're doing this?
Yes. That's very good.
Do you still have that pleasant feeling that you described before?
Yes, I still have it. I'll never get over it. It's something I'll never be the same.
What do you see here?
I see a lot of gentleness.
And what else?
Real beauty.
This is a general feeling when you look around yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
Now you're getting emotional again. Now look at the picture now. Look at the picture. Look at it. And just concentrate on the eyebrows. That's where you were. Just look at it. You said it takes about 5 minutes, isn't it? Correct?
5 minutes.
Well, come on, now concentrate on it. Do you have the feeling of reality when you look at this paper, you hold the pencil in your hand?
No. Yes and no. I don't.
Yes and no is correct. All right, now let's go on.
Okay, then we can go.
Fine. Good.
4 months.
Yeah.
I know it all this time.
That's fine. Do you find it easier to draw this picture or a little more difficult?
It's a lot of fun.
Just about right. Here, suppose you take a look at these 2 pictures and compare them, and let's see if you have any comments.
Not very finished.
Do you see any big difference?
Not really.
No real big difference.
The eyes, for example, are the same to me, and the line of the nose is the same, and the mouth is still sweet mouth.
Okay, fine.
Okay?
248. What follows now is called by Bill a messianic experience. The universal love, joy, benevolence, and above all, the split between thought and feeling. Do you see a negative or a positive on my hand?
Well, it's a sort of an ethereal negative. It is.
Ethereal negative.
Well, it seems to have a nimbus around it.
A nimbus?
Yes, red, violet, blues.
Now open your eyes and look at my face. How does my face look to you at this moment?
All right.
You don't see
A
anything
lot of
strange?
yellows.
A lot of yellows?
Yes.
What else?
A lot of green. The background moving in your face. I don't know how much I'm seeing or how much I'm pretending to see. Because all of a sudden I see you sitting there and I don't see the background at all.
Oh, then you see here some kind of a split.
Yes.
Between what you know you see and what you feel you see.
Yes, I feel as though that I had a sort of an entrance into emotional life. Yet I can't feel, I'm sort of anxious about the reality of it.
This is therefore a split between thought and feeling. Is that correct?
It seems to me that there is that, yes.
Now, when you look at your hands, do as I do, close your eyes and just concentrate on your hands. Is there any difference in its weight, in its substance?
This one seems heavier.
The left one seems heavier.
Seems more positive.
And the right.
Yeah, it seems more. There it is. I feel these lovely colors vibrating all over me. Oh, it's lovely.
Any lines? Any forms?
Just like the shimmering of water, you know.
You can put your hand down now. Come on, describe it. You feel happy now? Do you feel happy? Oh, you must be because you have tears in your eyes. Is that a beautiful experience, would you say?
I would say yes.
Describe it again.
Oh, I don't know. It's just giving.
You're doing fine, just try to describe it.
Oh, you know, you want to give yourself. You want to give yourself something.
What happens when I do this?
Nothing much, except that sort of getting somewhere and you interrupt it.
I see.
Sort of irritating the way I suppose.
I know, but I thought that maybe we can help a little bit because this experience was getting to be a little overwhelming. Isn't that right?
Well, I wouldn't say. I'd like to keep it up.
305. This is where the LSD effect usually goes into a decline. But Bill is still at it.
But, such benevolence.
What do you mean?
I feel very benevolent. I mean, I feel as though, I have no enemies in the world, and, it's very lovely.
You feel
Very fragile and delicate and lovely. And, it goes and comes, you know. That one state there that was, oh, I never experienced anything like that. It's marvelous.
On the whole, do you feel happy or do you feel...
I feel so happy.
What happened to this feeling, messianic feeling that you described before? I feel that it's, that's what I described. I feel that it's very valid.
Yes, but what, do you still have it as strongly now as you had before, or is it weakening?
It's weakening, I suppose, or just becoming more well-defined, I suppose.
Do you have the general feeling, though, that you're coming down to earth, so to
Yes,
say?
I do. One last burst of ecstasy. At the end of this hour, he noticed that the weight of his mind, the sweat of his shirt, the stomach that was empty. He asked for food. A grandiose delusion implanted upon the loss of body feeling was over.
I want you to turn with me to the passage that Brown Bell read to us, the 3rd chapter of 2 Peter. I wish I had an opportunity to go verse by verse in this chapter because it's one of the most important chapters concerning the coming again of Jesus Christ. I want to speak on the day of the coming of Christ. That day, it's called in Scripture. Now, when you woke up this morning, I want to ask you, what were your expectations of today? Many people began thinking, well, it's going to be just an average day. Nothing unusual about that. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing much to look forward to, just an average day. And then there may be the graduation day, or anniversary day, a promotion day, or a day in which you retire, maybe a day in which you start your vacation, or maybe your birthday, or the birth of a child. But tonight I want to talk to you about a day that is unique in the history of the world, the day when the Bible teaches Jesus Christ is coming back to this earth. And that day is on God's calendar. The Word of God says it'll only happen once, and it's going to come as a devastating shock for those that are not prepared. But for those who look forward to the coming of Jesus Christ, it's going to be a day of great joy. And the early New Testament Christians continually talked about and looked forward to that day, or the day, or the last days. These expressions are used throughout the New Testament. The last days. And we are living, I believe, in the last days. What kind of a day are we looking for? What's going to happen on that day? Well, first of all, it'll be a day of revelation. 2 Thessalonians 1:7 says, and to you who are troubled, rest with us, when the Lord Jesus shall be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels. He's not going to come riding a donkey the next time. He's going to come with the mighty angels of heaven. It's going to be the personal return and appearance of Jesus Christ. After the crucifixion and the resurrection of Jesus, the Bible says he appeared in person to his disciples and to 500 of his followers. But Jesus didn't appear to Pilate. Have you ever wondered why? Or to Herod? Or to the chief priests? Or those that engineered his crucifixion? He didn't appeal to them. Why? Appear to them. Why? Because it was not the time. They're going to see him on that day that is yet future. Revelation 1:7 says, look, he's coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him. And all the peoples of the earth will mourn because of him. Even the people that pierced him, even the people that engineered his death are going to see him. And they're going to be in a state of shock. The scripture says in 1 Thessalonians 4:16, for the Lord himself shall descend from heaven. In Acts 1:11 it says, this same Jesus, which shall so come in like manner as you've seen him go into heaven. And they were watching to see him go into heaven, his ascension, and it says he disappeared into a cloud. I think it was a cloud of angels come to escort him back to heaven, because there were angels that came when he was born. They escorted him to earth. Now he's going back to heaven after his resurrection, and they've come to escort him back. You know, before a great work of art, such as a statue or a painting, is presented to the public, it's usually kept hidden. People may know that the work's being prepared, and may even know the location, but they've not seen it. And when the day of the presentation arrives, the artwork is covered by a cloth until the moment of unveiling. People come with great anticipation, and the event is often preceded by a ceremony. And when the covering is removed, the work of art stands unveiled, open for all to see. That day, the scripture says, it'll be the unveiling of one who's been hidden. Today is the day in which Christ is hidden. He's not here in person, in the sense of his flesh. He's not seen. Whom having not seen ye love, said Peter in 1 Peter 1:8. But in that day, he's going to be revealed. You see, this is a day of faith. We come to him by faith, but then it's going to be sight. We're going to see him person to person. And I'm looking forward to that day when I see Jesus Christ person to person. Be able to fall at his feet and thank him for dying on the cross for me, so that I can have my sins forgiven and I can go to heaven and spend eternity with him. You know, in Eastern countries, in many Eastern countries, a man is presented on his wedding day with his bride. First time he's ever seen the bride is on his wedding day. She's hidden under a veil. And I can imagine the anticipation of those young men waiting to see what kind of a woman their parents picked out for them. To see his bride for the first time. We love Christ, but we've not seen him. He's hidden beyond a veil. We long to see him in person. Now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face, the scripture says. We will see him with his mighty angels. What a day that's going to be when he comes, like lightning from heaven, like a crack of thunder. And then secondly, it'll be a day of condemnation. To believers, it's going to be a time of ecstasy and joy and excitement and glory. But to those who do not know him, it's going to be a day of judgment. God has placed within us a strong desire to see justice done in the world. We cheer when the good guys win and the bad guys lose on television. We applaud the legal system when it brings to justice a person who has brought great harm to others. We applaud the legal system when it does something to bring about social justice in our communities. Yet many people refuse to believe that God will one day bring justice to this earth. But he's going to do it, and it's going to be on his terms. To every one of us, we're going to have to face the judgment. God is perfect in love and justice. God is a God of love. Don't leave here and let people think that God is not a God of love. The thing that I want you to remember most out of this whole crusade is that God loves you. No matter who you are, what your ethnic background is, how many sins you've committed, God loves you, and there's nothing you can do about it. God is going to keep on loving you to the very grave. He loves you. He is a God of love, but he's also a God of justice, and he's going to bring people throughout the world to a place of judgment and bring justice to the world. In 2 Thessalonians 1, 8th to 9th verse, it says, in flaming fire, taking vengeance on them that know not God, and that obey not the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, who shall be punished with everlasting banishment from the presence of the Lord, from the glory of his power. Think of that. The Revised Standard Version translates this verse as exclusion from the presence of God. You see, what it really means is that those of you that are lost, those of you that don't know Christ as your Lord and Savior, you may be a member of the church and all that, but deep inside you're not sure how you stand before God. You may be lost. To all of you,
You're going to catch a glimpse of Christ in his glory. You're going to see all the glory and all the thrill and the joy of heaven for one moment. And you'll carry that memory throughout eternity. But you won't be able to enjoy it. You're going to be excluded from his presence, the scripture says. I remember when I heard about that for the first time from a Greek scholar at Cambridge University. I remember the impact that made upon me when he said that that's what that passage means. And I began to think about catching a glimpse of Jesus in all of his glory and all of his power, and I was to be a part of it in heaven, and I missed it because of my own lust or my own greed or my own pride or my own ego, or because I wouldn't surrender to Christ on the cross. It also is going to be a day of salvation. A day of salvation. That's where we come to glorification. You've heard of salvation and sanctification. That is called glorification. Who are the objects of salvation? What's the nature of salvation? 2 Thessalonians 1:7 says, rest. This indicates that many inequalities are going to be ironed out. There'll be perfect justice. The poor of the world will have their needs met, and many of the rich will become poor. Remember the rich man and the poor man Jesus told about? And the poor man died and went to heaven to be with Jesus. And the rich man who had no time for the poor died, he went to hell, and there was a great gulf between them. And the rich man cried out. He saw Abraham. He cried out and said, come and just bring one little bit of water, just touch my son with water, and please go tell my brothers not to come to this place. It's terrible. Whatever hell is, it's separation from God. Heaven is described in terms that indicate the important thing, though, it's not going to be our eternity. Oh, I'm going to jump up and down there. I'm going to applaud more than the people of Albany. I'm going to applaud the Lord Jesus Christ until my hands fall off. I'm going to kneel until my knees will be filled with blood from kneeling, giving him the glory, the praise, and honor. But that's not going to be the big thing. The big thing is that Jesus is going to be so revealed in beauty and glory in and through us, his saints, that the whole universe is going to stand and marvel that Christ could do such a thing by his death and his resurrection. That he could take sinners like you and me who are opposed to God, who break his laws, who disobey him every day. And he's going to take us and make us into what he plans for the future. And we're going to share with him in reigning and ruling. He's going to be so revealed in beauty and glory in and through his saints that the whole universe will stand in amazement. You see, a craftsman is revealed by his work. Sir Christopher Wren was the designer of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. I remember when we first went to London the year after the war, Clint Barrows and his wife Billy, my wife and I went to England. We preached there for 6 months. The whole city was almost in ruins. But you could see St. Paul's Cathedral standing in all of its glory. It had suffered a little damage, but not much. And Sir Christopher Wren had designed it. And inside the cathedral there's a plaque to his memory. And it says, if you seek the monument of Sir Christopher Wren, look about you. This is his monument. The monument of our Lord Jesus Christ, work on earth at the cross and the resurrection is going to be you and me. All of those that know Christ, the body of Christ, we are his workmanship. When the universe looks upon his glorified church, they will marvel at his beauty. They're not going to think of you and me, they're going to think of him. All of our thoughts are going to be centered in him. The universe will be impressed not by us, but by him who could accomplish all this. Christ will be the center of heaven. And hell, wherever you look, you'll never see it. This is the day which the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it, the Scripture says. There's going to be a day when Christ comes back. Now today, when he's coming, is a secret. According to a recent New York Times article, last year the United States government created 6,800,000 classified messages and documents. Now that's a lot of secrets. And of course we all know that those secrets have leaks. But God has one secret that he's revealed to no one. No one, and we're not even to speculate about it. And that is the day and the hour of his return. We don't know. But Jesus, before his death, took his disciples to the mountain, and they privately asked him, Lord, when are you coming, and what are going to be the signs of your return? What can we look for just before you come back? What will be the indicators of your coming again and the end of the world? Of the world system as we know it, which is dominated by evil. And Jesus replied, not of that day nor hour knoweth no man, not even the angels, nor only my Father knows. But he stated clearly to the disciples, at the time of his coming again, there would be signs that we're to look for. What are some of the signs that he left? First, he said there will be wars and rumors of wars. Doesn't that sound like the headlines of our papers all the time? Wars and rumors of war. Oh yes, we've had a wonderful time of peace seemingly break out in the world. And I'm thrilled at what's been happening. But even with all of this peace that's broken out, that doesn't mean that it's not a dangerous world. The Economist in London the other day ran an editorial and said the world is still a dangerous place. The end of the Cold War and the new relaxation between East and West have tempted some to believe that peace is the order of the day. The Economist said it is not. We get rid of one big source of tension, the world still has a lot of little ones. Neither hatred, intolerance, nor aggression, nor even the clash of ideas died in the changes that took place last year and this year. Peace is breaking out, but so is conflict. And then the second thing he said, many will come in my name saying, I'm Christ. I'm told that there are more than 400 people in Los Angeles alone that claim to be Christ. He said there will arise false Christ and false prophets and shall show great signs and wonders. And many people today are teaching that we are God. All you have to do is to get in touch with the power that's within yourself. Unleash it, and you can solve all the problems of life. And then, thirdly, Jesus said the masses will be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and the cares of this life. And so that day will come upon myriads of people unawares. In other words, we're going to be having such a good time and be in all of our parties, going to all the nightclubs, all the excessive drinking and drug use, the sex and violence are major threats to the current generation, it said. And they are major threats, but Jesus predicted all of that. He said they'll be living like in the days of Noah, eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage, exchanging wives. And that's all going on today on a scale we've never known before. The social critic and author Tom Wolfe, commenting on the 1980s, called it a decade of money fever, in which the idea of sexual immorality came close to vanishing. Where are our moral values? We go to the talk show people, and they tell us what the moral values are at that present moment. And I know one of those people, and I've known him for a long time. And he used to have strong moral values, but over the years he himself has succumbed until now when you watch him on television, you see that he slipped a long way from where he used to stand. Jesus made it plain. There would be untold wealth and greed and overindulgence as we approach the end of the age. One newspaper columnist called our American lifestyle a Babylonian existence. And then fourthly, Jesus said there would be famines in many places and pestilences, not universal, but in different places, he said. And much of the famine in the world today is man-made, the result of political struggles and civil war. Look at the famine in Monrovia, Liberia tonight. 500,000 people jammed into that town. There's no water. The water's been cut off for 10 days. There's no food. There's no rice. And disease is breaking out. What's going to happen? And that's happening in many parts of the world. It's happening in places in India. And it looks like war between India and Pakistan is very, very close. And we see all of these things taking place now. And they're all things that Jesus predicted would be happening just before he comes. Americans spend billions of dollars annually on reducing programs when the rest of the world are just trying to get enough to eat. And then he said, iniquity shall abound. And he was talking about sex perversions. Yes, I'm not going to go into that. We don't have time. But the daily crime rate staggers us. The young women that are being attacked today and raped is 40% greater than it was a year ago. Something has happened. It seems like some terrible evil spirit has been let loose, and he has. It's the devil. Somebody asked me what's wrong with the world. I said, sin is wrong with the world, and the devil is flaming the fire. And that's, or fanning the fire. That's what's happening. And we ask ourselves, have our moral values gone completely? Almost. So that even Christians today are confused. And we become worldly Christians instead of Bible-reading Christians and studying the scriptures and praying in our homes. We sit in front of that little box and get our moral values from there. And then he said there'll be an increase in earthquakes. There's some 6,000 earthquakes detected throughout the world each year. The average death toll from earthquakes in the 20th century has been 20,000 people every year. In Armenia in 1988, there were 25,000. In Iran a few weeks ago, there were 50,000. Earthquakes are increasing. In 2 Peter, he says, since everything will be destroyed in that day, what kind of people ought you to be? We now have the ozone effect. Everybody's getting concerned about the environment. They ought to be, because in this passage of Scripture, it teaches that the earth is going to melt. It's going to fade away. Something's going to happen. Some climactic thing is going to happen. And it seems to me that what we're reading about in the ozone effect is the thing that Peter is talking about. And he said, since everything will be destroyed and changed in this way, what kind of people ought you to be? You ought to live holy and godly lives as you look forward to the day of God and speed its coming. The Christian is not a dropout from life. On the contrary, it is believing that Christ will return that gives us the confidence and the courage to live as we should today. Knowing that Christ is coming back makes me want to work that much more. I want to feed more people. I want to preach to more people. I want to help more people who are starving and homeless. It encourages us. It's an incentive to get out in society and do the best we can. We know that the whole world is not going to be saved, but coming out of the world are going to be people who will be saved. Because we look for a new heaven and a new earth as God has promised. And we live boldly for Him in the context of our lives today. The Bible says there's a day coming when God will shake the heavens and the earth. It will be a day of salvation for those who know Christ. It'll be a day of judgment for those who don't know Him. Are you prepared? The scripture says, prepare to meet thy God. Have you prepared? You say, well, what do I have to do to prepare? Yes, you go to church once in a while. You've been baptized. You take communion perhaps. You've taken your vows in the church. But deep inside, you are not sure how you stand. And you want to be sure before you leave here. This crusade will be over in a few minutes. This phase of it, at least, because it's going to continue in churches. And it's going to continue in all the great follow-up work that's being planned. But you need to make a commitment to Christ today. Today is the day of salvation. Now is the accepted time. The scripture teaches that you can harden your heart. God is giving you another moment, another chance to say yes to Him. I'm going to ask you to do something that we've seen the last 2 nights, over 2,000 people. I'm going to ask you to get up out of your seat and come to stand in front of this platform and say, by coming, I surrender my heart to Christ. I want to be sure. I want to have the assurance that I'm saved, that I'm going to heaven, that I'm going to be prepared to meet Christ when He returns. You say, why do I ask you to come forward? Every person that Jesus called in the New Testament, He called in public. He said, if you're not willing to acknowledge me before men, I'll not acknowledge you before my Father, which is in heaven. There's something about making that public commitment that He has ordained for us to do. And I'm going to ask you to do that right now. Hundreds of people. God is speaking to you. If you come from up here, it'll take a couple minutes. So start now. God is speaking to you. If you're with friends or relatives, they'll wait on you. If you come in a bus, they'll wait. There's plenty of time. God is speaking to you. You come. After you've all come, I'm going to say a word to you. Have a prayer with you. Give you some literature to help you in your Christian life. Just get up and come. Right now. Come up here all around.
As hundreds are responding to Mr. Graham's invitation to make a public commitment to Jesus Christ, you can make that same commitment right where you are. Just pick up the phone and call the number you see on your screen. Special friends are waiting to talk with you and pray with you about this most important decision.
To you that have been watching by television, you can see that hundreds of people are coming here at Knickerbocker Arena in Albany, New York. What a wonderful sight this is. And Ralph Bell, who's been preaching night after night before I came, has seen hundreds of people come to Christ as he's preached as well. There's been a great spiritual hunger here and a great move of the Spirit of God. And I'm asking you to receive Christ into your heart wherever you are. In your home, maybe a nightclub, or maybe a hotel room. You can say yes to Christ. God bless you and help you to make that commitment tonight. And be sure and go to church next Sunday.
With
Jesus. Jesus wants me to live an abundant human life. He wants me to have riches. He wants me to have more children so that I can bring them up in the Christian family values. I don't remember Jesus ever saying that what I want you to do is go get married, have families, have children, and together bring all of them, and I will take them into the kingdom of heaven. He only spoke to individuals that said the only way out of here is for you to know that as an individual, that environment is not for you. That tie that binds you to the human kingdom is not for you. If you know it is not for you, then come to me. And my Father will feed me information that can nourish you and help you overcome this world, and will leave this world and will go to my Father's kingdom. Remember, we're not talking about a spiritual kingdom. No clouds, no harps, even though we are talking about in the heavens. But the heavens are no more spiritual than when you go out at night and look at the heavenly bodies and see them. They are there. They are physical. They even move in spacecrafts. Even my Father's kingdom moves in spacecrafts. You could say, oh my goodness, that's outrageous. Well, you don't like the illustrations of chariot of fire. You don't like the illustrations that are in your religious literature that tells of spacecrafts, of my Father's kingdom. Cloud of light, they didn't know what else to call it. Even when they saw angels that they said had wings, how else can they say? They might as well said they fly. That didn't necessarily mean they had feathers on their back. It could mean that they came in a flying object, and they came out of that flying object. And that Jesus, when they saw him ascend, he went up into that cloud of light. Now, I'm not trying to make a deal out of a piece of transportation, but a craft belonging to the level above human is much more than a piece of transportation. It is a workstation. It is a place of service to the level above human. These that are leaving this kingdom level to go with me to my Father's kingdom, to my Father's house, these will not go into houses on some planet like Earth and reproduce and have families and sit and watch television and make scrambled eggs. They're going to be in service for whatever need the level above human, the kingdom of heaven, has for them. And the tools they use, the workstations that they use are spacecrafts, all sizes. Spacecrafts that are so small that a very small crew could fit in them because of the task that requires a small spacecraft. Spacecrafts that are so large you can't even see the outer extremities. They would look like something larger than a planet because the station requires that for whatever laboratory work or experimentation is going on, whatever their work is in that kingdom. How can they be effective servants in that kingdom if they're worried about their children, or their dogs, or their horses, or their cats, or how much time they have to put in at the Rotary, or different clubs or organizations? As individuals, they serve one individual, and that is the representative of that level that is their chief, that is over them for their assigned task. Just as in the task that we're in now with this classroom, these look to me for everything. I look to my older member to fill me in on what their needs are and how I might be used to supply their needs. I'm not just talking about their physical needs, but their mental needs, how they can make their change from human into the kingdom level above human. Now, this is not to say that we know that there is a guarantee that we will all together go on board a craft in order to leave before the spading under occurs. We will go definitely on board a craft to leave when the spading occurs. You can say, well, what's the difference? Well, the difference is we don't know if we're going to take these flesh bodies on board that craft or if we'll leave these flesh bodies behind. We don't believe that our Father's kingdom has much need for these flesh bodies, but it's possible that a spacecraft will come down and we'll walk on board that craft and they'll take these bodies from us and issue us the ones that belong to that level so that we might begin service. Or it is also possible that part of our test of faith is our hating this world, even our flesh body, enough to be willing to leave it without any proof other than what we have come to know, that we have nothing to fear, that we are in good keeping, that we can leave the body that we're in, whether it's by martyrdom, because someone went crazy over our righteous blasphemy, or whatever might happen to the body that we wear, and that we might lose it. We do know one thing: we don't care to cling to the life of this body until it naturally gives up. We don't care to be aborted by the body that we're wearing. We care more to abort it in proof to our Heavenly Father that we're ready to leave this place. We're ready to go into your kingdom. And they, the students, have to say to my Father, we trust your Son. We trust the one you sent. Even so much that we have no hesitation to leave this place, to leave the body that we have. We know that whatever happens to us after we leave this body is a step forward from what we have, and that we don't care to be here. Earlier in this tape, I spoke to you of 3 types of individuals that can be salvaged from this respading. One was, I mentioned, those that have overcome enough that they will get an issue of a physical body belonging to the next level and go into service as a crew member working for the next level. A second type of individual that can be salvaged from this planet at this time are those who don't quite reach that point of overcoming when it is time to leave, but are still faithful to the best of their ability in their effort of breaking away and leaving their humanity and looking to us, looking to me, looking to my Father, looking to the next level to give them the strength and the understanding of how they can break away more quickly. So wherever they are, to the best of their capability at the time of our exit, whether it is not ready for issue of a next level body, they may have to experience a time in a civilization that is yet to come and do more overcoming of human kingdom, but they will be in the keeping of the kingdom level above human, just as these have been in the keeping of the kingdom level above human, not only here at this time in this generation with me and with T, That T isn't T's name, by the way. Do isn't Do's name. I'm not even given to tell you what my name is, or T's name. T doesn't want you to know it. Okay. I had to put that in there, but just so that you would understand. Okay, the second type of individual that can go into the kingdom of heaven is that one at the time that we leave has not completed that, and therefore the next level brings them back when the civilization is at the point where they can move in and pick up where they left off and do more overcoming so that they will reach issue time by the end of the next civilization that they have overcoming to do it. The third type of soul or individual that can go to the kingdom of heaven now with us and be in the keeping of that kingdom.
During my time and I'm miserable, they say good. You know, that's not what it's about.
Oh, we're getting serious now. I can tell.
Baby's growing. Could you tell us how long you've been in prison?
Excuse me. This month is 18 years that I've actually been in prison.
What were you convicted of?
8 counts of first-degree murder.
What was your sentence?
7 years to life. CC, that's called concurrent, because all the sentences run at the same time.
That means they run consecutively?
Oh no, that's the opposite. Consecutive would be one at a time, and of course you can't serve multiple life sentences, but there was some question before my case that whether on the legality of that. So when my case went through, the judge sentenced me to one term of 7 to life, which at that time was the maximum non-death penalty, and all to run concurrent at the same time.
In considering your crimes and crimes done by other serial killers, what do you think society should do in general with serial killers?
Do with them?
Yes.
It's a difficult question to answer from my point of view, because I'm obviously an involved subject. So any answer I would give that would be other than the death penalty would sound very self-serving. I look at people who, on the surface, don't have any redeeming qualities whatsoever. They don't do anything or say anything or behave in any way that would make your average person want to save their life, want to keep them alive, and feed them and house them and clothe them for decades. But when I first came to prison, I had much the same attitude. It was a very defensive attitude, very self-preservative attitude, because those immediately about me were very much set on destructive attitudes toward me, so I put up screens, so to speak, to screen out those feelings. Excuse me, and those reactions to me. I'm driving to sound like a crazy. Also, when you feel you need to redo an answer, you can do it. I don't have any problem with that. I understand. The problem involved. I had to do a whole interview over once because the lady wouldn't check her audio tape recorder. Kept saying, you better check it and make sure it works first. Oh, I'm sure it works. 2 hours later, we're doing it all over again. She was ready to cry.
I guess I could have. That was the where the pen was mightier than the sword, right? The only interview I did back at the time of my case. This is just a little anecdote for you here. But I went through the whole investigation, the whole trial, no interviews with the media, right? And then this one woman who had treated me pretty fairly, she was just driven toward reading me with the newspapers. She tried to do a more in-depth piece around it. And, so I did an interview with her before I went to prison. It was the day I was sentenced and I was waiting for the bus, or the car to prison. And actually, wait a minute, excuse me. That was where I gave her the interview. Okay, I talked to her just briefly. She was hovering around. I was at the jury room, the courthouse, talking to my lawyer. He hadn't shown up yet. She was up there talking to the officer that was with me. And we all just had a look. I said, my lawyer did not want to talk to me at all. So, quick, I seen him come away down the hall. I said, let's set up a little scenario and act like I'm giving this really incriminating interview that screws everything up, right? And she kind of laughed because it was breaking the tension in the room, you know. So we set up this little scenario. She's busily acting like she's writing, and I'm talking about all of this harebrained stuff that relates to the case and feelings, and he just starts turning bright red as it gets to the time range. It's like a big clown, got this huge forehead, hair standing out all over it, and now he turns bright red. And he's just madder than a wet hen. He stomps into the room and slams his briefcase on the desk, and we all start laughing. It's really bad. What are you laughing about? This is a setup just for you. I'm not doing it. But later on, I gave her an interview because she treated me so fairly up to that point, and also she gave me a pen that day. It was a cast aluminum ballpoint pen, and I took it back to my high security jail cell up in Redwood City. It was really slammed down tight. I'm in a two-man cell by myself. They have a camera on me 24 hours a day. A monitor, videotape monitor. The lights are on. Two sets of these 4-footers here. And it's as bright as day, all day long, all night long. 24 hours a day. And I was there for 5 months. And I brought this pen back in. I smuggled it in with me. And I get strip shook leaving the cell. I get strip shook coming back in. And I brought this pen in and got in with my legal papers. And a few months later, in the middle of the trial, I smashed the pen on the floor with my boot. It sharpened it, got a sharp edge on the metal, and slashed my wrist. It was bleeding all over the place. And it was very messy and very exciting, and everybody was dragging me off to the hospital to get sewed up and all of that. And I got maced, shot with industrial strength bottle of mace. They had about a quart of it, and they just gassed me with that whole thing. And dragged me off to the hospital. And I made a quippy comment. I don't think the police translated it properly for the media because they missed it. They love, you know how they love to get into puns on broadcast television. They love these little verbal puns and plays with words. And the pen is mightier than the sword. I turned the pen into a sword. And I cut myself. Both times I attempted suicide, I did it with a pen. 4 parts of a pen. And I thought that was kind of interesting, but the media never picked up on that. They were too busy being serious. At any rate, at one point once in my life, I could see every aspect of my life, my crimes, who I was, how I really felt about things, without any defensive or protective accoutrements. Was all gone. And it was fascinating to me. I was semi-conscious. Actually, I was conscious. I just, I couldn't get up and move around a lot. And at the end of the 2 hours, I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep on with this. I hadn't gotten to the crimes themselves, the current set of crimes, but I was kind of oriented around other things related to my life. And I asked to continue on. The doctor didn't want to, so I insisted. So they were using an IV and they shot me up with another 2-hour batch of this stuff. And as soon as he was done with what he wanted to do, he got up and left. He had an appointment. It had gone longer than he planned on it. He had to leave. My lawyer had to go. So I'm stuck with these 2 deputies and a registered nurse watching me until I come down off of this stuff. Well, when the doctor left, he decided to give me a shot of medicine to snap me out of this, is the way he put it. And I asked him what it was. He said it was methadone. Hospital-grade methadone, speed. And I've asked doctors since then, both medical doctors and psychiatrists, if that was an appropriate action, and they said absolutely not. They should have let me sleep it off. Just let it course through my body and let it go away. By amplifying with the methadone, it is suggested that the doctor knew full well it would put me through hell. It amplified everything I was feeling. It got me really drove, and for 2 days after that, they were trying to scrape me off the ceiling. They couldn't even talk to me. I was raving, I was ranting, they had to put me in a strip cell. I wouldn't go back to my regular cell. I refused. Because there was television available there, I had a canteen, I had some food items in my house. I wouldn't accept it. And I went to a strip cell 2 cells down, where all I had was a mattress over a hole in the floor. And I was just on and on, 24 hours a day. The convicts and the criminals in the back that were locked up with me, they were in the tank. I mean, we were talking very casually about different things and very good relationships. And I put them all on what we call Front Street. I exposed all of them to all of the negative sides of our relationships and called them all kinds of cowards and punks and this and that and the other because they were even talking to me. And that was when I made the statement that I should be hung upside down on the bars and beaten daily, right, for what I do. Because under the influence of those drugs, I was seeing what I did through other people's eyes. Not through mine, I won't say through other specific person's eyes, but as someone else would view it. Pure horror. Someone that had nothing to do with violence in their life would see it. I was completely unprotected, and that was an awful experience. And within hours of coming down off of that stuff, 2 days later, I wasn't making comments like that. The defenses were back in place. They were a bit ruffled. It had been an eye-opening experience because it gave me something I'll never forget. Some perspectives on my case that I'll never forget. Some anxieties on my case I'll never forget. And all I can give you to gauge it by is that when I went into that hospital, the nurse came out and she's the typical battle axe, professional nurse, been on the job 20 years, great woman with the wheelchair, severe stern face. She's looking at me with razor blades. She could just dice me up in a second without thinking about it. She's really having fits. I'm in the chair, she wheels me inside. 5 hours later when I come out of there, she's wheeling me out, and as I'm getting into the car, I got this tortured look on my face. I've been crying, I've been tearing at myself, and she looks at me with this very compassionate look, and she says, good luck. She got a good look at what was really inside. But she was already aware of the evil I was capable of, and the horror that had happened in the case, and now she saw a lot of my real feelings. And her knowledge of chemicals and medicine and treatments and all of that, she knew I wasn't faking it. And from her I got a good luck, and she was serious. Never seen her since, but then ironically, the deputies that were stuck with me that day, trying to wait out this fit I was having, this rage, because they hadn't anticipated that. But they just tried to figure, well, he's so outraged right now, he's so drove. Let's just keep him here until he calms down a bit and we'll take him back to jail. But I didn't calm down. It just kept going on and on and on and on. And at one point I asked the deputies to handcuff me to the rails of the bed because I was afraid I would rip my eyes out. I was really acting up. And he had known me well enough for a few months. He didn't want to do that. He says, oh, come on, Ed, that's calling me by my first name.
He says, that's not really necessary, is it? And I said, man, you better put them on him and tear a goddamn gun belt off of me and blast you. I might beat you to death with it. So he comes over with the cuffs. He's a little offended by that. So he comes over with the cuffs. He starts to put them on my wrist, and I just went through some kind of incredible convulsion. I just yanked him clear across the bed, you know, because I was in and out and yanking like this, and he had the other hand cuffed already. He's putting cuff on here, and I yanked him across the bed. Zing, off he goes. He's hanging onto his handcuff. And at that point, he cuffed me up real quick, finished. I already had leg irons down at the foot of the bed. And I just was yanking those rails up and down with my wrists, and that's very painful with handcuffs on. These stainless steel rails, just up and down, yanking them and trying to pull them in. And we went like that for a few hours, and finally they said, we got to get him back to jail. He's not going to change in the near future.
In general, people see serial killers as one category, but there are actually 7 different types of serial killers. Would you...
Several or 7?
No, several.
Several types.
Would you care to explain us what types of different serial killers?
To be honest with you, I couldn't really tell you. Because the categorization process, as you know, is back east. The behavioral sciences unit. When I was locked up originally, they called it mass murderer. Anybody who killed more than 2 or 3 people was a mass murderer. And whether it was all at one place or over an extended period of time, and then in the early 80s they came up with this differentiation called serial killing, which was living 2 lives basically. If one orients to the negative side of that living, you would say this person was living a cover life. It was wrapped around doing those crimes, which couldn't be very realistic. Someone doesn't live their life to murder people. Their life was not set for that from birth. From my point of view, what I saw was there was a great hole in my life. There was a lot missing from my life, and it didn't necessarily mean feelings. It meant I had walled off this emptiness in my life. Okay, I had an upbringing that was some have called dysfunctional. Okay, parents divorced when I was young. My mother started drinking heavily. She was working to raise 3 kids. We were not being cooperative about it. She drank more. She punished us harder, probably out of desperation. So character sets were being developed at that point. Rather than me going to Boy Scouts and getting achievement badges, I was not going to Boy Scouts and not getting achievement badges. I was finding devious ways to get around the rules of the home. Because the whole home life, I watched it deteriorate from what typical kids on the block were doing to coming home from school that I didn't like anyway. And ironically, I have a high IQ. I didn't know that until I was locked up the first time for murder. I always thought I was a little missing up here, a little short. Because I was always called stupid, I'm called slow, don't you think when you do things? That was the problem. I wasn't thinking when I did things. I just did by rote, I did by memory, I did by example. And I had absolutely no faith in myself at all. I had no interaction going on in my own mind. I was not a thinker. I was not an individual. I had a teacher in the 9th grade who changed all that. He made me think. He would not tolerate my not thinking. He was an art teacher. And it was a devastating experience for me because there were gears in my head that were just rusty and they were barely moving or not at all. And that's when I found out that's what the state of my mind's functioning was. I didn't think. To the point of he points at his stapler on his desk and says, what does that say? And I looked at it and I said, Silverline. He says, look again. And he's raving at me. And I looked and it said swing line. All I had to do was look at it and read it. But I glanced at it and threw it back at him out of panic. So he made me think, and he gave me puzzles to work out in school in my class where I had to resolve these to continue on with the class. I had to think. I had to use abstracts. And after that started, that became fascinating to me, so I got more and more involved in thinking.
and about my surroundings and things like that, but by then I was locked up.
Like, what was your relationship with your sister?
Which one?
Yes, the one you were playing strange games at best was one
My
of your
younger
sisters.
sister, yeah. My older sister was 5 years older than me, so she was off with her friends and in a distant relationship. My younger sister's 2 years younger, and I developed some morbid games. My life had started going that way at about 8. We lived in a house where there was a basement. Some people think there was a trap door on that basement. That's not so. That was a different house. It was a walk-in basement, but it was in Montana. It was a full basement, granite walls, hewn wood floorboards. It looked like some old dungeon out of a castle or something. I was 8 years old, 7 and a half, 8 years old, and then I was very susceptible. My imagination was very vivid. And there was an old furnace in the basement that had been converted from burning coal to burning coal and wood to burning gas. And that was a central heating system with your typical radiators. And if you've ever lived in a home like that, you know that the boom, the clang, the pop, the rattles, the weird sounds in the night that can be spooky to a kid. Well, at a certain time of the evening, the family left the center room, the living room of the house. My mother and my sisters, or my sisters themselves, would go up to bed upstairs, where I used to go to bed upstairs. I had to go down to the basement. And an 8-year-old child had a tough time differentiating the reason in that. Why am I going to the basement? I'm going to hell or going to heaven. Earth is the living room. I'm going down to deal with demons and monsters and ghosts and all the things that scare me. They don't have to. There's a house with 3 women and 1 male, 1 boy, me. And I got a little defensive. I'm saying, gee, this is kind of ganging me up. My older sister had a basement bedroom, okay, and it was a storage room. It was about 18 feet wide and 35 feet long, okay. It was a concrete room, no windows. And it had a light bulb over a big industrial iron sink, you know, like a laundry sink, and had a pull string on the light. The bed was in the opposite corner of the room. It was a double bed, not a single bed. And I had a dresser halfway, had a couple of carpets thrown on the floor, old carpets, and there's a lot of storage stuff along the wall. And I was there about 6 months in that room, and I developed some very, very particular and articulate rituals that I felt I had to go through to protect myself. Again, it's embarrassing. I was a youngster, and if you can imagine me going down a staircase of rough hewn wood, there's no guardrail, so 1 step wrong and you're off into this black pit. I turn on the light, it's a little circular light switch, and a single naked bulb goes on at the bottom of these stairs. So I turn that light on, I open the door, I close the door because my mother complains of the cold coming from the basement. I go down the stairs, I get to the bottom, I do a 180-degree turn, and I walk the full length of the house on this floor with these pipes rattling and wheezing and banging over my head. It's pitch black ahead of me, and the only light is behind me hanging down from the ceiling. I'm now cut off from the house, cut off from them. I walk this full length into the darkness, from this radiance of light into complete darkness, groping around in the dark. I do about a 45-degree angle when I get to the end. Then I pull the string, that lights up this end. And then I'm supposed to walk all the way back to the other end, turn that light off, and now walk toward the light from the dark. And I've got this horrible terror going on inside of me. And this is every night. This is every day. It's pitch black down there, no windows. She didn't intend all of this. And when I snibbled about it, when I complained and I cried about it, I got smacked in the head. Now, what's the matter with you? Quit being such a wimp. And she, she was trying to solve the problem. She had
not enough room upstairs to where I didn't have to share a bedroom with a sister. I'm 8 years old. I need to go to the basement.
And what were those morbid games that you played with your sister?
Well, the one I remember, someone talking about in a book, was one that was playing gas chamber or electric chair or something. And we had this big old overstuffed chair up in my room. And it was not just my sister and I, it was my sister and I and a friend, a close friend. We got into all these games. We got into one game where we'd roll up in a rug, and the person would try to get out of it. It was just like a large throw rug. And it was, I guess, what's fascinating to us individually about it is it was a completely, we broke up the monotony, I guess, of what we were doing. Didn't have a lot of toys to play with. We got bored with those pretty quickly, so we looked for things to do. You roll up in the rug, and you try to get out, and the other two would leave the room to see who could get out fastest. You know, you try to work your way out sideways or scoot out the end of it or whatever, and we went from that to being tied in this overstuffed chair with cord or something, or using a sheet or sash or something. And we went through this process. I guess that's back in 1960 when Carol Chessman was executed down in California. We're up in Montana. And so I got, there's a lot of media coverage on that because he was an author, he wrote books that tried to save his life, he'd not killed anybody, why are they executing him? And so that's, I think, where the fascination with that came from, that gas chamber effect. But and I think it overly fascinated some people in relation to this case because it seems so obvious a piece, you know. I'm preparing my mindset for doing deathly kind of things.
Another obvious piece would actually be, I don't know if the story is true, that you beheaded one of your sister's doll and cut off the hands of the doll.
It's interesting you bring that up. I had a cap gun. It was by Mattel, right? Vanner 50 was a very fancy cap gun. I got it in New York City. I went there for one summer with a cousin. And when I came back, my sister was kind of jealous, my little sister. For years, I never really put any value on what happened. Tried to, you know, figure out beyond the obvious what happened in this scenario. But I've since found it plausible to believe that when she was angry or jealous about something, she would fuel her attitude toward resolving something. She hated that cap gun because it came between us as brother and sister. It was something I had that she didn't have. That trip represented something she really wanted, she didn't get, and I did. But very soon after getting back from that trip, she got in an argument with me over something really petty. She got really outraged. She picked up that cap pistol. I said, "Don't throw that." And she threw it right at me. Wham! Hard. It hit the floor and my toe, and it hurt bad. But it broke the gun, the mechanism. It wouldn't work after that. I picked it up. I found that out. It wouldn't cock again and pull the trigger anymore. And that really outraged me. So I said, "So you want to play like that?" And I started running into her room. She said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" She's shrieking and chasing me, right? So I run into her room and I grab up her Barbie doll. It was the one fancy doll she had, the Barbie doll. Everybody has one, right? She had a pair of sewing scissors sitting there and a sewing machine, a sewing kit. I grabbed the scissors out. The head that decapitated pops off. So I popped that off and said, "Well, that's going to go right back on. That's no damage." So I took the scissors and I cut the hands off the doll. I said, "Here, now you got a toy that doesn't work too good. I got a toy that doesn't work too good." That was my attitude. It wasn't quite just me going and, dismembering her doll. Again, I think that's a little bit too quick an assignation. It's not me to judge these professionals. But when they look at me here on Monday morning after the football game and they say, "Gee, here's all these little parts of the puzzle," oh, this indicates what he was going to do. And if that's the case, I want to know about the teenage kid or the preteen kids and the puberty, the pre and post-puberty kids. They're going through these raging moods and attitudes. They go out and kill neighborhood cats. They hang them up from a telephone pole or hang them up from a tree, shoot them full of arrows and set fire to them. I was reading about that in Dear Abby. Where are those children today? Are they serial killers? Or are they police chiefs and mayors and aldermen and assembly? But I'm saying there are periods when kids go through very violent development potentially violent. They break things, they steal things, they lie, they go through these changes. Yet I've had these people, one or two doctors in particular who I won't go into, who very casually just slapped all these assignations on him and said, well, of course, if you run into a kid that's doing this kind of thing, you've got a developing serial killer, you've got to put him in treatment real quick and save his life, right? To a point, I agree with them that someone who's acting out and has a dysfunctional childhood, or has just gone through a dysfunctional childhood and hasn't gotten violent yet, or is heading toward that direction, passive-aggressive. Violence was the last thing I exhibited, and then it was murderous violence. Okay? So, sure, there's a lot of value in getting youngsters like that help to where they can find themselves, and they can find value in themselves, and they can find value in interacting with others, and they go in a different direction than what I do. But to just sit there and casually lay these, I guess that bothers my ego. I don't know. These people have not worked with me year after year. The psychiatrists and psychologists I deal with are in a prison setting. They're there 8 hours a day. They have to deal with me every day. If I am their patient and I screw up, they can kiss their job goodbye. I mean, they're going to do a lot of hell on them for not seeing this in advance and saying, oh, we should lock him up. He might be violent. Right? And any psych out there, any professional out there is going to tell you, I think, that if they are going into my mind, into my past, into my feelings, that there's a potential there for acting out or getting uncontrolled or being violent, because they're stripping away the veneer of my civilization. They're stripping away the veneer of the protection of myself. And there's a lot of things that can come jumping out of it. And then to walk out of that therapy setting into this kind of a setting, prison, where it's very violent, it's very aggressive, it's a distilled kind of medium that you might encounter on a street corner somewhere, the street corner thug, the street corner punk, or the alleyway where someone is going to take terrible advantage of you or put you in a terrible situation that you may have to be violent to get out of. That's this mainline. That's where all these guys go. And I'm going to walk out of a therapy session where this man has been peeling my mind, so to speak, and getting into my psyche and my soul and finding out what makes me tick, or trying to help put me back together, or help try to put me together for the first time. And then I'm going to walk out of that into this meeting. That's not very conducive to good health. I'm aware of that going into the situation. So I'm twice as leery as the doctor is. But unfortunately, he's got all of these mindsets and these theories and these books he's read and that he's trained under. And I guess what has happened in my life kind of jumps out of the book a few chapters ahead. And the way I've experienced it, the psychs don't want to go that far. They don't want to come out there and work the pages back into the book so that I fit in there too. Or my kind of criminal fits into there too. They kind of just stand on the edge of the book and they put on their feathers, they put on their paint, and they get their rattles and they hop around and they go into the witch doctor routine. And that I resent, and unfortunately so do they. When they have to put on their rattles and put their crosses up and say, he's evil, get him away from us. He'll take advantage of us and he'll rape, pillage, and burn, right? So guess what? That's where I'm on the cutting edge of humanity. I find out now, it doesn't matter that I find this out because I've already been cast out by society. So any things I find out or discover, or even beautiful little things I discover about the ability of the human spirit to heal itself just to an extent enough where you can make friendships, you can form bonds, you can cry when someone dies of AIDS, or you can feel bad when a friend gets injured or killed by someone else. See what I'm saying? Or grows old and dies, unable to go back out to the streets because they won't let him out early and he's dying. That kind of thing. And the feeling that develops, it can develop hard, wicked feelings, it can develop some very tender and some very sad feelings. And then you're trying to deal with the widow of that man through the mail, the very restrictive mail procedures we have here. See, we're not supposed to co-correspond across these lattices of relationship.
It's tough to deal with, but you know what? That's my world now. That's what allows me to be sane. Let's call quote-unquote sane. That's what allows me to function as a human being, is not doing time with these incredible constraints that I've caused to be on me. It's living my life, right, with the limitations that I've caused to happen. Living my life is different every time. Because then there's the ability to work into that picture positive things, giving things back, like working in the Blind Project, the Volunteers of Africa, where we read books on the tape for the blind all over the United States, and sometimes in foreign countries. I participated in that program for the last 14 years. I started out with very, very little involvement, reading books, working on deep baseballs for blind sports, doing some clerk work, working on their newsletter, and different jobs. Become a reader supervisor, teaching guys how to read the books on the tape, and all the way up to the point where I became the coordinator, which is the lead man there. It's the guy that's in charge of making sure everything works right all the time. And when I first went into that activity, they were saying there were things I could never do. To ask you a question about your interview, did you see a trophy case when you came in?
Yes.
Out in the foyer, there's a trophy case. Take a look at it. There's several trophies in there, and a couple of them have my name on them. And the reason is, I'm asking you that, there's a big 40-inch trophy in there. It's a triple-tier trophy, very impressive looking. That's the Volunteer of the Year Award. Okay. And it has a little swoosh on the front of it, on a brass plaque that says, this award is given to the person who most epitomizes what they stand for. You know, the help, the service to the handicapped, visually impaired. And this is a very time-honored award. Okay, they've been in existence now for 31 years. I've been in that group for 14 of those years. And when the first couple of years I was there, I used to like, the trophy case used to be in the Blind Project, okay, and I used to walk up and I'd look at that trophy, and I'd never had a trophy in my life. I'd never had a ribbon, I'd never had a plaque, none of that stuff. I'd never tried for it.
Well, you had the Junior Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, yeah. I forgot, they don't call that though. They had to get rid of that name because the Chamber of Commerce took offense to that. JCs. Yeah, United States JCs. At one point was the youngest JC in America because I was 19 when I was put in as a member who couldn't vote. So by the time I was 20, I was on the board of directors. Yeah, okay. No trophies, no plaques, and things like that. I got some certificates. But that was, again, that was in the institution. That's where I'm learning to achieve. I've developed a better image of self and those around me, and I really started cooking. I started doing things real positive. I felt good about it. And that continued on to the streets. I went to the JCs on the streets. But as my relationship, I was pretty old to my mother, okay? What these experts don't notice in the picture of, I haven't seen it in writing, it could be somewhere, that when I was 14 years old, I ran away from my mother. They mention that. But if you look at it in the overall picture, why did I run away? I wanted to be with my father. that's a very topical approach to it. I wanted to get away from my mother because I was dreaming, thinking, fantasizing murder all day long. I couldn't get it out of my head. She and I couldn't battle with her because I was very intimidated by her. She's 6 feet tall, she weighs 2 1/4, 225 pounds. She's not a fat woman, she's just this great big woman who I was terrified of. She had verbal capabilities you wouldn't believe. I used to watch her field strip grown men in emotional little contests. And when they get to the point where they wanted to smack us, then she started attacking them on beating women. Oh, slap the woman around, you know. And then she'd toy with them on that. And I'd watch these guys dance around the room having fits, knocking out windows, punch a hole in the door, and stomp off. And she could control people like that. I'm sitting there watching that in awe from the one point of view and in terror from the other. I grew up with this stuff. She did that to my dad when they were always battling before the divorce. I'm not trying to put on her what happened to the girls or to her. But I'm saying there was a lot of psychological involvement there.
Did you feel early on?
I got in the legs. One time I turned around shrieking and she hit me in the mouth. And the little keeper on the clasp flew off, little silver buckle thing. And she smacked me. This thing breaks off on my mouth. Right? She hits me across the face with this belt and says, "Shut up, the neighbors are going to think I'm beating you." I'm looking at her, what? You know? I'm not supposed to cry out, which is a natural reaction to these great red welts that are going on. I was a little shit. I got moved downstairs. She took me upstairs and beat the hell out of me. I would like to think it was a better part of my character that was resisting this kind of pressure to fit into some mold that she had the image of as being a good little kid. I'll be damned if I'm going to be a good little kid. I'm getting the hell beat out of me for not being that little kid. I got what you call it, resistant to it. But again, it's not in manly ways or in prideful ways. It was sneaky little devious ways. I'd get around that. And one of the ways was she won't give me an allowance. I'll take money out of her purse. I never robbed her, took all of it. I take a dime here, a quarter there, 15 cents there, 50 cents here. She comes in drunk at night. She's not going to know how much change she has. So to rebound on that, she started counting her money at all kinds of odd times to keep on top of me. And she was like a game we played for years. At the age of 13, she finally lets me go visit my father. Okay, down in LA, where I was born. I'm in Montana, where she was born. I don't like Montana. It's cold in the winter, it's hot in the summer, it's miserable, and the people up there are nice people, but they're not my people. That's what I'm saying now. I wasn't viewing or voicing those things then. I was feeling them, but I didn't know how to put them into words. So I finally get to come down and see my dad again, down in LA. All right, 1 month. I never touched her purse again. That scared her. That really bothered her because she beat me halfway senseless with that belt, trying to impress and terror tactics. Okay, we're going to eat dinner and I'm going to beat your ass afterwards. You know, so I could think about it for a half hour. Or after some little thing she's doing. And she tried psychological tactics. She tried, I'm going to put you in an orphanage, I'm going to disavow you, and none of that shit worked. So I go see my dad for 30 days, and my stepbrother and I will go out in the lawns. We say, "Gee, Dad, you're going out to dinner tonight, can we go someplace?" And he says, "Sure, give us a few dollars. We'll go down to some little diner down the street." He treated us like little men, like he wanted to be treated by he came from a matriarchal household too. I guess if you know how that stuff runs in families, right? Matriarchal household, the son goes out and finds a mother image and marries her. I didn't know all this stuff back then. It would have made a lot more sense, right? But I got this domineering grandmother on my father's side. I got this domineering grandmother on my mother's side who died before I was born. But now she's reincarnated in my mother and her sister, my aunt. They're two very domineering, very aggressive, very successful women. Okay, so these two women are in terrible conflict with each other, competition, you know, and we didn't get along at all. All right, so I'm in the middle of that, trying to find my way.
and I go stay with my dad. And I can only say he reflected back on his childhood and said, gee, I wish I'd been treated this way. So that's how he treated me and my stepbrother. We responded to that. We'd go, if we needed spending money, we would go out and we'd do tasks around the neighborhood, clean yards, rake this, mow that, water the flowers, and make a few dollars, and we'd have some fun. Okay, and then sometimes he'd ask us to do something. We'd do it because he was always fair with us, and kind, and he was generous with us. So 30 days of doing this opened up whole new feelings in me that I'd never had before. And I wish I'd had more experience with my father growing up so I could orient more to being tall around not tall peers. There was I call it an artificial paranoia that developed. Why walk into a room, everybody stops and looks at me because I'm the tallest guy they've seen or the tallest guy in the room. They stop and they look. And ironically, the average or short guy is sitting over there looking at me with a great resentment because he wants that attention. I've got it. He thinks it's really neat because he's looking at it from a vicarious position. He doesn't realize there's thorny sides to that attention. I don't want that attention. I want to just blend into the room. I just want to kind of sidle in. So I see two kinds of tall men or tall male or tall female personalities. Those who are very passive because of all of this thrust on them, or who are very aggressive and they use that and they apply it towards ends. You know, like the little guy who goes out and becomes the bank president, and he's the champion this and did that, never saw the fourth grade. Yeah, because he's real aggressive because he's denied all those little attentions. He has to grab them and he has to go out there and put himself in the limelight. I get it naturally, so there's resentment. And little guys tormented me all the time I'm growing up.
Did you feel like an outsider, an outcast early on?
I always felt like an outsider, and it's again because I didn't ever fit in. I moved around a lot. I went to different schools when I was in Los Angeles from age 5 till 7. When I'm going to kindergarten, first grade, second grade, I got in trouble in public school. And I look fondly back on those times because that's when I was acting out and I was normal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I went around and kidnapped people in classrooms or broke windows out. We didn't get into stuff like that. But I was tardy and I was messing around and I was recalcitrant and I was getting bad marks for it. And my parents were getting called by the PTA. But you know what? That's a hell of a lot better than a few years later when I'm real spooky and I'm real quiet and nobody ever hears from me and I'm in school and I go home and very few people knew me. Because I'm in that basement, and now I'm pulling into myself, and now things are getting very morbid in their orientation. I start becoming fascinated with things evolving around death and destruction and evil and all of that. I'm not saying I became a Satan worshiper because I didn't. I was afraid of evil things, afraid of those powers that we all don't understand. And as a little kid, you know, I had a very, very strange orientation to those. I mean, it wasn't rational.
What were your fantasies at that time? Morbid fantasies?
Yeah, what, about age 8 or 9?
Or later on when you said you were thinking all the time about death?
What I was fantasizing about, I was building up big loads of frustration inside, big loads of hatred, because I had no outlet for it. I should have developed outlets, but I didn't know how at that time. So the outlets that developed themselves, or I developed without knowing it, were fantasies about me being the last. I got that out of a school book. This thing of being the last person alive on the world. And the thing that was posed to me in this textbook was social studies. And it was meant to play upon the loneliness youngsters can feel. And it's a very uncomfortable feeling. And you can't have love and you can't have adventure and you can't have excitement without being able to share it with other people, because that's where a lot of the dimension comes from. Okay, so they pose this thing of, what if you were the last person in the world and you had all these cars and airplanes and boats and ships and things to do, but nobody to share it with, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? And I thought, hey, that's a thought. I never thought of that. So it became a seed, like a little core to fantasies for me. Some mysterious thing has happened and everybody else is gone, and I got all these things I can do, no inhibitions, no restrictions, I can do what I want, I don't feel that anymore. Okay, that soon became very hollow. So I built upon that and added to it. Well, people were still around, but they were inanimate. They couldn't affect me. They couldn't hurt me. And then it went further and further and further, till finally, by the time I'm reaching puberty, I'm approaching puberty, and I'm starting to sense myself, and I've already been accosted by a girlfriend, not sexually, physically, but emotionally. She's trying to, she was a little ahead of me. We're the same age, but she was pretty aggressive, and she's a beautiful young girl. But I wasn't ready for that kind of relationship, and I was scared by it. She kind of cowed me into backing away from the relationship altogether, because she wanted to get physical. She wanted to kiss and to neck and to smooch and imitate what she saw in older kids. And that kind of terrified me, because I didn't understand the feelings inside. At one point, your sister teased you also about the woman school teacher. And you said if I wanted to kiss her, I had to have to kill her first. Yeah, that had been you can imagine how that goes, the deep dark secrets that one sibling shares with another. It's troubling inside of me, so that was from that period, that more advanced period where people were still there, they just weren't animate. They could not react or respond to what I was feeling or what I was sharing, because what I was sharing was very embarrassing, very humiliating. It's hard to talk about now, really, because it's obviously it affects how a person feels about himself. But it's not too hard to get around that, because then I look at the wreckage I have behind me, the dead people, caused by my self-indulgence in fantasy life, and then my self-indulgence of not doing something about it, like getting help or taking action against myself. A lot of people commit suicide at an early age, and they don't understand why, and a lot of times, again, by troubled parents and school counselors, they'll water it down into, well, he couldn't adjust, and he was having a difficult time, so he took his life. I would not want to say too casually that they're probably pretty lucky you did. Not in every case, not even in most cases, but in some of those cases, you might have had some very inwardly violent young people that they had, on the one hand, prospect of they're about to act out, and on the other, in a very violent way or a very unsocial and socially abhorrent way. And on the other hand, they keep holding it in. And they say, I can't do that. So they, sometimes they kill themselves. I played with death. One of my favorite tricks back then was to go out and lay in front of the cars, in the traffic. I'm walking down the sidewalk with a friend, it's a roustabout friend. And we're clowning around about something. I'll say, hey, check this out. I'll go lay in the street. Like a strip. I'll lay in the street like I got run over. And a car comes driving by, and of course I'm expecting this guy isn't drunk. I'm expecting this guy isn't slightly demented and say, hey, there's a kid laying in front of me. Yeah, it's his fault. Don't, just shift gears going over. They always stop, and they do jump out of the car and get all upset when I get up and walk off or run away. And, but it was a little game we played. He didn't go lay in front of the car, so I was doing that. I laugh now because it's embarrassing, but it indicated, I think, how little I thought of myself. I think it indicated that a part of me would rather I got run over right then than I pursue what I was continuing to pursue in my life because, you know, looking at myself and how it's developing inside, nothing good could come of that.
And you had also great admiration for John Wayne.
He looked a lot like my dad. And he acted a lot like my dad. My dad was kind of a big, loud guy. Actually, John Wayne was 6'4", had very little tiny feet. My dad was 6'7". He had little tiny feet. And you notice how comedians, when they imitate how John Wayne walked, there's this rambling thing with the hips waving, and they always do this trick. You ever wonder why? He didn't just pick that way to walk. I found, quite by accident, that very big men with very little feet, who have abnormally small feet, have a tough time balancing, and it's a little balancing act they're going through. I went to Grauman's Chinese Theater after it was renamed, and I went and checked all those different footprints out, and here I'd grown up as a kid, not a very tall kid, looking at other people being like this, much shorter than me. In my mind's eye, it was all balanced. When I saw pictures of other kids in me, or other people in me, and there's this great difference. It was always shocking to me too, because I never saw it that way. But here I went and I watch all these movies and TV programs, and I see these people as being bigger than me because I'm a youth. And then I go to this physical exhibit where it shows their foot size. And I step on John Wayne's boot print with his cowboy boot, and my shoe completely covers it over. It's gone. When I was 14 years old, I had bigger feet than he did. You know? When I was 14 years old, I had bigger feet than my father. I was 6'3½", he's 6'7". He works on a construction site as an electrician. I'm going to junior high school. We go to Kenny's to get the same kind of Oxford shoes, black Oxfords. I wear a 14½, excuse me. I wear a 12½, he wears a 12. Alright? In the mix-up of getting up and going to work and going to school in the morning, he comes running around the house looking for his shoes, he grabs mine. I can't find mine, so I go running around the house and I grab his. And all day long I'm walking around with his pinched feet, I got blisters developing. He's flopping around at work, half a size too big in his shoe, and he says, "God damn it, got my kid's shoes again." And they're all saying, "Gee, big Ed, you know, your kid, you got his shoes on and you're flopping around in them," and he thought that was great. Well, that was a big laugh, right? Hey, I was kind of proud of that too, following in father's footsteps. When I was 14 years old, I put his old army jacket on, his Class A uniform. I put his jacket on, and if I had pulled my shoulders forward, I would have ripped it right up the back. Because I had broader shoulders than he had. My head's larger than his is. I have a very large head. I wear an 8 3/4 helmet for a motorcycle. 8 3/4 is very big. It's hard to find a helmet like that.
And actually, what's strange is that another serial killer from Santa Cruz, Herb Millen, grew up hating John Wayne, actually.
I wouldn't blame him. I was in a jail cell right next to him for months, and I was in prison up in the hole here, in the lockup, for going on 3 years with him, about 2.5 years. And at one point I got him a job in the kitchen. I was already on the kitchen crew, and the sergeant pulled me aside and asked me to talk to the guys about him coming on the crew, because he'd alienated a lot of the guys and they were afraid of their violence. So I talked to them and there was no problem, so they brought him out to the crew. He worked a few months, he goes to the main line. I'm still sitting in the hole saying, "Geez, what happened here?" You know, I knew Herb, and I don't call him Herbert Mullen, and of course I don't call myself Edmund Emil Kemper III. I never heard that in my life until I was locked up for murder. But little Herbie was, when I met him in Redwood City Jail, okay, our first meeting was I bumped him out of the priority cell, where they could look from the office and see through the steel door, the glass in the door, and see him physically, or they could watch the monitor and watch him. He got bumped next door. There was a shower in the priority cell. He never had to leave the cell. For him to shower from the other cell, he had to go out into the main area. They had to lock everybody in one of the, I guess you call them tanks. Move 15 guys, 30 guys out of the tank into the activity area, They'd walk him around into their tank, he'd shower, he'd come back out, and all the way over there and all the way back, they're catcalling him, they're calling him names, they're yelling, because he caused them great interruption in their day, right? He resented that. He got bumped out of the priority cell into a non-shower cell. I got the shower cell, right? So he wasn't too friendly at first. And I'd say, excuse me, Mr. Mullen. I said, do you have a bar of soap? There's no soap over here. He took it all with him. He had no need for it, but he took it with him. And then he'd say yes, and I'd say, well, can I use a bar of it? He said, no. I'd say, well, I got one of these little shits here. And then what it is, he's a little wimpy guy that hates big guys because he always feels intimidated by them. Right? And that's how we started out. So I started thinking about that, man. I went back to college relationships and therapy and group therapy and Tascadero and youth authority and stuff, and I'm saying, okay, well, we can deal with this. So I said, well, I have to be kind to him. So I found out something he liked. He loved Planters peanuts, little bags of peanuts, shelled peanuts, and so I bought 20, 30 bags of them. I didn't care for them myself. And I offered him some one day. And they were both on camera 24 hours a day. So I said, Herbie, would you like some peanuts? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, I got to him, right down the inner cord. Yeah, this little childhood thing comes out. Oh, here. And he was fascinated by this thought of, gee, he's just giving me some peanuts and I didn't do anything for him. I don't know him. You know, not being nice to him. Why would he give me some peanuts? So he comes over to the bars. We can't even see each other. And I reach out with these peanuts around the side, and I see this little hand come out. And I thought of it almost as a little monkey paw. That's what it seemed like. So innocent, and this little hand comes out, starts to reach for the peanuts, and then he hesitated. And then he pulls back. And I thought, oh, geez, he's too defensive. He's thinking I'm going to grab his hand, rip his arm off or something. I'm this great big guy, right? So without saying anything, I just reached around and I laid him on the bars and pulled my hand away. And he took them and enjoyed them and all of that. And I'd say later, I said, gee, Herb, did you get all those peanuts? He said, no, I still got some left. I said, well, I got plenty more. I said, go ahead and enjoy them. So what I did is I started giving him bags of peanuts. And he had this horrible habit. This guy's back in the tank, and he and I are in these cells facing them through three sets of bars. And I can't see him, and he can't see me. I don't know where on the set of bars he is. The set of bars is maybe 9 feet wide and, 8 or 9 feet high. And when he would get acting up, he'd sit there for hours, writing and writing at this little desk. And the other guys were ignoring him. So that night they're watching Saturday Night Special, with all this rock music playing and stuff, and they're enjoying it. He'd get up and make this real loud speech about how bad television is for him, why you shouldn't watch it, all the things it'll do to him. And they're having fits. They're trying to throw things at him. They can't get at him. They're raging. They're mad because he's destroying the one thing they really enjoy. And he's just having a ball doing this. He'll sit for hours all day writing this 2-hour speech, exactly as long as it takes to watch that show. So he'd also sit over there and sing these horrible songs. He couldn't sing a lick at all. He's singing these horrible songs. And one time I was in the car coming back to Redwood City, and a cop got so upset at the singing he was doing in the back of the station wagon. He turns around with his can of mace and says, I've had it, get out of the way, Kemper. And I said, hey, wait a minute. You're going to get me with that stuff. He's trying to mace the guy in the back of the car because he won't shut up. And he's trying to get him to shut up, and the guy just ignores him. He has this way of really getting in people's nerves. So he pulls these little stunts, these horrible songs and the speeches and things. And I said, Herbie, why do you do stuff like that? And he says, I have a right to do what I want to do. Yeah, okay, right. So I started this, what they call just real basic behavior modification therapy. Okay, I'd had a little bit of psychology study. I'd worked in the psych testing area in Tascadero. I knew some of these things. So I set up a very basic and very essential, just bare minimum behavior mod experiment, behavior modification, right? You reward them when they're good, you punish them when they're bad, and that you're absolutely accurate when you do these things. Quick punishment when they do bad, and quick reward when they do good. Supposedly, this is supposed to attack you at a subliminal level, a subconscious level, and you don't have a lot of control over your reactions, so that will improve your behavior, essentially. And then they have these great elaborate experiments, like in Youth Authority when I went through, where they try these things. So what I did is, when he was bad, I'd get a cup full of water, a styrofoam cup, and I'd reach around and I'd throw it on him. And it's embarrassing, and it also gets his papers wet, and, you know. So we got in this cat and mouse game. When he was good, I'd give him peanuts, and I'd try to gas him when he was bad. It's called gassing. Throw this water on him. And he'd duck all over the house. I couldn't figure out where he was at, so I kept missing him. So what I did is I waited one day till I knew he was asleep, or I suspected he was. And I called one of the guys over to the bars from the place in the back, the tank. And I went like this. And I says, and he reads it. He says, and I call him over to the bars, and I said, hey, I said, I'm going to work something out where I can get Herbie these cups of water, and he can't figure out how I'm doing it. And I says, I just thought of a way. He says, what's that? And I said, I want you to set up a grid on the bars where you're at. Put a little piece of string, or a little piece of plastic, or a little something he won't notice. Count over how many bars there are on your cell front. And then from the wall, go over that far on your set and set up boundaries. And then when I give you a signal, there will be a hand signal. Very casually walk over, don't look at me, just casually walk over and drape yourself on the bars where he's at, so I'll know. And if he's back away from the bars, go back that far and position yourself so it's grid, it's targeted grid. So he would do this, and Herbie hear me turn the water on, or maybe I'd have some already set up, and I'd reach through the bars and I'd blast him. I got him every time. And he couldn't figure out how all of a sudden I got so accurate, you know? And it was without fail. I'd get him with that water, wham! And, you know, it's embarrassing, and everybody's laughing back there, and good shot in, and all that stuff. And then I'd ask him if he'd do something, hey, can we do this, or whatever, you know, and he'd participate in something with me, I'd give him peanuts. It was bad, he gets blasted with water. This went on for 2 or 3 weeks. And he actually got away from the bad behaviors when he said, hey, I want to sing. And I says, well, hey, guys in the back, do you mind if he sings? Oh, we don't want to hear that shit, man. I said, hey, you want to hear it now, or do you want to hear it tonight when you're watching the show? Yeah, okay, so go ahead, Herbie, sing.
What did you sing?
And he'd sing for 30, 40 seconds, and he'd get bored and say, gee, I don't want to do this. You know, because the fun was gone out of it. But the point is, it got a handle on his behavior. And the cops are watching this. The deputies are on camera watching me. I mean, they're on the monitors watching every move I'm making, right? And they're fascinated. They're watching this thing going back and forth with me and Herbie. They're not involving themselves. They're just watching. And after a while, one of them came in and said, Herbie is completely cooperative now. He's not messing around. Because I've been, as we're talking, these little frictions out between he and I. I'm showing him some insights into why people don't like him, showing him some insights into what his behavior is causing in them. And he had realized by that point that it was just, he was reacting to how people are reacting to him, and it's just a self-perpetuating thing. And it was the only way he could get out his negative feelings. And I said, well, why don't you pose on the positive? Focus on the positive instead, and the negative will go away. I don't think anybody ever did that with him before, because he responded real well to it. And later when we were up here in the hole together, and we weren't even supposed to be together, they didn't want us together, but we were up in the hole together. I was the only guy he could talk to. A lot of pain inside, he had a lot of anguish inside, he had a lot of hate inside, and it was addressed at people he didn't even know because he didn't dare do anything to the people he knew, because he was aware of all of the structure around that, and that would be the end of his life. And so I started, the way I found out about these things is I would pose little comments or questions aimed at him as we're sitting up there on the tier, on the concrete floor, sitting there against the wall, talking to one another. And I would say, how did you feel? You know, what did you bought that little Saturday Night Special 22. I says, did you ever go out shooting with that? You know, just target shooting? He says, well, not much. And I say, well, try this on. You loaded it up, you went out, you set up bottles, you set up cans, you set them around in little areas right around close. You practice shooting them real fast. And he looks at me all shocked. He says, how do you know that? I said, because that's what I used to do. Those were people, those weren't cans and bottles, and he never told anybody. So he got all fascinated about how I was able to read his mind and stuff. I wasn't. I saw a kindred spirit there, somebody who was doing something very similar to what I was doing as a child. He went to mental institutions, and he went through these processes where these doctors told him what was wrong with him, and these doctors treated things that they decided were wrong with him, and he just sat back very passively and went through these treatments, and they had almost no effect on him, because he didn't dare say what was really going on in his head, because they would cast him off somewhere. He'd be totally separated from the human race, and there were certain things he and certain things I enjoyed in being in the human race and being part of the human race. We weren't willing to let go of. So that was that little desperate hanging on. So here comes these professionals saying, oh, this is wrong with you, little lad, and this is wrong with you, and we're going to fix this up, and okay, I'm goes out and buys a gun and starts killing people. And I talk about what happened when he killed those people. Oh, they fell dead. I said, no, they did this, they did that, they gargled, and some of them kept moving like you hadn't even shot them. And we shot him again, and he says, how did you know this? You weren't there. And I says, I know. I never told anybody that. I know. I was there on my own trip. I know what happened. Don't give me that bullshit about earthquakes. Don't give me that crap about God was telling you. I says, you couldn't even be talking to me now if God was talking to you, because of the pressure I'm putting on you right now. These little shocking insights into what you do. God would start talking to you right now if you were really that kind of little. Because I grew up with people like that. Where? In a maximum security hospital for the criminally insane. Adults. I was 15 years old when I went there.
To go back before that time, when you ran away from your mother and went to your grandmother.
No, went to my father.
Yes, but afterwards.
Yeah.
When you went to your grandmother, you were 14, I think. Why did you feel you had to kill her?
That was an outburst. It wasn't a head, felt I had to. I went up there hoping, I didn't go there for one thing, I got left there. We went there for Christmas from my father's in LA. We went up to the mountains to stay for Christmas, and I got left behind. I was having friction with my stepbrother and my stepmother. There was problems there. We were vying for his interests, vying for his love. They were desperate because they're the new family. I'm desperate because I've never had the man in my life. I wanted my father's love. I wanted his approval. I wanted his recognition. And we all got very greedy and desperate at that time, so we fought each other a lot. And it was a lot of friction, and he couldn't handle that, so he got rid of me. I was old family. I was already a failure, so, I got parked up in the mountains. There's a lot of dressing on it, window dressing and things, but I was up there with them for 10 months. At first it was okay, because it was the calm of being away from Montana. There wasn't the hellish stuff. I was going to a good school. As the months went on, the veneer went away. My grandmother had made agreements with me from the gate that she wouldn't get into little humiliating mind games with me like my mother and stepfather had done, right? And I agreed I wouldn't do certain things, and then this mind game stuff started up. She decides she's going to raise me like she raised her 3 sons, and she's going to get rid of all this negative crap that my mother put on me. She's recognizing it as something that my mother put on me, and I don't know that it wasn't. Some of it was, but a lot of it was my inability to deal with complex, critical, psychological situations. I could not deal with them. So I resisted it. I ran away. That was my answer, to run. I ran from the people in Montana. I ran from my mother in Montana. I let my father's heart me up there to get away from the strife in LA. Now I'm stuck. All the bridges are burned because my grandparents are there 24 hours a day. I can't run from them. She never let me get out of her sight for more than an hour without yelling my name out to see where I was. She was convinced I wanted to go down the mountain into town, Little North Fork, to hang around with kids, rowdies and stuff. and be a juvenile delinquent. So she would never let me go down there on my own. She never let me leave the property. And it started simmering, I guess. It started building the passions and the tensions. I started developing the fantasies toward her from my mother, killing her. And then the decapitation fantasies were even there. They were in place by then already. And
What's those fantasies?
What were they? Possessing the severed heads of women. Men didn't turn me on. That wasn't I couldn't appreciate the appearances of a guy. I see movies as a youth, and I'm seeing up. This was not common, but it was a frequent feature in some movies where they use a shock effect. They'll have someone get their head cut off, or there's a head sitting there when they come around the corner or open the drawer or something. And it went from, that got caught up in my morbid fascination. I made a comment and someone wrote about it that when I was young, I was about 8 or 9 years old, I went to this little it was like at a record store or something, and they had this crowd of kids there, and there was a magic show. And this guy, you've probably seen it, the fake guillotine, hand pressed, and they put the potato there, and someone puts their neck in the blade, and they slam the thing down, and the potato down below chops in two, but the person's head doesn't fall off, right? And everybody gets very fascinated by that. Oh my God. And then when he puts the blade in place and he pushes it down, it goes through that neck hole. But it never chops anybody's head off. Okay, so he wanted to volunteer I'm not standing in this crowd watching this show. And he wanted to volunteer out of the audience. And some quite beautiful little 16-year-old girl gets up there and this big laugh and, all giddy and stuff. And I start getting caught up in this. I said, wow. Right at that moment, I departed reality because logically, I should have been able to ascertain that could not happen. You're not going to get away with chopping somebody's head off in the middle of Montana, the capital city. But the concept of it was so raw and it was titillating. I said, wow, gee, gotta watch this. And he had her girlfriend come over and put her hands there to catch her head so it wouldn't fall in the basket, And he was making jokes about this. I got caught up in this interplay between normal concerns. You don't want to get a bump on her head. Well, hey, if you're chopping her head off, it doesn't matter. Right? And this is catching in my mind somehow. I was like, wow. And naturally, everybody let out a shriek, and they're all excited and oh wow, and as he chops and the potato falls and her head doesn't go into place, and he unlocks the brace and she gets out laughing and he gives her some little prize for coming up and participating in the experiment. That's the first time I'd ever seen a show like that. You see things like that on TV, it's one thing, but to be there and watch things like that, you get more caught up in it. And I went from there. That became another piece. That's the only way I can really, the only event in my life that I can align that fascination with was the fact that she was a very alluring young lady. I'm coming close to approaching puberty. I think I did it a little early because between the ages of about 10 and 13, I was going through some incredible emotional shifts. And they say that going into puberty for young men and girls, I guess, is a very upheaving time in their lives. And without a lot of positive input from parental or adult figures, it can go in some really wild directions. In my case, it was embedded in this negative orientation thing. I would go back to my basement bedroom and I would fantasize to protect myself. I'd go off into fantasy worlds that got vengeance on my enemies. It got even with the bullies who picked on the kids in me in school. It got even with someone who slighted me. Even adults, they talk in various relationships how we have our darker side, and there's things that you have thought, as an example, that you never want to share with anybody because they're so cruel or they're so unspeakably out of sync with what's going on that you would be too ashamed to share it with someone. Like, boy, I'd like to knock his head off, or I'd like to kill this guy. She's such a bitch, you know. We all do that. I didn't know that. So I'm adding to the problem, the impetus of this negative orientation. I must be a really evil little kid because I'm thinking all these horrible things. I was thinking of them in increasing amounts and increasing frequency, so it's a kind of conditioning. And negative conditioning that I wasn't aware of other than effect. I noticed that if I worked on a certain scenario, a certain kind of pattern into my fantasies, right, after a while it became numb, it became insignificant, it became not enough. So I had to add embellishments to it, a new level. And it just very subtle, but over many, many years it just kept growing more and more. I've known young people that I've been able to talk to honestly and known them well enough and friendly enough over enough years share with me because it was real importance to me to know where I dove off the deep end. And they would admit that sometimes they went off into happier orientations. They had a period where they went off into some real morbid or negative fascinations, but they grew out of it, quote unquote, grew out of it. It stopped providing a service that they needed. It stopped filling a hole or a gap. Or, let's say an adult came along and started sharing something with them or showed them a new avenue of acting out that completely obliterated that need or vacated, and they let it go. I didn't. The adult wasn't there. My mother was there. She was there to beat me. She was there to humiliate me. She was there to use me as an example of how inferior men are. And that was a great little lady there. She kind of preceded this female movement we have now of getting rights, of getting equal rights, of getting equal standing, of getting equal presence in various theaters.
You have experimented
I'm finding out the hard way what women's rights, women's antagonism. I mean, women are drunk about things like that. They get upset about the belittlements they get and the lack of equal qualification that they have, that they experience. Unfortunately, my mother developed, and it's not fair to talk about a dead person that way. They can't defend themselves. They can't give you another perspective on what really happened. I can only surmise. But to try to be fair, looking back on it, I'm seeing that she was making an effort to balance her pain with what she was experiencing. And if you look at her dad, he's a wimp. He never did anything. Mom did everything, you know, so she oriented toward her. So she comes out doing that stuff. I find out in sociological studies and psychological studies, that's normal. Not necessarily healthy, but that happens. And my dad, being the wimp out of his family, goes and finds my mom, who's the dynamo out of her family, and they get married, and it'll either work or it won't. And in his case, it didn't work because she kept hammering on him. She wanted him to change this. She wanted him to change that, and he couldn't handle that. After 13 years, he'd had enough. What I resented was I had a mother, I had a father. Father worked, he brought in a big paycheck. We had a nice house, we had friends, we went to school, right? We had birthdays, we had Christmas, we had vacations. He had Saturday night with the poker buddies out in the guest house by the garage. We were living pretty good. And she absolutely hated that. This stereotypical response of this deadhead, this buttonhead she's married to, of wanting to go out and play cards in a smoke-filled room, drinking beer and with these old war buddies. See, I had another problem. My father was in the 1st Special Service Force in World War II. They did a book in a movie called The Devil's Brigade. He was a combat sergeant in that group. And he volunteered for that as a single man. They would not take married men. That's how my parents met. She was working as a secretary in Helena, Montana, the capital city. He's a few miles out of town at an old, retired, closed-down cavalry fort for the U.S. Army that was reopened as a secret base for these guys to train out of at Fort William Henry Harrison, just outside of town. They got to know each other. They quite, it wasn't secretly, but it was very quietly got married, because if they'd have known he got married, he'd have been kicked out of the group. This is what was described as a suicide brigade. 5,000 men trained in all those devastation ways, right? He goes off to war, and he does some horrible things. He can't talk about those things.
What you're about to see is true. No actors have been used.
Everything that has happened to you has been part of a pre-planned program with the object in view of breaking you down or...
Well, sure, maybe not totally, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's total.
Would it be fair to say that you feel that what is wrong outside you?
As a result of the outside pressures.
Now, I'd also...
I will like to go further than that to say that I do recognize the difference between myself and other people in some respects. But I still don't feel ill.
This is psychiatrist Dr. Henry DeRoss. What is the nature of this illness? Had a breakdown in the name of the major breakdown, which psychiatrists would refer to it as a psychotic break.
But he certainly doesn't think he's sick. He just wants to get that impression.
No, that's perhaps one of the most interesting and certainly characteristic features of breakdown of this kind, as opposed to, say, a psychotic illness where the individual is sick and, I'm afraid, very painfully aware of himself. The psychotic individual certainly doesn't feel well, but he doesn't attribute the way he feels to something going on inside, but he projects it onto the world around him and organizes this as a very complicated organization. His whole perception of the world becomes completely different. And as a result of that, when he's walking down the street, literally everything he sees, everything people do, he sees a group of people standing, talking, they're talking about him. Someone laughs, they're laughing at him. And quite naturally, he puts this all together and refers to the organization. Have you any idea why this sudden surge of this program occurred a month ago? Why then, instead of a year ago or 6 months ago?
The rule be taken. They decided that I was ready for it.
They decided that you were ready for the
organization again, or because I refer to it as
and what would indicate to them that you had suddenly become ready to be taken?
They know.
They know how you feel.
They know the workings of that program. They know nothing but the workings of the program. I think the organization is very hard to organize.
And that I'm part of it, sure. And the whole hospital staff?
Yes, sir.
What about the other patients?
What other patients?
On the ward. There are no other patients.
I don't believe there are. There actually, I shouldn't say there are no other patients. I think they're not it. There may be, I don't believe there are.
In other words, people around Sky are acting as it means, of course, that tremendous amount of tremendous number of people and a tremendous amount of energy must be being expended in this policy, in this program for your benefit.
Well, this is where, this is the point where, I have conflict of course, but at the same time I have to think of myself. I have only one life, I can't think too much into it. I actually can't, otherwise I can't, I have to know it, but just don't attach any emotion to it.
This is self-preservation.
Sorry, yes.
Do you feel then that the object, the result of all this might be your destruction?
Yes.
This is the goal or aim of all this activity.
Right.
How do we communicate with you?
They are my friends.
Friends is from a strange word to use for people that you believe are actively engaged in your destruction.
And what of these friends? How did they see his breaking down? This is his friend and employer.
It was apparent that he was not feeling very well. Physically, he seemed to be failing slightly. And in addition, when I started to talk to him on a personal basis, it turned out that he had a feeling of persecution. He referred to they. The they were after him. They were going to change him. And he had a great fear of this. I endeavored to allay his fears, but it didn't seem to do much good.
This is his best friend of 20 years standing.
He became hypersensitive to any suggestion, any hint, any way in which he could find a relationship between what you might say to him and something about himself. He would latch on it right away. He was just looking for things. It wasn't a question of being of accepting it. He was actually physically all emotionally set to receive any kind of suggestion that anything might at all be related to him in any way. Even the color of your eyes, the color of your shoe, it didn't matter what it was. Anything at all that could be related to him, he did it.
This is another close friend.
He stayed home from work and he just wouldn't go out. And one evening in June he phoned me and told me that he was just petrified, and you could tell by his voice that he was terrified of, I don't quite know what, but something was bothering him terribly. He wouldn't even go out. He said he was even afraid to put his head outside the door. That they were out to get him, this network of people. They were going by the front door in cars and this type of thing.
Now to meet his mother.
My daughter and her husband, they came down. I wrote and I told them that Jack was certainly a sick boy and he needed help, but I said, I'm at a loss to know what to do. I can't press him too much. I think even me talking to him, I said, Jack, you need help. I said, I just seemed upset. Kind of go against. I think he would go against it. So they came down. So then they settled down and then I said, listen, we've got to see a doctor. He wasn't going to see him. Now, I don't know what he said. I couldn't say what he said to them or what the conversation was between them. Anyhow, Marion came into the bedroom. It was after 1, and she said, he's finally consented. He'll speak to a doctor, but he's never going to stay in one of those places. I don't know why. So anyhow, they went. They left. 2, 3 hours awake all night waiting for a call to say they didn't come back. I thought they were in an accident or something had happened. Well, then About 3 o'clock, I got a call. It was around 5 in the morning. And she said, well, we've been crossing the city several times tonight. So they went to go down. They said, well, I got to get him in tonight because now he's willing to see a doctor.
This is Verdun Protestant Hospital. When you stood walking down the street, were you aware of any change in the attitude of this stranger that you be passing? How would they, what kind of a change would you be aware of?
Breakdown changes. I'd like to breakdown. Otherwise, keep away, don't be friendly. So.
People rejecting you and trying to keep you out of this.
Further.
As if you were in some way dangerous?
Alien. If they use the term Italian, it alien, it alien.
It alien means Italian. You're it. You are alien. Do you feel that you're potentially going to be punished for something?
In other words, I would be surrounded in effect. Every morning I would be surrounded. In my present state. Later, perhaps not. Perhaps so. No, pepper to some extent. Or for a while I would keep gradually when you laugh, make other people go further. So on. But I think that if I went now, I guess I'd be surrounded.
Do you feel during this period even more acutely aware of things going on around you? Much more?
Depends on the time. Depends how excited I get.
Would it be possible for you to get angry enough to retaliate?
Anything supposed to be that further?
I don't know what whether that would be a question up to you. But if you felt some people wouldn't get angry enough down to strike back.
Or if I did, I would do it further. To not strike back, yes. I don't know that. I don't like to recognize that.
You mentioned that that's maybe part of the same thing, but you had before you came in fear of losing control. So that you might, as a result of losing control, harm yourself or someone else.
That's right. I did mention this to the person.
Were there any particular people that you felt you might be harmed by this loss of control?
Just possible. I didn't think I would. I didn't take a chance.
Would you like to have hurt yourself?
Yes, definitely.
Were you being in any way?
I don't know. I want to go back on that. I still definitely. I'm not sure. That's pretty much just grass. I don't know. I do know. I don't know what I think about now.
All of this, I gather, then, would have been the result of this pretending and acting and advertising that people had been carrying on around it.
That's right.
How do you see all this ending? Or what do you see as the outcome? Well, you're sure there is such an important thing that if we can just make even the tentative, however regarded as tentative.
Could be I suppose. But again, it may not be. I don't know specific.
Are you certain? Do we become depressed and discouraged? Okay.
Can't allow it. I do, I know I'm there, but I don't, I have to go and get something else to do with that situation. I have to bury that, somehow do a job or find yes, I know it's there. But somehow managed to explain it.
Has the feeling ever become intense enough that you've had any self-destructive ideas or impulses?
I'm too much of a coward for that at the moment. It's very much.
Otherwise, you might
What sort of a man is this when he is not here? How do his friends see him? What can we look forward to being again once he begins to hope again? Because I was responsible for hiring him when I had known him previously, I took quite a close interest in his work. The caliber of his work generally was excellent. He worked in a number of different areas of our operation. He made a very definite impression on some of the senior operating people who he dealt with. In particular, they commented on his ability to listen to other people, learn from them, and to apply the information in his work. He was particularly able in analyzing unusual situations in detail and correlating information derived from a variety of sources to present one unified whole. This is a quality which is not too common.
We have things in common. We play chess together. We used to do a lot of bicycling together. We've gone on a 1,000-mile bicycle trip together at one stage in the game years ago. And he comes out to our house in the country, and we fiddle around. We maybe cut up wood, or we go for a walk, or he likes flowers. He knows a good deal about flowers. He had a lot of interest. But basically, business, he loved business and he loved everything to do with it.
His work involved an awful lot of thinking. And sometimes when he'd come home at night, he was just exhausted from the day, from his work. He said, I've got a lot on my mind, he said. I said, yes, we realize that it's, accountancy is a hard occupation. You have to, it taxes your brains. So he said, well, he said, and I can't leave it. When I start something, I've got to finish it, he said. I want to know the where's, the why's, and the how's of everything. Well, of course, if that's your makeup, you can't do very much about it. But he'd come home some nights, and then he would work until late, 2 in the morning, busy working, planning for the next day. Nothing. I used to tell him, I said, you know, you need your rest once in a while. I said, you can't bring the candle at both ends. He was, a very quiet child, too. Played very, like other children, but more of the quiet type. Never was too much of a roughneck. Maybe he thought that I kind of kept the next of time. So I really couldn't say it. I'm the full part of it, but as I say, I do feel sometimes that maybe he resents me here for being so kind of bringing the way his bring up was. Well, his father and I both were strict nature.
Does this mother need to feel badly for what her role may have been?
No, I don't think so. She feels very much the same as most families do feel. When someone breaks down, they're generally preoccupied with a lot of sense of guilt and responsibility. But frankly, we don't really know enough, particularly about these major breakdowns, to fairly accuse a family or a member of the family of having been responsible for someone breaking down. Sure, there are factors in the family setting which must contribute, but we're still open-minded about this. For this man, I think that we can very reasonably expect him to get back to at least his pre-illness level of functioning, which, from what his employer has said and from his friends and mother, I think was quite good.
And what about the chance of him gaining ground in other areas?
This is a little paradoxical, and that doesn't always happen, but I certainly have had patients of my own who I think I could quite genuinely say were better as people, function better, were less disturbed by their conflicts after they've had a breakdown than they were before. Because as a result of having a breakdown, they have to look at a lot of problem areas and they get help with them, and in many instances really do better than they had before they ever became ill.
And what is the possibility of recurrence?
Unfortunately, a fairly high percentage, maybe a third, of people with this kind of illness will have to come back in the hospital at some time during the rest of their life for further treatment. But when one compares this with a great many physical illnesses, this isn't such a bad record.
Is it reasonable to say that the increased recognizability once someone's gone through this makes it possible to get them better?
Oh yes, the patient themselves recognize when they become ill again, and a great many of my patients will phone me or come to the hospital and ask for further treatment when they themselves recognize that something has gone wrong again.
Now, people of this kind, are they treated only in a mental hospital?
No. More and more it's possible to treat a patient like this at home or in an outpatient department, sometimes in a day hospital or night hospital. Occasionally, and still fairly frequently, it's necessary for the patient to be in hospital for a few weeks during the acute phase, but more and more of the hospitalization phase is less and less the important part of treatment.
Now we see this man again, almost well, almost ready to go out into the world again.
What kind of plans have you got?
Return to work. Initially, get myself reorganized at work to some extent, not too much. I anticipate a good, I anticipate I'll be able to do my job quite well. Enjoy fellow human beings a little bit more, perhaps. Spend a little more time with them than I had previously.
You talked about being short, remember?
I do? I don't recall.
Shortness was something that you were complaining about. And this seemed to have a number of implications. Either the shortness in terms of your contact with people.
I just finished reading an article in Bleach magazine. I was like, type of novel, between private, and that's the problem. That's basically the problem now.
For you.
For me.
Now, or has it been?
Always been.
Always been. And what, can you tell me a bit about that?
Eventually, what I'm saying is I've already been thinking very deeply about reading it. The environment has deprived me of it quite a bit. At the very early stages, I'm able. I do feel that's when trouble starts, and unless I do this up now, I'm in trouble.
You talked about going back to the age of 2.
Yeah.
And perhaps you meant that the organization's aim was to break you down to the point where you would start all over. I may be all wet here, but just feeling it like that.
Yes. That is correct. I never said that. Yes. Yes. That's right. I was going to sign up each 6 months or less or something like that and start to, and they're going to teach me something all over again. And once more I'm going to go through all this again.
I've had the feeling that this was somehow all prearranged and planned. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall feeling that. I cannot recall just for the moment. Now, maybe a little later I might be able to recall. But for the moment I can't recall there's some parts that they're missing right now.
This isn't too surprising because I think when a person has had a breakdown, quite often the kind of feelings and ideas that they have had when they were acutely ill subside. And when they've recovered, a lot of it becomes quite vague, almost like a dream.
When I am at my best, I do sense this love of other people and this communication with other people. At that time I know that I am at my best. And it's no problem then to cope with the problems of life. As a matter of fact, the problems of life seem insignificant.
Now that you're practically near the end of your hospitalization and are spending more time out of the hospital, say, on your long weekends and so on, what is this feeling of being here part of the week and out part of the week in terms of meeting other people?
I don't know so much difference.
You don't feel particularly uncomfortable with them because of this fact?
A little.
A little.
Yes.
I would expect a little, because it isn't an experience that everyone has, and it isn't, of course, an experience that anyone wants to have.
No.
How will you receive this man once he is one of you again? This is what his employer thinks of mental illness.
Many people in the organization have asked for him in his absence. They're looking forward to him coming back. I am looking forward to him coming back. We did not replace him with anybody. The work that he was doing was being carried on in part by other people. When he returned, we feel that after a reasonable period of time that he will be able to regain the position that he was in before, and that we will have an excellent man working for us. Mental health is a problem,
and not too many people will not accept mental illness in the same way that they will accept a physical illness. Generally, in my company, we do not feel that way.
People are not looking on those cases as they used to. And I grew to be that way myself since this has happened. Well, I was beginning to see more and more, too, that it's a sickness like anything else, and it's got to be taken care of, and there's no disclaimer. It can happen in the best of families.
That kingdom are those who even hear our voice right at the end, or even receive this information and don't know where it's coming from. In other words, some might hear our voice and might know that where it is coming from, might know that I exist in physical form, here about to leave. Others might not know that I do. But something tells them, I've got to break away, I can't stand to stay here, I've got to go to that kingdom level. So that's three types that can go, that can be saved, that will not need to experience recycling. Even that faith that would have them willing to leave, desiring to leave, trusting in that information. Those who actually know me have more serious time of test than those who believe this information and don't know me. The lower forces, once you see me in this vehicle, the forces of Lucifer, of Satan, the lower forces of this planet, that run this planet, by the way, those forces would do anything they
from succeeding with their task, to keep number 2 example of those that can go from succeeding in their task, and would do anything to keep even an initial believer from believing. Their whole effort, the lower forces' whole effort, is to have us not succeed in leaving and being in the keeping of the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven. So, here we are. We're coming public with this information that we're about to leave. And this is like putting ourselves right out on the playing field so that the lower forces have a chance to try to do to us what they can do to us. It also will have challenged all those who are religious-minded to look at us and say, is that the truth or is that not the truth? Is that Antichrist or the spurious Messiah? Spurious Messiah is the term that some prominent television, satellite ministries use in describing the Antichrist. Now, the Antichrist, according to what they say, is coming before Christ comes. So, that since he's not really on the scene, they say, then that means that Christ's second return has not really occurred. Well, I hate to tell you, but the Antichrist, the spurious Messiah, has been on the scene ever since my father and I left 2,000 years ago. And they have worked as hard as they could work through religions, through governments, through morality, through responsibility as human to brainwash humans to expect heaven on earth. Not to look to go to the kingdom of heaven, but to look for a heaven on earth. To work toward the future, to be preoccupied with replicating or reproducing children and laying aside enough money to take care of those children so that they will have a future and they will have a future and they will have a future in what? The human kingdom. To the next level, the human kingdom is nothing but a stepping stone. Anyone who wants to stay in the human kingdom and make it some sort of divinity is looking to some spurious Messiah, some Antichrist. Now I know that those that are waiting for the spurious Messiah, the Antichrist, if they become aware of this tape and of Doe sitting here saying what I'm saying now, they'll say, that's the one. Because I warned you that the spurious Messiah would say, I'll take you out of here. I'll rapture you into my Father's kingdom. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you can believe my Father's information, if you can believe the truth that we share with you, and if you believe it enough that you can put your trust in me, and that's a big dose. That's a difficult task to trust me. You do not know me well enough to trust me. I understand. These know me. You don't know me. We have a website now. You know, it's the popular thing. Everybody has to have a website. We have a website on the internet called Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate, of course, .com. Everything is .com. We're not .org, we're .com. So if you want to learn more about who we are, what we have to say, what I have to say, what my elder member can share with you through what we have said and know of our history, we have nothing to hide. Even though to you we are a dangerous cult. We understand that.
Why dangerous? Because we threaten the family. We threaten the established norm of family values. If you knew Jesus 2,000 years ago, you would know that exactly the same thing occurred. And that the reason for getting rid of him was because if people really began to follow him to any significant degree, it's a political danger. It's against what the mainstream was teaching, what the norm was in the government or the family, and certainly against the religion of that time. Religion today is an interesting thing, because remember how we said a moment ago that the religious literature, like the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, these are time manuals. These are in the time that something was written as the Lord or as God related to man, it was appropriate for them at that time. And yet we have the bulk, if not the vast majority of humans on the planet today who are very religious, living exactly as they were trying to live some 5,000 years ago, some 4,000 years ago. They never made it to 2,000. 2,000 years ago was a chance to get out of here. If you had listened to what the next level's representative had to say to you. But 2,000 years ago, that's a chance to get out of here requires everything of you, that you as an individual go join some cult, that you leave everything behind, that you ignore the members of your family, that you ignore the responsibility to your community, that you ignore your career, and that hearts will be broken. I don't mean to make light of that hearts will be broken. I know that hearts are broken. I also know that anyone that leaves to go to my Father's kingdom, that any heart that is broken in the process of that transition can easily be more than healed if that heart looks to my Father for healing, looks to my Father for understanding, does not need to see this as a terrible experience. Many times the worst things in the human kingdom that can happen to us end up being the best things that can happen to us, because we learn in-depth lessons because of those difficult times. Every life that was touched by these that are sitting in front of me, every life that was hurt or experienced pain by their leaving and becoming students of mine and of my Father's, was hurt, severely hurt. Some of them still hurt. They hurt because they choose to still hurt. They could actually say, thank you, God, for the lesson that is mine to learn in this experience. And as far as that individual that I used to call my son or daughter, or my husband or wife, I put them in your trust. I cannot tell them what they must do with their life. That is their decision. I cannot tell them what to do with their life. We cannot judge each other. I cannot judge you. I don't care to judge you. You will judge yourselves by what you do.
paranoid conditions are characterized by the presence of delusions. That is, false beliefs which cannot be corrected by adequate proof and which are not in accordance with generally accepted concepts. Illusions of persecution are most frequently encountered. The patient is convinced that powerful forces are opposing him, and in the delusional system, these often take the form of large and influential political or religious groups. On the other hand, many paranoids build a system around a neighbor, relative, or associate. Because of the seemingly miraculous effects of modern technical devices, such as radio, radar, television, and so on, they are often invoked as agencies of the unseen enemy, who has a special code of communication. Outside of their delusions, these patients often show a remarkably well-preserved personality, with little or no impairment of their intellectual faculties. In the acute phase of the illness, the patients are usually at the same time hostile, supercilious, and suspicious. Later, if they do not recover, they may become quite friendly and confidential. The feeling of superiority, which they gain from their special knowledge, seems to provide some compensation. The first patient, a young woman, was admitted 6 months ago in a state of marked agitation. She had refused food for almost a week and had not slept for several nights. The second patient has been paranoid for several years. And then afterwards you went to the university, or was that before?
No, that was before.
You took an art course.
A real mess of my life at that time.
Later you got a job in an office or in a store?
Only at Christmas season.
Oh, it's only temporary work then?
Yes. Yes, that was just for temporary finance.
What did you like better, the office work or working as a sales lady?
I didn't like office work at all. I liked the nursing. Only, of course, I've given quite a lot of thought and attention to it since then, and I have found something even more satisfying.
What is it?
Book of Revelation. Tell you that.
You mean the Bible?
Yeah. I believe in the return of Christ, salvation, and mortality. I don't believe in mortality. Immortality.
You mean that we are not mortal?
Yeah.
That people die, you mean?
We die because we do not keep the law.
Well, you know, the other day you told me about the government being concerned in some way with all this.
Yes, because the government doesn't keep the law. The government is not in harmony with truth.
But do you mean to say that the governments prevent people from fulfilling the law?
Yes. They're known as martyrs.
The people?
Those people, yes, who are attacked by the government when they wish to be truthful about the law and fulfillment of it.
Well, how would the government go about it?
I consider Hitler was one martyr.
And he was crucified by
Wall Street.
By Wall Street? The war, in other words, was... Why would people try to persecute Hitler?
objective of the law and try to harmonize, try to establish the harmony and truth.
Were you the only one who realized it?
Oh, heavens no.
Were you?
Many people don't, but I don't think I'm I don't think I'm a unique personality. I think the only one who thinks that Hitler was right. I think a great many people thought, only they were afraid to say so. Of course, some people are very weak, and anyway, they'll open their ears to anyone who babbles to them, and they perhaps don't believe some of the trash they read in the newspapers.
Very few. I don't know of anyone else who thinks that man could be immortal.
Oh.
You're the only one.
Well, yes, I see why it sounds strange, because I admit even for myself, I had to study and think a great deal, and all my life I was puzzled by certain things, and now I see why. And said you have used me as a fish long enough.
She has used you as a fish.
She spoke like that. Not me, but she was talking about the recording everything from every room, even the cafeteria.
How come they do that?
I don't know. I don't know if they have with all the electric wire outside. I don't know how it is done.
They record everything you say.
And not that I say, well, not only of what I say, of what she says herself.
And why is that being done? Why do they do it?
It seemed to me that it had been done before 1916, because it was carried on in my home too. The way everything carries on every day since I came to the hospital, I realized it was done in every convent I went to. I was 6-7 years in the convent.
And people were recording there?
And the people were making cases against the people of the convent then, especially on my case. And
Helen, who were the people? Who was
we don't see them, but I heard a few days ago that they could take picture of the king and queen right from the ocean with the radioactive.
The radioactive?
Yeah.
Well, they have television machines, but you can't take pictures unless you have
well, the way she looked outside, it seems to me that they are able to see us inside. One that I have forced people to follow those orders.
Oh, she's being forced?
Yes, it's not her fault.
You showed me some signs she's using sometimes.
Yes, and well, Mr. St. James too is using them, and my sister.
What are they like?
Either like this, and like this, no matter any place on the body, wherever they get at you.
And what
it could be there even, and they scratch their hair, their heads like this. I've seen that. But there is only the jet black hair people that know what they mean. See? They only know what, I mean, they're the only one who knows what reason they're doing it for.
Fair-haired people don't know.
Well, I don't think they do. Because they might know what it means, but I'm sure they don't know for what reason. And
why is there this difference?
They show their teeth and they stick their tongue out too, they go like this.
What is the difference between the fair-haired
fair-haired and the black-haired people. Why should there be that difference?
Well, I remember last year Mrs. St. James giving the reason.
What is it?
Last year in that you know, the French just like their people are a lot more smart to do anything than any other fair people or any other nationality. She said, when you come to ask somebody to do something, you never ask fair-haired people to do something. She said, you always ask the just black-haired people to do it. And so I just laughed it off. I didn't mind. I'm so used to think it cracked. I don't care. And later on, when I found which I connect everything together, and I put everything what I had heard from her into the word. I put everything together what she had said, and now and then and everything. I found everything fit together, and then when I heard there was going to be knock on the head, I said to myself, say, there's no wonder now that the group of people who don't want no clever people in the world that are after the people who are in their way.
We have seen the increase of tension in the first patient as she began to talk about her delusions. The government and religion play an important role in her delusional system. The second patient is convinced that she has been victimized by a powerful group which has been spying on her with recording devices for years. While she prefers to stay in the hospital because she feels safer here, she still thinks that some of the other patients are acting as agents of the enemy power. Both patients are unshakably convinced of the truth and accuracy of their ideas.
As you delve more into this truth, other things that could symbolize your life.
When you and Mel write a book, what are you going to talk about? What are you going to try to bring out in your book?
I never even thought of anything like that. I'd have to give that some thought. I was doing this on Mel's request. He wanted to write the book. I don't particularly care to explain nothing to you. I don't look up at you for any reason to bring my report card home anymore. Does that make sense?
Well, no, what I'm trying to find out is, what would you like to bring out in the book that could teach other people?
What can you teach other people?
That's what I'd like to know. What do you think you could teach other people?
That's what I'd like to know, too. I know how to be reborn and start all over. I start all over. I don't start all over with the same old. I just start all over. Even though I might be old, I'm still brand new every day because I do one day at a time, just like the old convict used to tell me. You know what he used to say again? One day at a time. So I'm going to live my life one day at a time.
Is there anything you think you can pass on that society really is missing and that you can tell them about?
Society knows when it wants to know. There's just a jellyfish who's only controlled by the people who want to move the sheep around. They'll tell them anything. Everybody knows that everybody's lying. Do you know anyone that tells the truth? Will you trust a lawyer? Can't trust a lawyer. You can't trust. Who can you trust? The President, Nixon, Watergate. Look at where your children are looking from. Who can you trust?
So you would try to tell parents something about raising children?
I would try to tell the children how to help the parent. How? By realizing that the parent is the child. Because he doesn't understand the child. But the child understands the parent. I've got talked to little kids, they tell the truth. They're no liar.
What are you going to point out in the book if you bring that up? What would you like to point out?
You people are on your road going where you're going. If you don't want to stop from going where you're going, I'm not going to stop you. You know, you're going to your destruction, not mine. I've already established mine. You know, I've already went through mine. I've been judged. The judge gave me 9 life sentences.
But hold a minute. You really are. But in your philosophical talk, a lot of people it'll go right over their heads. That's what I'm trying to say. Put it so they can understand it in lay language. Can we do that?
Well, it's sad all over, really. You know, it's hard for me to express how much sadness that I've went through to reach this point of understanding I'm now talking to you from. How are you going to help somebody that don't want help? Hit them in the head and make them do it?
Will your book do it? Will you try?
Will I try?
Explain that.
Will I try to help you people destroy me some more? Is that what you're saying?
No.
That's what I'm doing here.
Will your book help children?
Parents? I don't know whether it would help anyone. I've never thought about that. You guys would have to show me what help is so I know what it is. You teach me, I'll learn. I'm just a little kid of mine. See, I've been in jail 30-some years. I never lived in the world outside. I'm like a little kid out there.
Will your life story help somebody else to understand how to proceed?
If it was possible to present everything that's came down in the last few years in a proper perspective, it would be advantageous to other people, I would imagine. But if they had eyes in their head and they could see under the bed, they'd see that the heads of lead and eyes of wood, it doesn't really matter because rubber fingers is taking the hand off into the universe anyway. The level of comprehension that you hold in your mind is only taught to you by a school book that's in a sorority house. My father jumps off the Second World War on the ruptured ducks that were in the little pins and the buttons. In Section 8 in the nut woods, and all the people that have gone crazy. Your father was hurt? My father was all men that I've ever met in prison. Mel's one of my fathers. Creepy Carpus is another. I learned something from everyone. The captains, the wardens. I never missed anybody. I learned as much as I could from everybody I could get a hold of. And I've never met anybody that I couldn't learn something from. But now that I have learned what I've learned, I don't think you people want to know what I know. You wouldn't like it.
Why?
Well, because it's not very nice.
Well, why?
Because the people that you let run your lives aren't very nice. The people that govern you, the people that tell you people what to do, they're not good people.
Let me change the subject for a minute. You've been back on a job out of segregation for how long now?
I don't know. I got up and came out here today.
How long have you been working in your job?
I explained to you, I live one day at a time.
Right.
I don't have any other life outside one day at a time.
What brought you back into the mainline population?
What brought me back into the mainline? The preacher. With his love and respect and help. Got me back on the mainline.
After all that years of solitary, all those years of solitary and segregation, how is it?
Still right now I'm doing the same day I've always done. I've just had to bring it a long ways. But it's still today and it's still a good day. And every day it gets a little better. No matter what you do to me.
Are you at peace with yourself?
Whatever that means, I never even thought about to ask myself if I would. I was only talking to myself. But I guess talking to yourself would be alright.
He said to me, you know.
You want a sound check from us? I want to ask you a question, sir. I want you to give this question a lot of consideration. You don't have to answer me now, but can you imagine what it would be like to be interrogated by the SF?
I don't know what I could imagine it or not.
Think about it.
Oh, I know what their tactics are. Okay. Can I answer it after the interview?
There's no doubt about it, is there?
Can I answer it after the interview?
Very serious, isn't it?
Sure it is. Can I answer it after the interview?
You don't have to answer me, you can just think about it.
I will.
In your everyday doings.
Let's talk about Helter Skelter. Bugliosi paints you as a small would-be pop singer, as he describes it, of little talent. How do you react to that?
Bugliosi looks in the mirror every morning when he shaves. That's the only person in Bugliosi's world. Just him. Ask his wife. She knows it.
What about the accuracy of the book, though, Charlie?
He had the dates right and the names right, but he had a million illusions that had nothing to do with my reality. He was only trying and convicting his own reality. Didn't have anything to do with me. I've already been through all these prisons.
But he did paint you as probably one of the most universally known persons around to readers. People who read it.
And they believed it?
I don't know. What do you think?
Then they're not as good as what they read, are they?
But the book, how accurate or inaccurate is it?
I never read it.
Didn't you read it one time?
I read parts of it.
Yeah. How did you find it?
Like I said, it was reflections of what he was thinking. It had nothing to do with me. Seriously, the Charlie Manson that you created, that's not me. That's only an illusion in your minds. It hasn't got anything to do with me.
What's the real Charlie Manson?
I haven't really been able to make him up. See, I've just been reborn again. See, and I'm learning now. I'm starting all over, and I'm learning. The preacher's teaching me. The teacher's teaching me. The counselor's counseling me. And the doctor's looking out after me. The guards don't bother me that much, and I don't bother them that much. They do their jobs and raise their kids, and I do my job and do what I do for my kids.
You know, there was a time a while back where when you got out into the main line, you ran into trouble. I remember Bobby Davis up at Folsom.
I ran into trouble?
Well, you got into trouble.
Who told you that? You see what I'm saying?
Did it happen? Did you fight?
Many things have happened. No, I didn't fight.
Where you fought? Where somebody come after you?
Well, I fought, sure. I've been fought over many times.
Did somebody come after you?
Someone come after me? No, someone could come after me if they wanted to.
But did they?
No, they've always left me here. Nobody wanted me.
You hadn't had any trouble on the outside?
On the outside where?
In prison.
In prison or in the population, I get along with most of the convicts. The convicts that get along with themselves. There's much harmony in the prisons. More every day. There's much wisdom in the prison. More every day.
Getting back to the book, what is this magnetism that people keep referring to? And it's been beyond that. People writing you, wanting to meet you. Your people that you had in the desert. What is the magnetism?
Why don't you answer that question?
I'm asking that question.
Well, can't you see?
Well, tell me, what is it?
Well, what do you think it is?
Do you know?
Do you know?
Don't play games with me.
It's no
Seriously.
game. I know. That's why. That's why you're asking me questions, and I'm not asking you questions.
Okay.
You see, I don't need to ask you questions. I already know.
Could you tell me?
Sure, I can tell you. Do you have the time?
I'm here.
Who would you like to start?
Well, what is it? Go ahead and tell me.
What is what? Are you secure?
Charlie.
The government is the United States. The government has never been more secure. Never been more secure than it is right now.
Holy God. Seriously, I want to know. All right. What is it that draws people to you?
Motion. Generating. Just simply no. Jesus on that cross. We know he's there. Is he there? Is the cross there? I know the cross is there. You don't have to put me on the cross to witness for the cross. I can see the cross. Now what I'm trying to do is get back to earth so I can go out in the desert. I've already cleaned that thought up once. And you put another president in.
But you said
and every time I clean it up, you put another president in.
Okay. You said it's people who are in harmony with you. What do you mean by that?
People that are in harmony with themselves, in the will of the child. The child has a will. You tell the child to come here, the child will walk over. You tell him to sit down, he'll sit down. He's just in the will of the child. God and his children are in the will of the child. It's just as simple as the Bible said that you must be as little children before you enter the kingdom of heaven. If the Christians had believed in the Bible, then we wouldn't have all this conflict. But evidently, the only ones that are in conflict now are the Christians. You know, like they don't seem to believe in their own God for some reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe they need to see him on the cross again. Or maybe they should pray for him to come out of the sky in a silver platter. Or, you know, I don't know. I'm just here, and you're there. And Who is your reality? And where do you get your energy from? And where does your soul flow? And your thoughts? And how do you know? Unless you have to come and say, Charlie, how's the Dow Jones?
You read the Wall Street Journal?
Certainly I read the Wall Street Journal. I'm right at the top of your brain. And I'll read the Wall Street Journal until you let me walk out that door a free man. Or we'll just use Indian head pennies for earrings.
What if you did get a parole date in November? What would you do?
Then I would give it some serious thought. I don't have room in my mind for could-bes. I have to deal in what is. I can't think about what I want. I have to deal with what I'm allowed to have.
What if you got a date?
If I got a date, then I would probably have a date.
You know what you'd want to do?
Yes, I have many plans. A lot of plans. I'd like to clean up the water. I'd like to go up in the mountains and start at the top of the mountains and clean the springs up. Take all the pollution out of the water so I could drink it. Clean up all the green things and pick up all the old beer cans and clean all the way to the ocean. And then maybe we might be able to save a little air and water for our children. Because I'm living in my child's world now. I'm working on his world. My world already went to the gas chamber.
What if you don't get a date?
If I don't get a date, then I won't have a date.
Have you thought about it? I know you want to get a date. What if you don't?
I gave it some thought, but not that much. I've gave it thought in relation that it's possible that they'll be pushed to make some sort of move to alleviate the pressure that they've created on themselves. If there's any way that I could help that, I would, and that way I could achieve what I'm after also. All I want is what the Constitution said I could have. The liberty and the right to look for my freedom the way I want. If you gave the Constitution to me like you said you were supposed to, then I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have been here the last 11 years. But if you let your politicians play like they're Christians and use your courtroom to further their own purposes, then all you're doing is big business with your own children's lives. And it really doesn't make sense to me, but I don't have the president's spot to make any change. If I had the control to make the change, I have the power to.
You come on and go off? Oh yeah, I see it.
Well, if I can get comfortable here, I might be able to sit all the way down.
You know, we were talking about this. The big healthy shelter.
Right.
You said that there are a lot of things wrong with it. What's wrong?
Well, it's alright. But you're tapering on it. All this paper comes from trees. It's a shame to waste all your trees right in this trash. So your children could be raised up in. You want your children to live according to the gospel of Walter Skelter?
Where are the inaccuracies in it?
Well, it would take me as long as it took him to point them out. It took him 2 years in court to invent them. It would take me 2 years in court to uninvent them and redo them and show the proper perspective of it.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah. Helter-skelter simply means confusion. And if you don't see the confusion in the world, there's always been confusion in the world, then I guess you don't know what confusion means. But I get out of jail, and every time I get out of jail, society's moving a little faster, and they're doing crazier things, and I get out and I can never adjust to it outside because it's almost impossible to do anything right. Everything is wrong to somebody that you have to hide, and gay people and night people and everybody all divided up. And
Did they make up the evidence introduced in court?
a big percentage of it they found and created themselves. They pushed a fingerprint together till it got to be they justified it, and then they send it to another office and let them push it a little bit. Then another office and they push it, and then finally they find another point till they finally come up with a fingerprint. Then the people that supposedly left the fingerprint has never lied to me, nor I to them. Told me, and I was even there in that particular portion of the crime. I was over in this particular portion of it. In other words, all the little things that they come up with, like the trailer, the door from the trailer that's supposed to have had what we wrote on it, is what they wrote on it, and then they burnt the ranch down and covered that up,
But in no way are you saying, in no way are you connected with either the Tate or La Bianca killer?
No, I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying that if it would come out in the courtroom, I would have explained what happened. All we wanted to do to start with was tell the truth, but the lawyers wouldn't let us because they wanted to show it. We just wanted to tell the truth, but they didn't want the truth to come out because you couldn't write books with the truth. Couldn't make big money, couldn't sell all this madness, all the fear and the vicarious thrill to somebody.
Charlie, regardless of helter-skelter, do you belong behind bars?
There's no behind bars.
Do you belong in prison?
There's no prison. It's only in your mind.
Do you belong in an incarcerated position?
There's no such thing. There's only you denying my will. Whoever denies my will keeps me locked up here. If everybody agrees to let me go, then I'll walk out, and then I'll be free. And my chains are in everybody's mind. It's in their will. If you will me to be locked up, then I must stay locked up. If you will me to be free, then I'll be free. It's not as complicated to me as it is to you. You look at it through the books and the paperwork. I don't look at it that way. I look at it from the way I look at it. So, I'll ask you the same question. Do you think you deserve to be locked up somewhere?
I'm asking the questions in the interview. Can I do it?
Well, certainly, but you have to ask yourself at the same time.
I realize that.
If justice came, where would we all be? We'd all be in some sort of trouble, wouldn't we? That's why we let Jesus see who takes up the slack.
Let me get back to the book for a minute. What do you think Mel's going to try to bring out on your life?
The years that we've known each other through the prisons, the point of view that he has from the other side about someone that's went through a dilemma that he understands because he's been in many dilemmas of the same nature, maybe not as vast, but then I think that he wants everyone to know that I'm not really the guy that you think I am, but the guy that you made me.
How do we make you?
Well, he raised me from childhood.
How? In what respect are you?
Well, when we have a child that nobody wants, he's always sent to boys' school, orphanage, reform school, or someplace like that. And then they keep him till he gets to be an old man.
Were you beaten as a child?
That hasn't really got anything to do with anything.
Were you abused as a child?
Well, we're all abused down there. That's not really an issue to anything.
What is the issue?
Not your question.
Alright, what is the gut issue?
In the book that he wants to do.
What is the gut issue?
Well, I think he just wants to put what he thinks is wrong right and give another point of view. And really, what I really think is, I think Mel's done just about everything he wants to do. And he don't have anything else to do. I think he just wants to do it just to be doing it, because it gives him something to do.
Oldest brother.
Well, it would make sense. It's just another game to play. So I don't think he would give them immunity for burglaries or let them off some deals if they stole a few cars. He wouldn't prosecute them if they told him something. And then lay in themselves just working, trying to think up something. Anything they could think of to get up off that conviction where they wouldn't have to go to penitentiary. Told him a lot of things, and most of the people I didn't even know. Linda Kasabian, for example, she'd only been at the ranch a couple weeks. I'd seen her maybe twice. You know, like I never paid that much attention to people that came and went at that ranch. They just came and went as they chose.
So you're saying he's took a few pieces of truth
and mistook his ability to play with words in colleges and books and things, and he wanted to impress someone with all the things he's learned. And he wanted some attention, and he wanted to be all the things in the movies, you know, so he played his part. And I wasn't allowed to play my part. I was only allowed to sit down and be the figure that was dragged off into the hole all the time. Because he had the money behind him, because he said he had the people behind him. But that's another thing that's wrong with your court system. Your court system's not based on the will of the people, it's based on the will of the money. So your courts are not really protecting anything but the money. It doesn't have much concern for the people anymore.
I've got a curiosity. Can I ask you a question? Remember you had an X years ago and you changed it now to a swastika?
No, I never changed. It's been the same thing all along.
Wasn't it always an X?
No, never was.
What's it stand for?
It stands for whatever I need it to stand for, and whatever I make it stand for, and whatever I want it to stand for.
But you didn't one time say you were Xing yourself out?
No, that was the newspapers that gave you that.
What does it stand for to you?
It stands for many things. It would take 2 or 3 weeks to explain all the things that I did.
Can you give me an example?
Certainly, I can give you an example. So the United States flag of America.
The swastika.
The rising sun in the German and the Japanese flag. The Star of David to the Israelis. Whatever country or nation or people or cause has always had a symbol.
And that's your symbol?
That's mine. I put that there from 2 or 3 other symbols. I didn't want to put a Christian symbol, and I didn't want to put an Antichrist symbol, and I didn't want to put a pro-communism, and I didn't want to put an anti-thermos like a drop dots and all that kind of stuff that you play.
But it is a swastika. That would be good.
No, that's not a Nazi. Hitler got that sign from mysticism and reversed it. He did the same thing, only he did it backwards. And that's the thought still here, just like the thought that he picked up was there when he picked it up. The thought has always been here. Since the pyramids have been here, since David and the giant, since the whole thing's always been here. And every once in a while, there's a guy like Gandhi that comes and picks it up. Or there's a guy like Maharashtra Yogananda, or somebody coming out of some prison, or somebody doing something, and they pick it up for a while, and they carry it through a few steps, and then when they're gone, you say, oh, what a good guy he was. But while he's here, he's just no good at all, you know.
November 2nd, 1975, and then is the pig barn. The 8 buildings to the right is our chicken houses. The clump of trees in the center of the clearing is a 5-acre pig pasture. The large grassy area at the top is the 40-acre cow pasture, which is planted in grass. I would like to say at this time that all of this was made possible by our leader, Father Jones. Had it not been for him and the example he set, none of this would have been cleared, none of the bush or jungle would have been cleared, the buildings what we were able to do there. That's a storage building there. The long row of black represents a windrow. That's trees that are found at our workshop. This thick pig, once again, the promised land is working on the bulldozer. Right now, I am cleaning up parts of the road that have been messed up by the rain. Darren, how do you like it here in the promised land?
Mine is better than Ukiah. Mine is better than Ukiah.
How's that?
This is the bar off of the record that broke loose, but it hit me when I stand on top of the record, knocked me clean off, and it bounced off me and hit the truck. It should have went through me and killed me, but I'm still alive, thanks to Father. In the back of the cab of the truck on the right-hand side, below that tank, right above the tank there. There's a rusty spot still there.
scouting mission for Monday's work crew to get leads and stuff for the garden. For leads and stuff for the garden. Oh, it's really nice here. We're going on a scouting mission to get some barrels along with the leaves. What's the barrels for? The barrels are to put water in to store some vines. To tie up the banana trees.
Or you can simply allow your imagination to continue to take you wherever it may. Resting and relaxing. Because isn't this your conscious wish? That you have it very clear that you're beginning to look for and find reasons for relaxing. In so many ways. Are you now here or now there? Deeper and deeper over time. Resting and forming this tranquility of a new mind's plans, where you release all worries and stresses, and you're constrained to hold the moments that have passed, just like feeling all of those muscles winding down with the massaging touch of 1,000 floating hands. Lying on beds of the softest clouds. Conscious mind wants all the chairs to keep up here, or instead to rest and let go.
This is a walking stick, friends. We have so many lovely insects and all kinds of birds and animals who don't harm at all. In fact, they've never been harmed by anything down here in terms of being bit or anything. Tommy's come such a long way. He's not afraid of anything now. Such a good student. He's on the honor roll. Thank you, Tommy. Well, Tommy's all right. He can tell he's not afraid. But that's a gentle guy. Walking stick now. That isn't too much. He's talking about so many of the miracles, such a brain tumor being healed. We were just down looking at a tank a little while ago, a fuel tank that they were trying to convert into a water tank, and it blew up and threw Charlie 8 feet. It should have killed him, and no harm whatsoever. There's just miracle like that after miracle. It's just tremendous what the power of the Father's socialism can do for all. Hello, everybody. This is the
the tank that I was leaning against this tank. Tim and I was pressurizing our well, and I was leaning against this tank when it blew up. You can see it split from the bottom and across the top. And the explosion knocked me 8 feet right through the air. I lit on the ground on my shoulders. I came out without a bruise. The tank and the pump it encircled Tim. The wires broke. They were laying in the water. We were both standing in water, and neither one of us received a shock, bruise, scratch, or nothing. It was just through the loving care of our Father that this miracle was possible. Neither one of us was hurt at all. This is 3/8-inch thick steel, and it sounded like a bomb when it exploded.
Sometimes it's as easy as listening or looking.
My name is Don Swanee, and I'm grateful to be down here. It's more freer down here, and it's more beautiful. Up there, I wouldn't get along with people very much. Down here, I'm getting along with people. I learn about new machinery I haven't even seen before. It's really getting along great here. Doing it like you did it to me last night, what? My name is Anthony Byron. I'm here in the Promised Land. I want to say hi to everybody. My main activities here right now are I'm working on a fishing trawler, and I enjoy going down the rivers, meeting new people, which will soon be our hope line, and we'll be going fishing pretty soon. We have a crew of 5.
Etching upon walls of temples or stones as the curtains draw, and you know deeper and deeper down.
By the social discovery. Freezer, onion, coffee, cans of various syrups. You can see the bleach. These are all various different types of foods. Ketchup. There's a Milo, an extremely good drink that is unique to Guyana. Cheddar cheese, velvet cheese, evaporated milk carnation. You can see there for yourself. They build up an inventory of several thousands and thousands of dollars. Old column of mattresses, one entire where workers, native workers here, equipment that we're going to be giving to them, clothes, articles we found that you brought from the States. Here again, supplies, column after column of meat, every vegetable, every kind of delicious food, chicken noodles, for instance right there, sauces, honeys, syrups, jams, you name it, we have it. We've built up a careful inventory. Everything is inventoried out of here, so they know exactly what we have. Here's another form of nice drink that you don't have in the States. It's a Brazilian product. Here are the bleaches, the cleansers, home length of breeze, soaps. I'm not beginning to enumerate all of them. Cashew nuts. Also, cashew nuts, they're delicious nuts here. They're made in Jamaica. And we have oats, peppers and salt. There's cottage that we need for cooking everything. Their trunks sealed. They're very valuable. Yeah, most things are more economical. More economical, as I said. But sheets have a tremendous value here. If we ever had to raise money quickly, we could sell sheets at a very high price. We had to.
articles have been made for our children. We made them here ourselves, my brothers. Yes, we have whole supplies of medications here. One whole shelf that goes half warehouse length of medications. We have medical manuals, even how we get their surgery. We had the civilizations we know it now began to crumble. All sorts of books on operational procedures, medical procedures, and technical books on how to build everything we need to build and maintain everything we need. Here, get large supplies of milk, dry milk, non-fat milk, cheeses of all sorts of varieties, cats, onions here. Made. You can see where Anthony builds up the clay. It takes a lot of work in building it up. You can see the layers. It'll be very hard. Then on top of that comes the wood chips from our sawmill. The weather's just perfectly delightful today. We get ample rain here and then always sunshine every day. I'm wearing a pajama just because of leisure, but you can wear heavier clothes and be comfortable, but you never get cold down here. It's so delightful to rest in this smog-free air. Not one. These are chicken feeders and wood chips. And see that beautiful lizard on the top? Well, he's gone. These are wood chips. We have sacked barbed wire. All around here you can see new coops going up. See out there? That area just beyond there, 175 acres are going to be burned as soon as the dry season comes to give room for new crops. There's a pasture to my left. Pasture to my left where the cattle will be coming. We're getting quite a stock of cattle. One of the socialist supervisors gave us a goat. He's going to give us a nanny too on top of that. We have cassava growing there. And Jim both makes food, feed for us, as well as cassava's delicious.
Ascending those few stairs one at a time, and ascending the trains carrying. Chariot-like expanse, crafted and created entirely for you.
We're now at the piggery, which is located at our animal site, and these are 8 views of the little pigs, of which we now have 25. These guys are busy walking around all day long. Yes, sir. Couple of more. Just like the other ones. They're just beautiful. This is Charlie, our boar. He's a good old guy. He's what's called a Duroc. Charlie, you want to say a few words for the folks? Say something, Charlie. Charlie's busy eating. I don't think he's going to say anything today. It's a good old girl here. She's delivered her litter. And she's really a good mama.
Just like pure air to the sky floating
That's David. That's the young man who is now in charge of the piggery for us. He takes care of the pigs, does a beautiful job. These guys. It's not the same ones. These are new ones. They just came up from the pig corral. Because the sun shines so bright, I can't even talk these kids to go back for a visit. They don't want to go back. No way. No way. There's a big army dump truck. This goes through rivers even. It'll go anywhere. No place it won't go. There's Darren. Darren, you're happy down here? You don't want to leave? No? Can't get anybody to leave. Okay, that's Ben underneath the picnic table. All these are made by our people here. Ben, he's in a curry. They're very delectable to eat, but no one would think of eating Ben. He's a pet. These are other buildings to the left. Warehouses, you see the two that can contain all the supplies of mattresses, foods galore for months in advance. This is
apartment there on the end, and then over to the beginning of gardens, cassava. They're starting cassava mill here. That'll mean we'll have marketable resource. There's some of our bulldozers. You see them off in the distance. And he's quite a pet. We had a miracle on the radio that someone's power failed back in the States. Now and then says, the guy says, I don't really know what the reason is. My power went out. So we could have clear transmission. It lasted this long enough for us to have our radio transmission. Are you doing following me? We have two of these big mammoth things. First in here is the kitchen, refrigerators, sinks. This is the big stove. Now in this facility alone, you can house 40, 50 people easily. I mean easily. They're comfortable now with 30s. Area. There's a lounge chair, modern furniture. We've got some, but most of it's been made. That's Becky Bikeman working over the food. She has lost, how many pounds have you lost altogether, Becky? 126 and a half, and what were you originally? 224. They're going to have a day off where they're waiting for her to reach her 100th mark, and that will be only 2 pounds away. All this is handmade. All the fencing was done by our youngsters down here. I think how many goes there. There's a bed. See the lovely Afghans. They haven't made any arrangements to tidy it up to suit you. And these mats, plenty of room between them. Notice the bunks, but the plenty of room. There's a cat resting so peacefully. Can you see the cat there, Charlie? We have lots of cats, no snake. Part of the same room. Now, in this, I don't need to worry about even windows. We're getting a device for flies. What little we have is based on electric heat that draws all bugs to it. We haven't had any mosquitoes out here, no bites. I don't notice any kind of things about the window now. Come over here, Charlie. Wave at us, will you? Anthony and Rebecca baking bread. And they have a food here, by the way, that they have found that's supposed to not only stop cancer, but reverse cancer. What is the name of that drug? What? Chlorella. And they bake it into a lovely food, though. It isn't like what we eat up to the seeds. It's delicious. They put meat on it, and it makes something, reminds me of some rare roast. It's delicious. They're making bread, all bread, and it's so delicious. Pop and Mom Jackson's lovely quarters, and the cat's resting nicely on the bed. And that's beautiful. This is their 2 beds, and that's just what they wanted. Their neon light up there. Our own electricity, you know, our own generators. And all they need, they have pictures of every beautiful thing all around. Pictures of Father, they say, that seal them of everything, not a thing. And this is a picture of an exhibition of the People's Republic of China. Harriet Tubman. You're happy and good health, aren't you? Better in my life. Never felt better in your life? Never felt better in my life, Father. You look actually younger than you did when you came down here by 10 years. It's amazing. Mother went through cancer, and they did such a tremendous operation that Father finished. Yes, it's all gone. But the operations they do here is just remarkable. I wish you could see. When you step here, Mother had it in the breast. We're just getting ready to leave. These are potato chips made from plantain, and they're more delicious. They're a combination of a potato chip and a French fry. And radishes, You don't know what you're missing down here? They make their own buns, hamburgers, and the leafy green vegetables. By the way, we just won first prize from the national government of Guyana for our leafy green vegetables. Here are the people at the table getting an afternoon snack. You see Pepsi-Colas here for 3 cents, American money. That sounds appetizing, doesn't it? I can't get anybody to go home with me. Can't even get Muggs. He's out over there somewhere. Talk to it, Muggs. He's had his Milo. That's his cup up there. He's been drinking his Milo, I guess. That's another sunny day. Rain stopped. It's interesting when I walk out. Every time I walk out, as the people can verify, the rain will stop. Well, that's been amazing. So the bulldozers in the radio tower, and the apartments and the warehouses filled with supplies for you. On down the way is 2 tool shed, then way down is the sawmill. As I said, there's nothing like. Look, they're getting ready to think of some fishing plans later too to make us some money. And I guess Paul is going to be making some jewelry. Isn't that right, Paul? What they can, they're going to conserve on food. We must do the same at home, keep that up, because we'll need every dollar, because this is the only kind of place to be. Freedom. Today on the radio I heard all the history of the various socialist countries of the world. How amazing it was hearing that history that you never get back home. All those that have just been recently liberated. And I don't know an unhappy one amongst them. And he's happy and successful here. All these children that were in number, we counted about 8 that would have been on their way to jail.
Children choose to keep. Logically create and feel
Today, all the children of Jonestown are having a fun day parade. They're having a fun day parade and they go all around Jonestown and showing their happiness and how well they love it here in Jonestown. And as you can see how all happy they are, and they really love it here in Jonestown, as you can see. And going around to see all the seniors and show how joyful they are.
In a few moments,
That's their lovely little house, and it's so darling inside. Maybe we can take a walk out there and see it. We built that just for them. They wanted a house. There's a dog, their dog laying underneath it. So comfortable. And remember, this is the rainy season, so everything will look wetter and less beautiful than it does during the dry season. That's more of the trees that have been cut ready for marketing. Cleared hundreds and hundreds of acres. The black chicken is a mixture of bars. The white is called Greek white to the Socialist Republic of Guyana. It's a broiler chicken. It's very large, larger than our chickens. And these black chickens are very good layers. They'll be kept for laying purposes, so we'll have plenty of eggs. We have our own hammer mill that makes the grain and separates it. Now we are providing all the grain for both our pigs, which are numerous in the 30s now, and for the chickens. And then we have a separator for the corn separator. And this has been made by Jim Bogue. He's so glad, of course, to see his natural-born son that came down this time in June 1976 to be on the project. They're moving rapidly to try to build houses.
Outside, shooting into the inside of our generator housing. There's our electrical control panel. The end of the barrel there is where we keep our arms of the generators. There's our main generator, and it is running at the present time. Father provided this power plant for us. It's a 37.5 38 unit. And it is our main primary unit. Great for economic reasons. Right there behind the all drum rack, you'll see a smaller generator. That's the one we run at night. When we shut down the workshop and we do not need all of the electricity required to run the workshop and the clothes dryer, we switch over to a smaller generator at night, thereby saving on our fuel consumption. I'll step inside and we'll get another shot of the generator. What you hear in the background is that of the generators.
High voltage lines, of which we erected here in Georgetown. We're in Jonestown. Cutting down labor costs, we've gotten together here and tried to design a corn planter that would reduce labors immensely. These are all pieces that we had laying around the project. We took a little from here and there, and so this is what we've got. This is Mike. He's bringing in some close-ups of the designs we thought you might all be interested in. Everybody's contributed their ideas, come up with this, hoping that it'll work. Thank Father that He's taught us and showed us that things can be done if we only but try.
Judge you. I don't care to judge you. You will judge yourselves by what you do with what we have to say, by what you can accept and what you can't. It's almost better that you never see me or hear what we say, for that will put you to the test of whether or not you will condemn me, whether or not you will judge me. You cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt these. We do not judge you. It's funny that the world, the mainstream human world, is so quick to condemn and judge as if they were God Almighty. Those who judge them, I speak of. Judge them as if they were God Almighty because they know that what they have done, if they've joined some cult, is the worst thing that they could possibly do, and they're being led down some wrong track into some spurious Messiah camp, and they're going to the devil. What is the devil like? Know your literature. What do the fallen angels feed on? What do they like? They like things of the flesh, of the human flesh, things of this world. What is told to you in all religious literature that you will find if you ever reach the kingdom of heaven? No males, no females, no children, no families other than your relationship with God. Your Lord. Your Lord is whichever member of his kingdom he has given to you, assigned to you as your helper, your instructor, your teacher. This is so simple that it sounds unreal. It's like it would be easier to accept if it were more spiritual, if it were more complicated, if it had more ritual with it, or more trappings of religion. In my Father's house, no incense is required, no flowing robes, no tingling bells, no genuflecting, no sitting in lotus position, no things of spirituality, even though it requires cleansing of the Spirit. The Spirit is mind. It requires ridding ourselves of the mind of the human kingdom. Ridding ourselves of the lusts of the human kingdom, of the binds of the human kingdom. Being filled with Spirit is an interesting thing for you to think about. What happened when the illustration was made that Jesus was with John the Baptist and was being baptized, and dove descended and he was filled with the Holy Spirit. Filled with the Holy Spirit meant that Jesus' mind entered the body he was wearing to the degree that his human mind was no longer affecting him. He had aborted that human kingdom. He was filled with the mind of his Father, The mind of his Father is Holy Spirit. Any mind of the level above human is pure Spirit, is Holy Spirit, being filled with the Spirit. Being filled with the Spirit is something that comes and knocks you down, makes you fall on the floor because somebody's trying to heal your broken knee. Is not. It's an abomination. It's anything but being filled with the Holy Spirit. You know, a soul is an interesting thing because my Father's kingdom plants souls, and souls become the great separator as they are planted. My Father's kingdom plants souls in many humans each time a representative of the kingdom level above human is to be incarnate on planet Earth. Plants many souls in human plants. Now they're really, even though they're planted in the flesh, because the flesh is what has to be overcome, they're really planted in the Spirit. The Spirit being the mind or the intelligence of that flesh, and then that soul is planted. And you can say, well, does that mean that everybody doesn't have a soul? That's what it means. But it does mean that anybody can have a soul that can believe in my Father, the reality of my Father, the reality of his kingdom. In other words, those who are given the responsibility and the task of planting those souls, plant them in all of the plants that have a potential of taking that stepping stone and out of the human kingdom and into that kingdom, because that soul is, as the separator, helps the individual in their mind and their spirit abort human thinking, human evaluation, human behavior, and replace it with the mind that they get from the representatives, the mind of the next level. Filled it up, filled it up, filled it up. When it is so filled and enough aborting of human mind has occurred, then that individual has come to viability, has come into bloom enough that that individual is ready to go to quartermaster when they leave this planet and be issued a body of service belonging to the kingdom of my Father. Even if, now let me say this, all human plants, even in their genetic structure, have a little bit of heavenly mind, or mind of the kingdom of God, mind of the evolutionary level above human. I have to say all of those each time I say it, just to remind you I'm talking about the same thing. Each plant, each human plant has a little bit of that mind in it. So theoretically, and this is true, that if there was a human listening to me that in fact may not at this moment have a soul, but that plant listened to me and said, could that be true what that guy Doe is saying? I know it sounds crazy, but I wonder if that's true. Even that degree of curiosity would attract the mind of a crew assigned being sure that that separator is made available to that individual, so that that deposit of a soul could happen very, very quickly. They're not going to let it happen that any potential recipients of their kingdom not have the needed receptacle of spirit coming into full blossom as pure spirit, pure mind of the next level, what humans called Holy Spirit. I want to get back to the urgency. The urgency, you know, I don't know if you're aware that most literature of most religious scholars today say that the calendar that we use today, or that humans use today, is off by 4 years. And that Jesus was born in 4. Now, if Jesus was born in 4 and this is 96, then this is year 2000. This is the millennium. This is the beginning of the end. That's why we're talking. It is for us to surface with what we're surfacing with. We know challenges you to want to squelch us. It's interesting that we see the world as the anti-truth, the antichrist, the spurious Messiah. The world, those who want to stay in the world, will see us as anti-truth, antichrist, spurious Messiah. We're prepared for that. We know that that is inevitable at this time. That was inevitable 2,000 years ago. That's what got some guy strung on a cross. Remember, we said that that third type of person that can actually be salvaged at the end can be taken into the keeping of the next level because they believe in what we say, and that's as far as they got, is to believe. What happened to that individual on the cross beside Jesus who believed, and Jesus said, "This day thou shalt be with me in paradise."
How have you been? I really would like to know how things gone. It's been years since we've talked like this, and I'm sure a great deal has happened to you. So if you would fill me in a little.
I've gotten married since last time.
When did you
It was
get married?
immediately after our last interview. I was hospitalized at UCLA. I got married in December 1958. Since then I've left the state. I have 2 of my children with me, and things are just fine.
You're still married?
Yes. 2 years and 4 months.
Well, that so far beats any previous record, but it's quite a change in that regard. What kind of a man did you marry?
Just a quiet man. He's 24 years old. He's an electronics designer. And he goes to school. He's just a nice man.
And you have 2 of your children with you. They've been with you since you got
I have 2
married.
boys. They're 6 and 7 years old.
You moved away from this area.
We left in June of '59. We moved to his home in Michigan. And we stayed there 18 months.
By his home, you mean what?
No, he was born and raised there, and we bought a home close to his parents' home where he was born and raised.
So you were living in the same small neighborhood next door, practically. What was it like?
Well, all I enjoyed was at first. It was real quiet, and we lived out in the country about 11 miles from town. And we had our own lake. We have about 180 acres there. And we have a large house.
kids could run for miles and not get out of the backyard. Didn't have to worry about being hit by a car. It was very nice, very quiet, peaceful. I liked it, but it would snow a lot of times. It was winter about 9 months out of the year, and the people are different there than they are here.
What do you mean by that?
They're just different. They don't say bad words, and they don't. It was a dry county. They don't drink, and they talk different. I can remember the teacher calling my husband, telling my husband she couldn't quite understand what my oldest boy was talking about because he came to school and said he just didn't dig all that jazz, and she couldn't understand it at all. I didn't like the people. They seemed, I don't know, narrow-minded or something. I don't know. Square. He didn't swing at all. No, it isn't that. Not really. It's just well, because of my background, and because I've done so much, and I don't think 10 years from now, I'll be able to live without something coming up. Something in my past history coming up. My children's birth. I mean, they're both illegitimate. There's always some reminder, and we have people that are so narrow-minded and that can't realize that there has been a problem. Well, mental illness. They're just like in the dark pages, you know, they say, somebody's mentally ill. Oh my God, that's a dirty word, you know? And that's the way they were, and I couldn't live with it.
They knew that you had been in mental hospitals. So
they didn't know at first, and I had gone to Traverse City State Hospital because I wanted to continue therapy on an outpatient basis, and this became common knowledge, and she didn't realize I need something different, you know.
What about your husband? How did he feel about it?
He didn't feel that way about it, not really, because he's had quite a bit of it in his family. His mother is quite ill.
What's not in the
I'm sure, I don't know.
Well, approximately.
I don't know, she's sick and when she's not sick, she's a wonderful person, but when she is sick, she becomes violent and has to be confined. And Jim was out here for several years, and he talked with Dr. Thiel and some of the doctors here, and had come to understand it. In fact, he was willing to take therapy himself if he thought it would be in any way beneficial to our relationship. So,
do you think there was any awareness in him that any connection between your having been hospitalized for mental illness and his mother?
I don't think so. I feel it. I think that he has certain feelings about people being mentally ill because of his mother, but I don't think he realizes it.
You do feel there's some connection. That there's some attraction you have because of this.
He's always been the one in the family to take care of his mother. When he was away from home and he didn't have his mother to take care of and he had no one in his family, and when I came along and was a little bit goofy, I think he appreciated it.
Does he like you goofy? How about when you're not?
He likes me then too. It's just that he has more of a tendency to take care of me, or to see that I'm taken care of, see that I have what I want or what I need when I'm upset or disturbed than he does when I'm not. And I like to be taken care of.
What was your life like before you got married to him? I mean, immediately before, in the year, less than a year before that time.
and I think it was the 9th of April I was discharged from UCLA, and I went to Venice. I moved to Venice, and I spent 5 or 6 months living on the beach in Venice, and it was wild. I drank quite a bit. Rode quite a few motorcycles, skin diving, water skiing. There just isn't too much that I didn't try. I didn't sleep much, or I didn't eat very often, but I had a ball.
Did you get in any trouble?
Not any serious trouble. I guess I could have gotten in serious trouble.
What do you mean?
Well, I was picked up once for possession of narcotics, and I told them some weird tale, and they believed me and turned me loose. And I wrecked a car that wasn't mine. I told them that it had been loaned to me, and actually I didn't know who it belonged to.
I guess I could have died because I couldn't know what the speaking saw. I'm not clear. At the time that you wrecked the car? Or this was at another time?
Another time.
What did you take and how much was it?
I took Rubitol, and then I think I took 36.
36. That's pretty good. What happened?
I don't know. You mean before or after?
I mean as a result of it.
Well, I guess I took the pills and I went to bed, and somebody telephoned me, and while I was on the telephone I lost consciousness. And they transferred me, they took me to the Santa Monica Hospital, and my stomach was pumped there. And Santa Monica Hospital wouldn't keep me, and they brought me to UCLA, and UCLA wouldn't even talk to them about keeping me. And I was taken to the county hospital, and I was unconscious until the next Wednesday. And then I was discharged. And that's all.
Any further attempts?
Not that I was aware of. Well, I shot him out. But
What about that?
That I was just angry. I had been out, and my children were spending the weekend with me, and he was an addict. He broke into the house, and he was wrecking the house, and he picked up one of my small boys and beat him quite badly. I told him not to, and he did it anyway, so I shot him.
And
he didn't do it anymore.
What happened?
Nothing.
Oh, what happened to him?
Oh, yeah. I hit him. He bled. And he went to the hospital. No, he didn't go to the hospital. He went to the police station. His friends came and got him. And I shot his car up too. And some friends of his came and got him, and they took him to the police station. He demanded police protection and so forth. And they told him to go away. He went to a hospital, and then he was arrested for selling narcotics. And I went to see him. In fact, I took him cigarettes. I told him, I'm sorry I hurt him. Because I think if I'd have been any better shot, I probably could have killed him.
How'd you miss?
I was shooting him with a rifle. And it was too big. I just don't shoot that well. I'm not in the habit of shooting people.
It's not an easy habit to get into.
I wouldn't want to do it again.
Was there any other trouble before you got married?
Although there was another shooting, and that was in December, just about. It was the 5th of December, and I was married the 28th, or the 23rd. But this one I had no connection with at all. But a man was shot in my apartment, a policeman in fact. I I never did fully understand what happened, except that they had been drinking and he invited some juveniles in to drink with them girls, and one thing led to another, and one policeman was shot, another one had his head split open, and we ended up, I think, with 6 policemen being fired, and they put me in jail, and I never could figure out why, except that they didn't want any stories going around about what had actually happened while they tried to straighten it up. And then they had an investigation in April of the next year. And I was subpoenaed to go to that. And I didn't appear, and they put me in jail again for contempt of court. But they didn't keep me for any length of time. And that was all. Then I got married.
You survived that also?
The marriage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, that was an impulsive thing to do because I didn't know him, and after I met him, I couldn't remember his name. I met him on a Sunday, and this girl that I had been living with said, "This guy's going to get drafted. You got kids, why don't you marry him, and then you can claim dependence?" So I did. I married him the next day.
That's the way you married the previous times. It was rather quickly, as I recall. But this one seems to have turned out different. How come?
Because he's a different person. Because I like him.
I don't know. It doesn't sound quite sufficient to explain it.
Because he doesn't care what I did before. He doesn't say, like my mother said, you hadn't done this and you hadn't done that. And I couldn't forget anything that I've ever done because my mother always reminds me. But he doesn't care. He figures what I've done in the past was unfortunate. So let's forget it and work towards doing better in the future. And if things come up, like anything. If I'd gone out and written bad checks and maybe 3 months after I was married these checks started appearing, he'd say, well, we'll take care of them the best we can. Don't let it happen again. And let's find out why it did so it won't happen again. That's
so,
fine.
Does it happen again?
No.
What happened to the kind of life that you led, the kind of behavior that you had up until the time you got married?
Well, prior to my marriage, I didn't do anything like other people do, I guess. I mean, I ate and bathed regularly and brushed my teeth and things like that, but as far as being scheduled, now I get up in the morning and cook his breakfast and see that my children are ready for school. That my children didn't live with me. I didn't want them. I didn't have any intentions of being a mother. And I don't know, before I do something, now I'd still like to go out and drink and have a ball. I enjoy drinking. I like to drink. But I think, no, if I drink tonight, in the morning I'll have a headache and maybe I won't be able to iron. And I have to iron because Michael has to have clean shirts for school. I never felt that way 3 years ago. Because I didn't have to. I didn't have any responsibilities.
What about drugs of various sorts? Has that changed any? As I recall, you had by the age of 21 pretty well run through all the drugs there are.
I don't use anything. Nothing. In fact, Dr. Theo has been trying to get me to take tranquilizers, and I just will not if I can get along without them. And I think that I can.
So no alcohol?
6 months. For the first 6 months after I was married, I didn't change too much. I was still having a ball because I didn't really feel married. I don't think I did. I don't know. I was hospitalized here for 30 days in March of 1959. And my husband continued he came to see me every day. And I finally decided, well, if he's married, I guess I ought to be. I think that had a lot to do with it, the fact that he wasn't repulsed by anything that I had done. I don't know how to explain it. I can't explain the feeling, because I don't know what it is. I just like it.
Well, it sounds most unusual for you. You always in the past, if a whim hit you, a whim was as good as doing it.
I can't do that. Because I just can't. I have things that have to be done. And I have 2 children that have to be raised. Nobody else is going to do it. And I don't want my children raised the way I was. Oh, I just won't have it. I want them to be emotionally secure, stable, healthy, well-adjusted young men. I don't want them to be a couple of nuts.
What made you a nut?
Well, I imagine I did it pretty much by myself.
No, you were suggesting that it was in the way you were raised.
I didn't mean to suggest that.
I'm sure you did.
I'm sure I didn't, because I think I was raised as well. I have several brothers and sisters, and there isn't anything wrong with them, and we were all raised the same.
Is any of your impulsivity left? Has it all disappeared since you've gotten married?
I still do things impulsively, but I've curbed it a great deal. If I'm angry, I say, damn it, I don't go out and try to blow up the house. And if somebody hurts my feelings, I
You don't shoot them down?
No, I don't shoot them.
How about motorcycles?
That really isn't fair, because I like motorcycles. And lots of normal, average, everyday people like motorcycles and enjoy them. My husband liked a motorcycle. I had a motorcycle accident last night. It wasn't very serious. Actually, it wasn't my fault, because the throttle got stuck, but I hit a fence.
What happened?
I wrecked the motorcycle.
And you
apparently were unhurt? I've got a few bruises, but I didn't get hurt.
Were you going fast?
About 70 miles an hour, 65, 70 miles an hour.
Congratulations.
Now, the highway patrolman said he didn't think it was possible. He wanted me to do it again.
So a little of your old self then remains to remind you that you're still there?
I have a lot to overcome. I don't know that I really do.
Well, when you say overcome, it reminds me that there's something we haven't talked about, which is your treatment. Well, you've been in treatment for a long time. How many years has it been?
Periodically since I was 14 years old. But actual treatment where I really wanted something from it, it's been a really short time.
How long?
3.5, maybe 4 years. And where I really buckled down to treatment, it's been even shorter, maybe 2.5 years. Do you know, I don't know if this is true, but I don't think that you can just go into therapy with any doctor. And I've had dozens. Some of them were real dolls. But I think you have to feel something with your doctor. Have something more than just you have to have some kind of a relationship that's different than just talking to somebody. And I've had 3 here at UCLA. 3 doctors. And one of them, I don't know. I could talk to him for hours, and I never felt that he understood what I was talking about. And another one, I didn't feel anything towards him except antagonizing. I wanted to bother him every time he opened his mouth. And the doctor said, and I've continued with Dr. Phil. I feel that any great changes that have been made, or anything that I've accomplished, has been due to my therapy with Dr. Phil.
Of course, that would leave out your husband, who is also...
No, I was going to add
You mean
that.
in treatment?
In treatment.
Official treatment of any year. What's made the difference with Dr. Thiel?
I trust him. I know he wouldn't lie to me, for one thing. For a while, when I talked to a doctor, I always wondered what you thought of it. And they would say, do this, I think you should do this, or I think you should do that. Then I think, well, if Dr. Storer was saying it, what would he say? And then I found out that wouldn't work. I don't know where I got confused there. But finally, when I got to Dr. Steele, and he was all my doctor, I actually resented his other patients. I could live with that. But I trust him, and I believe him, and I just feel that he's good for me.
How would you say you've changed?
I think I'm getting old. I'm slowing down. I'm not as nervous.
You're how old now, 24?
I was 25 in January.
You're getting old.
I've learned to face responsibilities rather than running from them continually. I still have a desire to learn, so it's something disagreeable. In fact, I still do occasionally. I'm able to think things out. If something happens that I might want to react impulsively to, quite often I can sit and think it out before doing it, and therefore not do it at all.
So, what's going to become of you? That's a foolish question in a way. I don't expect a specific answer, but what do you think of the future?
Well, first of all, I think I should continue therapy. I like to think that I've accomplished a great deal, but there's still a lot more. I think in time, I'll just be another old lady, just like everybody else.
In all of this, your mother plays some part. When we talked years ago, I don't know whether you recall it or not, you mentioned some of your feelings about her and about your father. What's with that now?
I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean.
What are your feelings towards your mother now? Are they the same? Are they different? If they're different, how are they? Whatever you feel.
I get along fine. My mother's a very nice person. I don't know what to say about my mother. I really don't. People say, is your mother nice? And I say, yeah, my mother's nice. I don't know. I've never been disrespectful to my mother. I've never said no to my mother. I've never denied her anything that she ever asked me. I don't know what to say about her. I think possibly I dislike some of the things she does. But I don't know that I can say I dislike. I think I do. I'm not sure that I do. I don't know what. It's very confusing, my feelings about my mother. And I don't really care to talk about it.
Have you seen your father recently?
No.
Is he completely out of the picture? And has been for years? He has no contact with your mother or with you or with your brothers or sisters?
No, I know where he is.
Really with that?
Oh yeah.
How come?
I like my dad. He's a pretty nice guy. Very used to be.
I once asked you whether you're like him.
Yeah, my mother says I'm just like him.
In what way?
I don't know. Whatever it is isn't good.
Why is it?
Because my mother will say, that no good so and you just like him. So I don't guess it's very good whatever it is.
Is she still saying that?
Oh yeah.
Does she,
Well, I think it's gotten to be a habit.
does she feel you've changed him?
Yes. She comments on the fact that I'm calmer, you know, I'm not always jumping around, hollering and ranting and raving and so forth.
Do you see her now?
She likes the idea that I wear dresses once in a while, instead of Levi's and motorcycle boots.
Yes, you do look different from the way you used to.
You have smoke?
Yes. What's happened to the Levi's?
Nothing. I just don't care to wear them.
You're wearing heels, stockings.
One day my youngest son asked me if I was a boy or a girl. And it really bothered me. Yesterday he asked me if he was a girl when he was born because he had curly hair. And I didn't know that kids got so confused about things like that.
Didn't you?
No. And besides, I go to PTA meetings and in the neighborhood I live in, women just don't wear Levi's, and I'm a woman. No. My husband doesn't like it either.
You seem to be comfortable in women's clothes.
Not really.
What's the trouble? You look comfortable now as you sit here.
I feel comfortable with you. A lot of times, if I have to go someplace, or like to a PTA meeting or something, I'm very uncomfortable. But if I'm not riding a motorcycle on the dirt, I feel as comfortable as anything.
Do you feel when you go to a PTA meeting as if you're in competition or losing the competition with the other mothers?
I don't feel like I belong. I'm always afraid I'll say something wrong, or I just don't feel comfortable around other adult women.
Have you ever?
Do you know what I think is? I hear these women talk about they've done this or they've done that, or did you hear about so-and-so, her daughter's going to have a baby and she's not married? What a terrible thing. And I think, well, you old bag. It isn't so terrible. And I just think, how funny. I would just like to picture the look on her face if I told her how many children I've had, or how many times I've been married, or something like that.
They would have trouble believing you, wouldn't they?
I don't think they believe it at all.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it. Not really. I just think about maybe so-and-so's daughter is going to have a baby that isn't married, and I wonder if her mother knows why she's having the baby. And why don't they try and understand it rather than criticizing her or condemning her for it?
Our time is up. Thank you.
circumstances like a recipe, poverty, drugs, child abuse. These things, contribute to a person's frustration and anger, and at some point in life, he explodes. I didn't particularly care for people. Why on earth did you hurt those people? Why did you kill those people? I cannot answer this at this time. There are desires where if I didn't give in to them, I would be crushed by them. I believe in the evil in human nature. This is a wicked world. And in a wicked world, wicked people are born. I'm not going to blame society, my race, people, or anything. It is up to the individual like myself to keep on knocking on whatever door they want to get into. As far as Satan is concerned, I believe in, malevolent beings, infiltration religions that are ourselves, powers that are evil. I care about myself, really. I don't care about what happens to me. I never did, really.
Here is part of an interview with the subject just before LSD is to be administered.
My husband is here to be 80, 20, so we're looking for normal people, and I volunteered.
You feel you're normal?
I hope I'm normal. I think so.
Well, a little while back you took quite a series of psychological tests, and I can assure you that you're a very stable and well-balanced person as a result of the test. How do you feel about coming here and drinking this strange material?
A little nervous, perhaps.
Well, I think that's normal. Well, I think it's time for you to have your lysergic acid. Drink this down, and we'll be back after a while and see how you're doing. This is a glass of water, colorless, tasteless. It contains 100 gamma of LSD-25, 1/10 of a milligram, the equivalent of 1/600th of a grain. An ounce of this material will make 150,000 such doses. Let us observe the effect some 3 hours later.
But I just couldn't possibly tell you. It's here. Can't you feel it? This whole room, everything is in color, and I can feel the air. I can see it. I can see all the molecules. I'm part of it. Can't you see it?
I'm trying.
Oh, I can link, or you see, or I don't know how.
I can feel it inside.
It would be all one if you weren't here, and if nobody else, yes, everything is one.
You have nothing to do with it. I am one with what I am. I can see everything in color. Everything. You have to see the air. You can't believe it. And the dimensions and all the prisms and the rays and everything coming down through you and moving.
What does this all mean?
I've never seen such infinite beauty in my life. It's like a curtain of spider web. Can you see it? It's right here in front of me, right now. Watch. No. Good heavens. You know what went through me? It passed right through me. Me? I wasn't in me.
Is all this pleasant or unpleasant? Or aren't these the right words?
What is pleasant? Living is unpleasant and unpleasant. It's too beautiful. It's having me thinking. Can't you feel it? Everything is so beautiful and lovely and alive. You shouldn't say anything about anything not being. This is reality. If you look right over there, are you looking? Can you?
Yes, what should I say?
I wish I could talk in Technicolor, or let you see. Can you say you can see it?
No, I can't quite see it. Tell me about it.
I can't tell you about it. You can't see it, then you just never know it. I feel sorry for you.
Now, Gerald, I know you have great personal experience with lysergic acid. What do you think of it? To do this in 2 minutes, eternity in an hour. It's almost impossible, of course, as all the patients say, to describe it. You can only say it isn't, it isn't, it isn't. Trying to tell people what it is. Well, of course, I don't know any of our friends that have taken it but haven't said this one thing in common. Well, I never knew anything like that in the whole of my life. And 1 or 2 people have said to me, I've said it to myself, that's what death is going to be like now. And oh, what fun it will be. How do you mean that? Well, I mean that there are the colors and the beauties, the designs, the beautiful ways things appear. People themselves, dull people that I thought dull, appear fascinating, interesting, mysterious, wonderful. But that's only the beginning.
man was saying it this afternoon who was taking it. Suddenly you notice that there aren't these separations. That we're not on a separate island shouting across to somebody else and trying to hear what they're saying and misunderstand. You know, you use the word yourself, empathy. These things flowing underneath. We're parts of a single continent. It meets underneath the water. And with that goes such delight, the sober certainty of waking bliss.
He knew that he seriously believed. And that he knew that's all that it took, is for him to believe who he was. Even believing him in a condition when he was being killed as a heretic against the church, against the system. The church today certainly will see us as against the church. The church is not of God. The church was of God. The only church that there is today that is a live church is that which is connected with the present existence of the next level, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, a representative from that kingdom. And this is so exciting to us, even though we know that it is close to our end, and that is why it is exciting to us. Because we don't expect to or want to build a church on this planet. We don't want any Gothic cathedral. We don't want any membership roll. We don't want to help you reproduce so that we have more children to put on the Sunday school roll in the church. We are a group of believers in the kingdom level above human who want to leave and enter that kingdom and become of significant service. It does not mean that when in the human kingdom that a strong humanitarian drive is not a healthy thing. Because really a strong humanitarian drive is to improve. But if you could only see that a human condition is a temporary condition, a stepping stone, an opportunity to get out of this kingdom, then you could accept that. This is as scientific, this is as true could be, but you have to know me. You have to trust me. You have to believe me. Some can know me now. Some can even know me for the first time when they see this tape and say, I don't know what there is, but there's something in my head that makes me know that fellow and makes me know that what he's saying is true. And I may be wrong, but I'm going to try to find more out and see if that's what I need to be a part of, because I know that this place has become something that is not where I belong. It's funny that not funny, it's sad that where a segment of my Father's kingdom, where even in particular my personal Heavenly Father related to a community that is today considered the Jewish community, and worked with them, preparing them for my presence here. And yet the Jewish community would certainly see me as anything but a representative of God. Even the Muslims, who are considered the enemy of the Judeo-Christians, the Muslims have a more real connection with God. Still better behavior, still more restraint. You know, one of my students reminded me just today that they came in contact with a Muslim who said, look, you know, you people of the West have a wrong idea of what we are. That we don't praise Muhammad. We don't worship Muhammad. We consider Muhammad a prophet of many prophets. Many of the books of our literature are of Jesus. And I say great is God more than 50 times a day because God means so much to me. God means so much to them that they are usually more quick to be more modest in the clothing that they wear, more quick to be on guard against sensuality, things of this world, where God means more to them and they are willing to die for God more quickly and justify that frame of mind than a willingness to die for a nation or die for a world. So I'm not saying that Muslims are the ones that are going to inherit any more than anyone else. In the eyes of the kingdom of heaven, there's no such thing as race or color or religious background. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. If you came up with where the extent of your religious background was Star Trek, that in itself could be the best background you could have. If you could accept this as truth. If you could accept this as reality. This is a test time. And here's a little old bitty classroom. Some old fellow with prune face sitting here calling himself Joe, saying, I'm a representative of the kingdom of God. How can I believe that? If you have some of my Father's mind in you, you will have some of that recognition. Even though once you recognize me, the forces of this world will dive in with all their might to have you lose that recognition, to have you not trust me, to have you come to your senses and come back into the service of this world. I hope this tape session with you will be the beginning of our relationship. If this tape session is used to validate your seeing us as the spurious Messiah, the anti-God, the Antichrist, so be it. That's part of what we expect. That's part of the necessity of what comes at this time. It's the common thing for us to see each other as opposites of what we think we are. I'm so happy because my time is short here. If you come with us, your time is short here. When Jesus left 2,000 years ago, or the one who was in Jesus, or when I left 2,000 years ago, only a very short time after that, truth was significantly corrupted, so that no matter who tried to use that name of Jesus or of Christ or that religion the information, seeing it as true, seeing it as real, referring to what had been said by what it takes to come into my kingdom, that fell apart, that deteriorated, that became unimportant. It's a miracle that it's still in the Gospels. It's still there. You'd be amazed. It's still there. When I'm gone this time, when we're gone, when we leave, when we go and enter into my Father's spacecraft in order to go into service in His kingdom, very short time, if you have not by then been recycled, those who are still here, if you are permitted because of my Father's kingdom desire to have you stay a while longer, which I don't think is the case. If it were the case, the truth would deteriorate as fast as we depart. It would leave this atmosphere. I hope for your sake that you at least ponder this, that you go into the privacy of your closet. Don't ask your neighbors, your friends, what they think of this. You go see if you can connect with the purest, highest source that you might consider God.
The patient who exhibits a hypomanic state, that is, the characteristic symptoms of a fully developed manic state to a lesser degree. The manic state is characterized by a triad of symptoms, all of which reflect marked general stimulation and exaggeration of otherwise normal modes of behavior. We find 1. Overactivity. The manic person uses large gestures and shows unusual animation of the face. 2. Increased and accelerated ideation. The manic flips from topic to topic. This may become a veritable flight of ideas. In any case, these patients are always extremely talkative, and their talk is fast and unrestrained. 3. Elation. Euphoria is a dominant mood. The manic person is usually elated, smiling, laughing, feels better than he has ever felt in his life, and consequently, he has no insight into the fact that he is sick. But he also loses his temper easily when cross, or may cry for a minute or two when he talks about something sad. Manic patients, as a rule, are friendly, witty, and overconfidential, have little reserve and few inhibitions. Their judgment, of course, is very poor. The general impression one gains is that of a bright, unduly restless and alert person who is easily distracted. For example, our patient will undoubtedly pay a good deal of attention to the surrounding lights and camera. Manic attacks may occur at any age from adolescence on. This patient has had a number of similar attacks and also several depressions during her life. Her voice has become hoarse from continuous talking and singing.
Oh, merciful, the police, they couldn't tell it actually me, stabbing me while I was still there. There. Oh, the man, I go to the, I am there, I'm always going to the...
Why were you so angry?
Why'd you run on me like this? Something scary. Dr. Mandel said
see the moving pictures and no moving pictures. I don't care what about it. I can go at home. Grand Opera, thank you. I saw Blossom Time.
When did you see that?
Oh, good for you.
Did you like it?
Really bad. It was sad, of course, to listen to Schubert. It was beautiful.
Are you often going to the theater?
No, we don't go very often. Since we have little grandchildren, you know. But my son takes us to Hawking Act before. That's what he likes.
Do you
So
like
do I. I love Hawking Act. Because I always know all the boys. That's the funny part.
All the boys in the teams?
Well, I mean, our own team, just the other way. My husband said, how in the world did you know those boys play? I just told the dentist in St. Lambert, Mother's Juice, the Grand, his lovely sons. Best tapes. He's a little bit good in the flakes. I know that, didn't, but I didn't know his name.
So you like hockey?
Oh, I love it. I just see the boys play, yeah. I always want our team to win.
Well, everybody does.
Naturally.
You like any other sport?
Tennis?
Have you played it yourself?
Well, not very much. My son has played. We had our own private tennis court. And he came home from boarding school first. And this war started all from the beginning. I won't forget it, boys.
And then you got sick?
Sick, nothing.
Well, when you had to come to the hospital?
I didn't have to come. I did not have to come. You
couldn't.
You knew.
You couldn't.
Nothing of that kind in the wide world.
You went to
I sleep too sound. My husband has to take his common at 6 o'clock in the morning. You have to get up in the bank. Even the Bank of England are starved with every light. So we get Mom's head. So he just takes his elbow this way with his 6, you know, a bank man wake him right in the minute. I don't worry about it, but
well, the doctor found that you were too active. You were doing...
What doctor?
No, exams before you came here.
I tell you, well, I wasn't examined at all. That's another lie.
You don't think you were too active?
I certainly not. I'm a very quiet person. I never talk. They always call me deaf, dumb, and mute here.
Then what?
Deaf, dumb, and mute. You ask your wife, I bet she heard it. With Miss Colonel Steinwell.
Who calls you?
Wherever I worked. And you know, we were taught never to talk. Naturally.
You talk quite a lot now.
Now look here, you're making me talk. That's myself. I mean, Amanda, you scallywag.
What are you looking at?
Look at that boy taking pictures of you.
Do you like the boy or the camera?
Well, now, Dr. Lehman, stop. I don't feel much like laughing at him.
What do you feel?
I'm heartbroken.
Why?
Bleeding heart isn't very funny. Now, did you take your own picture of take the boozers and the downboard? I see you hiding behind the chair.
No, he's taking our pictures. You and me.
We're not ever in the world. I'm telling you. If my husband knew they'd go jump the place. Oh. No, they've anchored that mountain.
They what?
They've gone so far, those buddy most of them are doing. Not the 4 nights ones, but the others. He's angry. Angry.
Who's angry?
My husband. And God.
Are you angry too?
Yes, I certainly am.
You just told me a few minutes ago you were never angry.
No, never in my life till now. So it's an awful thing. Hey, what they do over there. Other than I think finally we're giving this new citizen. See, at the time I was home. Remember that?
Can you sleep all right?
Can I sleep? Why, Doctor?
No, you don't sleep very well.
Who told you such a lie as that?
The nurse.
No, she never did. You scout. What nurse?
The night nurse.
What They can't hardly waken me with 6. What do you call it? Flashlights. Yeah, I want to know, but I'm just for. But at home I get up, of course. I get up on time, but I don't have to rush or hurry. I get up and get ready. We're home, sweet home. You're never so humble. No place like home. I know.
First you have to be well. To gain something.
Well, I'm well, and I'm going to gain at home, if you understand, please. Please forgive me for talking loud to see what you're doing. And you disobey my mother.
That's in a good way.
I'm talking loud. I had to call help murder police, God knows, for 6 months, every one of the workers would have been dead. You know what these tapes is. Surely after that one morning we never saw you for 2 or 3 months. You was like, I said to her, did they take notice of? They've never reappeared.
Well, yes.
Nice English chap. A Yankee, I'll bet too. Good little wires. Yes, me.
Would you like to have your picture taken?
No. I had my picture taken on my wedding trip. That's quite enough. By rice, Montreal.
On your wedding trip?
Honeymoon. You haven't forgotten your honeymoon. It's your beautiful boy. Little boy, oh my goodness. Take your picture.
When did you go on your honeymoon?
I was married. Not before.
How many years ago?
But after I was married, thank God. What are you coming at now?
You were well at the time.
I've always been well.
Well, you
I've been the strongest daughter of the 3 daughters. Perfectly well. This performance, I don't know what to make of it. Take my picture. Instead of yours and your wife and that little boy. He has the most beautiful wife. All over Syracuse. She managed to tell me. I've seen him.
How many?
Your wife. With the smilest little face. With Miss Cream mustache.
But you have been here before in this hospital.
My dear man, it was the war.
You were sick then?
No, I wasn't sick at all.
What had happened? Could you tell
Well,
me?
don't you understand? No, I suppose you don't, being your father and not a mother. Well, my boy came home from boarding school. He wanted to go right overseas and, just win the war. Poor little lad, he was only 14. I guess about the age you were when you came from England. Remember? You look just the same yet, you don't look a bit older. I can remember Dr. Lang when I first came here. He looked just scared of everybody, Poor chap. And they used to tease me to death, poor little me. I made me lift the ladies dead. He's not big, he's so friendly. And don't you sit on that bench beside him. These older ladies would say to me to tease me. Never made me scared of him a bit. Never changed my opinion. I knew he was Dr. Lehman, that's all I was to it. But of course he wasn't my doctor. I didn't have to have any doctor. I was never sick.
Well, you had...
I've always been told I should never been put here. By every head nurse yet. And even Dr. Porches. He knew why I was put here. I never told him anything. I was just 3 months in Hall 1, and I went home with my little boy, 1 year, 2 years old. It was jealousy. I don't know why they'd be jealous of me, but just what mother said. Thank God.
You have lost a lot of weight.
Oh, Matt, you know. I don't suppose they told you that. Well, I don't like to tell all these young men who are taking their picture. The lovely picture. The lovely curtains. Like the Buckingham Palace. Mackenzie England. Poor fellow bastard. Yes, you remember that picture? Smile, the king. Became the king. After he resigned. but his boy then. He was home writing books. Why should he go?
This patient has shown the typical symptoms of a hypomanic state. General elevation of mood with occasional rapid changes, unusual animation as displayed in facial expression and gestures, increased and accelerated flow of ideas, at times producing flight of ideas. Remember her reference to the beautiful curtain, like buttons called palace, royal, king, Mackenzie king, etc. Her pronounced distractibility accounted for her frequent shift of gaze when she was looking at the camera crew and directed jocular remarks to them.
Allow your wrists to become even more lucid with each and every calm
I'm an American, and I went off the deep end. Ed Kemper has been serving a life sentence in this California prison since 1973, when, at the age of 24, he murdered his mother, then called police and confessed to having dismembered college co-eds for 2 years, as well as cannibalizing and raping their headless bodies. When someone abandons himself to being a victim, he's going to have to be one. With an IQ of 136, Kemper is now the prison's best reader of books for the blind. Saying I've wanted to kill my mother since I was 8 years old, and I'm not proud of that. It started with surrogates at that non-human level. Physical objects, my possessions, other people's, destruction of things that are cared about, and then destruction of things that are living on a lower level, small animals, insects, animals, and then finally people. It started coming to a head again, so I went back down, I ran away back down there. And then a month later, I'm up living with my grandparents in the mountains, and 10 months later, I murdered them. It made it worse to be on top of the mountain. I was literally on top of a mountain when it happened. And I sensed everybody in the world just stopping what they were doing, turning around, saw what I did, and are coming to get me. And I knew I was paranoid at that moment. I knew anybody that came up there and gave me a funny look or a fishy eye or quizzical look, I'd have blown their brains out thinking they were coming to get me. And if it had been in a city, I would have been a mass murderer at age 15. I would have killed until they gunned me down. I wouldn't have been able to reason my way out of it. I was scared to death and I was violent. I felt my back at that wall. I was the rabbit that always ran, that always backed away, always burns bridges. Suddenly there weren't any more, and my back hit that wall, and I came out screaming and kicking and shooting. He was released to the one person that authorities at the state mental hospital recommended he never see again. I got paroled to my mother. Atascadero decided that I didn't never need to talk to her again at all. Don't give her a Christmas present. Leave her alone. She got a pound of flesh out of you. I wasn't sniveling about my mother to them. I didn't like to hear what they had to say about her. She went to 3 husbands like a hot knife through butter. When 4 months after I was out, I was back into the fantasy bag. My first date was an absolute disaster. It wasn't her fault. You know? I didn't blame her even then. I'm saying it was a terrible tragedy, but boy, she didn't ever talk to me again. It was awful. It wasn't sexual or grabbing at her. No, I was just such a dork, taking her to a John Wayne movie and Denny's. It's terrible. I'd never been on a date at 16. That was cool, you know? I'd never been on a date, you know? I was locked up since I was 15. But I can't tell her that. Oh, gee, don't mind me. You know, she kind of got hung up on my looks or whatever. You know, she's a gorgeous young lady. To her class, and she saw something there that I guess wasn't fair, and boy, she found out quick. Taking elaborate precautions, he drove around universities and picked up hitchhiking co-eds while wearing these glasses. Yeah. These are the ones
Now, would you get in the car with this man? Huh? State has made me much more credible as a human being.
While his mother worked at the university, Kemper buried the mutilated bodies in the mountains and took the severed heads home. Then he slept with their heads for days and finally went looking for more.
I was losing a grasp on something that was too violent to keep inside forever. As I'm sitting there with a severed head in my hand, talking to it, or looking at it, and I'm about to go crazy, literally. I'm about to go completely flywheel loose and just fall apart. I say, wow, this is insane. And I told myself, no, it isn't. You're saying that, and that makes it not insane. I said, I'm sane, and I'm looking at a seven. I said, well, wait a minute. I'd see old paintings and drawings of Viking heroes talking to severed heads and taking them to parties, old enemies, and leather bags. Part of our heritage. This is me back then, in 1972 and 73. Unable to live with the fact that I just stabbed to death and cut the throat of an innocent young woman. Innocent in the sense that she did not plan on that happening. She didn't do anything specifically for that to happen to her. But she was a very active participant in her own death. And in my memory of that, she was 19 years old, and her roommate in the trunk who died right after that was 18. But in the hog wild and totally limp, what I'm saying is, I found myself doing things in an attempt to make things fit together inside. I was doing sexual programs and things, I mean, in the sense of striking out and reaching out and grabbing and pulling to me, but appalled at the sense that it wasn't working. That isn't the way it's supposed to be. That isn't the way I want it. See what I'm saying? And during that time, I become engaged to someone who's young and is beautiful and very much the same advantages and very much the same upbringing and Disneyland values. And she's very much the reason I surrendered. I picked up two girls who were so much like the first two, it was unbelievable. Almost identical circumstances. And I let them go. Everything went towards killing them, and I didn't. But I'm saying, wow, it's uncanny. It was almost like it was meant to be that way. And I said, wow, it's gotta stop. And I let them out. They never even knew what was going on. I let them out. I would have gotten away with those two being murdered. I said, no, it's gotta stop. And a week later, I murdered my mother. Went back to Santa Cruz and killed her.
He killed her with a hammer in his sleep, cut off her head and hands, but then put her vocal cords in the garbage disposal and threw darts at her severed head.
I am an American, and I killed Americans. I am a human being, and I killed human beings. And I did it in my society.
With the purest, highest source that you might consider God and say, what about this? Is this for real? Is this for me? If it is, then give me the strength. Because as soon as you tell anyone else, they will be used as the instruments to have you not believe, to have you stay in this world and wait for heaven on earth. We hope to be of some service to you in this short time before our departure. And I say it's a very short time before our departure. So our thoughts will be of you. We hope that your thoughts will be of our Father's kingdom. Thank you.
Let us together through glory most almost operating machinery. Only wisdom when you can safely relax and bring your full awareness to your own comfort.
This is the 29th of September, 1996. I'm Doe. Doe probably doesn't mean anything to many of you. To those that have heard of Doe, might relate Doe to Tien Doe of UFO 2 or of a UFO cult that made some splash in the news 1975 and disappeared from the scene shortly after that. And some of you have heard some efforts that we have had to try to share a little bit of what we have learned with the public periodically between 1975 and now. We put out a statement called 88 Update in 1988, and we did a little videotape a little while after that. I think it was 92, 91, 92, called Beyond Human. Now today is quite a different urgency. It's urgent to me, it's urgent to the students that sit before me. Our reason for speaking to you is because we feel urgently to warn you of what we are about to say. You know, to try to just put it as briefly as I can put it and as clearly as I can put it, this planet is about to be recycled, refurbished, started over. As far, not, that doesn't mean it's going to be destroyed. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. But it does mean that it's going to be recycled, refurbished. Now you can say, well, who are you to say that? And I'll tell you who I am. As to whether or not you believe who I am or not is up to you. And whether or not you believe that it's going to be recycled or refurbished is up to you. Now, the purpose of this tape is to warn you that that is about to happen, and that it's going to happen very soon. If I would title this tape, it would be Last Chance to Evacuate Planet Earth Before It Is Recycled. Last Chance to Evacuate Earth Before It Is Recycled. If you've read any of our teachings, the information that we have, you know that our discipline is strict, that we teach overcoming human ways, overcoming human addictions. The purpose of that is not for religious reasons or for morality or in order to become righteous. The purpose of that is to go to the heavens. Humans have some idea, because of what the negative forces have let them believe or have led them to believe. Humans have the idea that through religion, that if I live a good life, then I get to go to heaven when I die. And they don't know what heaven is, but they think that heaven is where God is, and heaven is where whoever the leader of their religion is, and they'll get to go be with them if they've lived a good life by whatever standard their religion was. The fact is that there is only one kingdom level, a kingdom level, just like there's a human kingdom. There's only one kingdom level above the human kingdom. And that kingdom level made the human kingdom and designed the planet, designed all of its resources, designed all of its life forms, designed humans, and designed humans even with the potential of leaving the human kingdom in order to go to the kingdom level above human. Now, the startling thing to many is that the kingdom above human is physical. There's some idea that the kingdom above human is spiritual, as if it's limited to being spiritual. It is spiritual in the sense that if you think of mind as synonymous with spirit, and you become something that identifies with your mind instead of the suit of clothes you wear, then it is spiritual, because that becomes your identity. Even if you're in the human world and humans identify with the mind that they have, or the spirit that they have, remember those two are synonymous. If they identify with that mind, then they don't think that they die when the body they're wearing drops. They think that they move into another world. And they move out of the body. Whether they move into another world depends upon whether they're connected or not, or what their information is, or what they're capable of knowing or doing, what they've been willing to learn. You know, the next level, or the evolutionary level above human, oops, I said that bad word, evolutionary level, because religious people think, ooh, evolution, does this mean that we don't believe in creation? That's the most ridiculous thing that someone could think, is that evolution is not a part of creation. That kingdom level created everything that is, or made everything that is, and among those things it made a number of things that advance in an evolutionary progression. So to speak of that level above, we shouldn't be afraid to use the word evolutionary level above. It's not really an evolutionary level above in that creatures here can advance to that kingdom level, because they can't. That sounds strange. Well, they can, but they can't on their own. The same evolutionary level that created the human kingdom has to come into the human kingdom and offer life to them, has to offer information to them, has to offer substance of mind to them, has to create, or if the recipient is thirsty enough for that mind, and that recipient then finds that they have found a source that is from that level, that is in their presence, physically in their presence. Don't forget, it's not a spiritual kingdom. It exists with an identity of mind or spirit, but it wears physical bodies. You look at the heavens at night, and why do you see physical bodies in the heavens? If it was a spiritual heaven, you wouldn't see any of those bodies. They would all be etheric. But you see those heavenly bodies. You see only a tiny, tiny fraction of those physical bodies in the kingdom of heaven. That doesn't mean that our Heavenly Father's kingdom, or the kingdom of God, or the evolutionary level above human is anything less, because
on the face of the moon. I was afraid that people had put poison in the tea, you know.
In Britain today, 1 person in 100 suffers to some degree with feelings like that.
the people in there suddenly realised that I was Yuri Gagarin, sitting in a chair, come back from the dead or something, you know. Being able to control people, know what they're thinking and everything, you know.
They occupy 1/6 of the hospital beds and take 1/10 of the national health budget.
Yeah, I believe that the earth and all the planets were created by disease and fire,
It remains one of the unsolved mysteries of modern medicine. It's called schizophrenia. It can affect anybody regardless of intelligence or background at any age. To be schizophrenic is to feel your mind falling apart. Schizophrenics don't have a dual personality. They have bizarre thoughts and strange feelings. They may have a persecution complex, believe they're someone they're not, hear voices, see visions, use strange language, or refuse to speak. It is in short classical madness. What it is, and what causes it, is what the debate in modern psychiatry is about. Is it a physical illness, where the brain is malfunctioning, or a genuine and comprehensible human experience resulting from painful emotional relationships? Mild schizophrenia, feelings of unreality, of being unloved, occasionally touches most of us. Only one of us can find themselves here in a mental hospital. And if we do, what will schizophrenia mean to us and to our doctor?
I think from a clinician's viewpoint, the easiest way to explain it is what one sees in actual patients. This is what Bloiler described in his now famous monograph in 1911, The Schizophrenias. He recognized that there was a number of patients who had a number of symptoms in common, and that these patients predominantly had a disorder of their thinking, of their feelings, and of the way in which they perceive the world.
I came to hospital just to be buried. I come from a week. I thought that a week would do us, and I thought people were much different in Cambridge than they are in the island. But I found them to be something similar. And when I first went to hospital, I was in Kent House, and they shifted me to lime trees. And lime trees have shifted me into Mitchellwood. But it seems none of the three managers could get me buried.
In the normal person, one's thought is fairly coherent, as a steady stream of thought, as it were. But in the schizophrenic, this thought becomes disrupted, and the patient experiences thoughts being taken out of his mind, or the opposite, thoughts being inserted into his mind.
I'm conditioned and I have to be buried. There's no other way for me to live unless I get buried, see? Because I am dilapidated as I am, and I'm conditioned, and the two together I cannot live outside, you see.
He may have illusions, that is, he sees something and imagines it to be something else. Or he may have a hallucination, that's where he hears something when in fact there's not an auditory stimulus there. Now, if you're very sensitive about your situation, if you feel that other people are criticizing you or thinking badly of you, of course, you're immediately picking up all sorts of cues from the environment and mistaking people's comments for comments about you.
Now I'll tell you why I was worried. I was worried that I was the centre of all eyes. Wherever I went.
You thought everyone was watching.
Yes, and everyone was watching me. Now I think I'm an absolute fool, but then I thought I was absolutely right.
What did you do when you felt like this?
Well, when I felt like this, I used to put a bucket over my head, and it absolutely felt, honestly, it makes you fall over backwards how grown-up people can behave just like children.
Yes.
But that is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
When you put the bucket on your head, did it help?
Yes, because then I felt a little more self-confidence coming into the keeping it with just because I had a bucket in my hand that other people could see.
See if it was giving you some privacy.
Giving me some privacy.
And this is what is the basis of the paranoia. This disturbance of one's feeling after all, if one's not feeling right, if there's a disturbance of one's thinking, and if one's not reacting to one's environment in a normal way, one feels very frightened, and if one's frightened, one reacts by being hostile, by being suspicious.
You know, how they speak to you, you know, the way you receive them, they're speaking to you. You know, you be wrong, if they speak wrong, or they take what they say differently.
The other thing which people notice is that the feelings are incongruous. That means the feelings don't fit into the situation. Where people would normally be sad, the schizophrenic may show a certain jocularity.
I feel very happy, Doctor.
Is this a good happiness?
Well, I hope it is. As long as I keep it under control. Nobody gets better of me, control me. I'm all right.
Does it sometimes run away with you?
Well, I think I used to laugh sometimes when I had a kid over my head, you know, and it was a different sort of laughter.
The feelings, on the other hand, are much more subtle things and not so easy to... But the classical situation which is described is that the patient appears to be flat. One says technically the affect is flat, meaning that one doesn't get any animation from the patient. He seems not to be responding to his environment.
I didn't quite, I was all together in one place. I felt that I was almost dissolving, but I couldn't express this in words at all, these feelings. But I felt, you know, very bad there, as if I was absolutely stuck, and I seemed to be this physically. I seemed to get to a state of inability almost to move at times.
17th century, delusions were taken seriously. The deluded were saints or witches, agents of God or the devil, and delusions were religious. Later, the mad seemed incomprehensible and threatening, and waited and changed in the essence, and lunatics became more violent. In turn, enlightened Victorians regarded them as wretched and unfortunate, but still people to be locked up to protect society. This tradition carried on until after the last war. Some idea of hospital life then can be gathered from nurses like Eric Raines, who works here at Fulbourn.
They had nothing to do but walk around. Someone almost had to be carried out, and when they got there, they used to stand in one position and they wouldn't move. There were a tremendous amount of noisy people. They were tormented by their hallucinations, and they would really shout. They would really let go for about half an hour and they'd be dead quiet. In every ward, you can at least say 10% of the patients were under lock and key. They were in individual rooms. They were counted out. They were counted in. They weren't allowed to have any personal property. It was just custodian care. Well, these poor souls that were princes, they were kings, they were dukes, nothing in the world would ever change them that they weren't. To see someone discharged in my early days here was one of occasions.
Today, hospitals like Fulbourn have a liberal regime. The average stay for first admissions is about 4 to 6 weeks. This revolutionary change has been effected by therapeutic techniques, enlightened attitudes, and new drugs. These drugs cure 10% and help 40% of patients.
Concentration is very poor, but it's very much better now.
What about your thinking?
My thinking is still inclined to go a bit higgledy-piggledy, but on the whole, it's very much more quiet and concentrated.
You don't usually feel the effects of it, unless there's something strenuous or something, and you realise you are the stroke from the drugs themselves.
I do quite a lot when I don't have the injection. I feel very miserable in them. were very low, nice sort of snake that normally get a lot bigger. And if you're not on the drugs or injections, you sort of drag you down through the day.
A lot of them haven't really made any difference at all. But the one I'm on at present seems to have made the most difference to me. Overall, I felt better in the last fortnight since I've been having it than I have really since I can remember.
The drugs do have side effects, but the empty wards during the day bear witness to the usefulness of drugs, which are basically tranquilizers.
But they act in a much more subtle way than that. One of the physiological theories is the idea of arousal. But a schizophrenic person is in fact highly aroused. Now this flat appearance which I described to you is simply a defense mechanism. It's a way of cutting off being over-aroused from the environment. And these drugs, the tranquilizers, act by putting, as it were, a blanket round the patient. So they don't become threatened or overwhelmed by the flood of information and feeling which is coming into them.
No one's sure how these drugs work. If we did know how and where they affected the patients, this would give research scientists a clue as to what causes schizophrenia, or at least the types of schizophrenia for which the drugs are effective. Scientists are able to make informed guesses.
One of the hunches, which is very popular, is that the drugs, such as the phenothiazines, which are nowadays used, interact in the brain with amine systems. Now, many people think of the brain, quite correctly, as a sort of computer, but in one important respect, the brain is different from a computer, in that the brain uses chemical signals as well as electrical signals.
In the brain, there are biochemical processes which are thought to involve perception and feeling, and might therefore be disordered in schizophrenia. We now have some idea how these amine systems work. Although one nerve cell or neuron stimulates the next nerve cell, there's always a gap between them. Near this gap, blood vessels supply fresh chemicals, an amino acid tyrosine, to the nerve, where it's converted through two transitional compounds into a chemical called noradrenaline. Brain activity consists of electrical impulses coming down the neuron, which pumps noradrenaline in bursts into the space between the nerve ending and the next neuron in the chain, which then interacts at the receptive site on the other neuron to trigger off the electrical firing of the second cell. After the burst of noradrenaline has been released, it's removed rapidly. If it weren't, it would keep exciting the second cell indefinitely. So it's either pumped back into the nerve terminal that released it, or it may get chemically degraded into inactive compounds which are washed away in the bloodstream. Some of them will eventually be excreted in the urine. This is one amine system in the brain. There are others. Could drugs be affecting these systems?
Classic drug for this, which has stimulated a great deal of research on these amine systems, and that drug is Resipine. Resipine is in fact one of the first drugs ever used in the treatment of schizophrenia. And we know now that what it does to amine neurons is to knock out their ability to store a reserve supply of noradrenaline. It interacts in some way with these little storage particles, so that if Resipine is given, noradrenaline disappears temporarily from the brain.
This rabbit is drugged with Resipine. Its store of noradrenaline has been reduced. In the brain, tyrosine is converted into dopa, then into dopamine, and finally into noradrenaline. The rabbit's noradrenaline can be boosted by injecting dopa. The rabbit temporarily recovers. So, noradrenaline is involved in behavior and affected by rezepin. Rezepin helps schizophrenics, so could something be going wrong in their amine systems?
It's tempting to play a hunch here and say yes, mainly because of the similarity in structure between certain hallucinogenic drugs which produce symptoms in men rather similar in character to the schizophrenic syndrome, and naturally occurring amines. This is the substance we've been talking about already, noradrenaline, and we've seen its structure already. Here is, for comparison, one of the well-known hallucinogenic drugs, mescaline. And if you compare the structures of these two substances, you see that they have a certain basic similarity in their makeup. On the other hand, one could equally plausibly argue that hallucinogenic drugs are more related to another type of amine that one finds in the brain, an indolamine. Here is a hallucinogenic drug called psilocin, which is very similar indeed in structure to a naturally occurring amine called serotonin. In fact, if one removes these two groups on the nitrogen here from this hallucinogenic drug, one has the structure of the naturally occurring amine serotonin. And one could imagine quite plausibly that schizophrenia might be related to some abnormal chemical breakdown of the amines in the brain, leading to the production of substances like mescaline, which would produce the hallucinatory and other bizarre phenomena that one sees in the disease state.
If hallucinogens were produced here, abnormal waste products might be removed and turn up in the urine. In America, a compound very like mescaline has been reported in schizophrenic urine. Dr. Ridges of Liverpool, analyzing urine by chromatography, where chemicals appear as coloured stains on sensitive paper, has found a pink spot in schizophrenic urine, but not in normal people.
Our big problem at the moment is to find out the identity of the pink spot, which is now known to consist of a number of different components.
Does it seem that there's substances similar to mescaline on the one hand and things like adrenaline on the other?
Mm-hmm. Well, we think our results are highly suggestive of it being these sorts of compounds. In fact, we're almost certain that these compounds are amines.
This work is controversial. Some researchers have found nothing. Others have found pink spots in normal urine. But urine studies, even if indirect clues, are the best we have. The evidence, if tenuous, is suggestive. Brain chemicals crucially involved in thought and feeling look like some hallucinogens. Schizophrenic and hallucinogenic experience seem to be somewhat similar. If schizophrenics were producing hallucinogens in their brain, abnormal related chemicals might turn up in their urine. It's interesting too that chronic amphetamine addicts often show symptoms indistinguishable from paranoid schizophrenia, and amphetamine is chemically related to the hallucinogen mescaline. The brain chemical serotonin, which is similar to the hallucinogen psilocin, is crucially involved in dreaming, which can have schizophrenic characteristics. There are a number of hypotheses built around these and other suggestive connections. If schizophrenia is caused by a biochemical fault, that fault might be inherited. We know that schizophrenia tends to run in families.
And the easiest explanation, of course, is to say, well, this genetical material, this predisposing material is handed on from one generation to another. On the other hand, we now know that
very often what determines how people behave in families is not so much the genetic or material, but the way in which the family conditions its members to behave. So it's very difficult to separate out genetical theory on the one hand and environmental theory on the other.
Research has tried to separate inheritance from environment. Are children driven mad by a schizophrenic environment, or do they simply inherit a faulty biochemistry? Evidence supports both views, but all kinds of factors intrude to blur the issue.
If in your family there's a trait, characteristic, because everyone's sweating, is it going to happen to me? And in a schizophrenic family, this anxiety will, of course, play on the person's emotions and on their feelings, and if you like, in a kind of way, drive them mad.
Occasionally in the womb, a single fertilized egg splits, and you get twins with an identical inheritance. If schizophrenia was simply inherited, one twin getting it should mean that the other does. If you take 10 pairs of identical twins where one is schizophrenic, only 3 of the others appear to succumb. This is obviously low for a simple genetic explanation, yet twice the rate for non-identical twins.
One doesn't necessarily disbelieve the twin evidence because one wants to talk in terms of environmental conditions. It's much less strong than it used to be. It's not all black and all white as it was once held to be. And I think most people nowadays would say, yes, there may well be some kind of predisposing factor, but this is not enough. It's perhaps necessary but not sufficient. And the environmental stresses are insufficient.
But what are these environmental factors? Doctors at Bolton visit patients in the bleak and windswept fens, where families are isolated and particularly close. On one visit with a social worker, the psychiatrist is discussing cases.
Remember the other girl, Angela? Remember that day she came into the clinic terribly frightened, yes, crouching behind her father, auditorily hallucinated, quite terrified. And you and I took her into hospital that evening. Do you remember how within about 24 hours she settled down and was quite normal?
Quite dramatic, wasn't it? Very dramatic change, yes.
No. Okay, coming into hospital must have something to do with it, but I think it's coming away from the family. Yes. Allowing the person to be free to be themselves.
Something strange is going on in the families of schizophrenics. One of the first people to investigate this was an American called Bateson. He pointed out that people don't only communicate with words, but with their face and their bodies. Look at these people. This one is interested, that one quizzical, this one bored, others intense or flirtatious. Bateson advanced the idea that the child is confused by parents who are saying one thing verbally but showing something else physically, and reported that schizophrenic mothers did this. For example, the mother says, "Come and kiss me, darling," but indicates visually that she doesn't want him to, dramatizing her desire to love but inability to do so. The child stops, and the mother says, "What's the matter, darling? Don't you love your mother?" Confronted with a whole complex of this kind of ambivalence, the child is literally driven mad. Other theories of this sort have been advanced.
But here, so the idea, the theory would run, the family is a very rigid one, with perhaps the mother of the family occupying a controlling position and not allowing people to explore with different sets of relationships, forcing a person, a child, into an unnatural, if you like, relationship, which is then intolerable.
You remember how when Diane first came to the clinic, she would hardly say a thing. And every time she opened her mouth, mother or father would say to her, "No, don't interrupt," as if to imply that what she had to say was not important.
There was this overprotective attitude from mother and the tendency for her to rule the family, especially as father was somewhat crippled.
Lyman Wynne, his associates, who talk about, if you like, an almost abnormally normal family, which superficially appears to be a
very nice family, but on inspection is really too nice. And that this almost suggests that there's a kind of a quality about the family which is controlling the nastiness, if you like. This is a rather naive way of putting it. But that it appears superficially to be nice, but that underneath there appears to be a good deal of unobserved and almost unacceptable nastiness. Now, in normal families, this doesn't happen. Normal families are nice and nasty, and the nastiness is allowed to come through and is expressed and is dealt with.
This kind of work is criticized as grand theories based on small samples where the theorists see only what they're looking for.
It's difficult, again, to distinguish, is the family reacting in that way because the person is ill, or has their reaction, as it were, contributed to the person becoming ill. And studies of families, and in my outpatient work I try to interview quite a lot the parents and young people who have this disorder, to try and see how they relate to one another. Family therapy, in other words. And one can try to recreate what might be more helpful family situations, helping the schizophrenic patient to come to a better kind of decision about himself and dealing with his problems. Oh, it's Carol now.
Oh.
Mrs. Rosette and she came back from the hospital.
Yeah.
The parents in this family met and married at fullborn. The mother was schizophrenic.
Has she been in this house how long? Yeah, before that, we went across up in the caravan, and that must have been easier than it was.
That was awful.
So was a big
much room.
Much room.
No.
How else did you manage with hot water and things like that?
Well, I had the color gas and just brought water from there.
But during your pregnancy, when you were carrying her, how did you feel?
Awful.
Did you? Well, then you came through all right, and her birth was all right.
Yeah, but then she was allowed to, wasn't she?
Yes, that worried you quite a lot. After all, if you spend time in a hospital, in a sheltered environment, it's very difficult to go back out into the outside world. Perhaps if you've had a general illness, you know how long it does take to get used to coping with people again. Well, in the alienated world of schizophrenia, this sensitivity to other people is very marked. And so we make use of halfway houses, with a halfway step into full citizenship in the community outside. One has to get someone comfortable with themselves. This is where one might use individual psychotherapy. But then you've got to help an individual to relate to others around them, and one will begin to use group therapy.
Well, people, I mean, I was frightened of going to work with a lot of people and seeing them mixing.
What were you afraid of?
Large quantities of people.
What did you think they might do?
Well, he was just frightened of them.
Somebody else feel like that? Chris,
I find that it gives them series, you know. First of all, if you're fighting or going to work or going to see anyone, and when you get that little bit better, find yourself feeling like the people again.
How do you feel inside yourself?
Well, in a few moments, you will start to feel crazy.
I feel that cut off, you know,
Everything's good.
everything's beautiful.
Tell us what that feels like. Being cut off.
Well, can't concentrate, you know, and I find that talking to other people and being kind, you know, is a great effort, you know.
Do they feel ever experience feelings about your thoughts or stress? Yes.
Thinking that my heart would stop beat. With nowhere to go to, and I daren't cry or anything like that.
You were afraid that you thought your heart might stop.
Yeah. It was beating away to the dust, and then it just stopped. So it felt hospital. When I came here,
Well, how do you feel, Dorothy, about leaving the hospital and going to the job?
Oh, I won't feel at all bad. I think I'll be able to do it. I work at therapy now. Been across the city.
Of course, for many schizophrenics, the big problem is work. When their thought is broken up, they can't concentrate. So a lot of our time is spent in industrial therapy, where the whole aim is to try to get the person back into a working situation. And the pay packet at the end of the week is quite a difficult incentive.
So, environmental theory influences the hospitals, and the fact that treatment is effective indicates that social factors are crucial. Recent research has found some evidence that schizophrenic families contain a dominant parent, and that communication in normal families is much more chaotic than in schizophrenic families. It's also been shown that in London, male schizophrenics leaving hospital are more likely to break down if they return to their families, particularly if the family situation was an emotional one. Insight into schizophrenia might come in unexpected ways. Sometimes hallucinations and feelings of schizophrenics seem dreamless. Dr. Chris Evans draws analogies between the need of the brain to dream and the necessity of clearing old programs in computers.
You have, with computers, at regular intervals to perform certain operations on them, which involves clearing old programs, and also updating and revising existing programs. In sleep, we come offline, and the brain the brain is cut off from the outside world, and this process of running the old programs through and updating them and so on goes on. This is what I think dreaming is. Now, I suspect that dream deprivation produces the effect of sort of clogging the system up and producing a backlog of old programs which have got to be cleared. And in due course, these will come to the fore while the person is awake. And then you'd get the kind of hallucinations that you get with sleep deprivation. Now, I think that one might expect, if dreaming was very important, that you could get malfunction of dreaming. And there would be a particular type of illness where this very important process wasn't operating properly. Now, I think it's quite possible that some of the schizophrenic conditions are caused by a malfunction of this dynamic dreaming process. And one of the symptoms would be an inability to distinguish between the interior material and the exterior material. One would experience one's dreams, if you like, while one was awake, and not be able to tell how real or how unreal they were. Dreaming, LSD, schizophrenia, perception fragmented, and sensibility acute. This is the stuff of art, the unusual connection, strange perception. And the fragmentation of experience is what modern art's about. Painted by Lewis Webb as he became progressively schizophrenic.
Many great artists, from Van Gogh to Tchaikovsky, were deeply disturbed. If schizophrenia is a thought disorder, great art is the reordering of conventional thought. The difference could be fine. It's an old idea that madness is akin to genius. Some families, magic and genius coexist. Perhaps then, we should consider schizophrenia as a genuine human experience. That, like art, is meaningful. David Cooper, a radical psychiatrist, thinks so.
I think schizophrenia is sheer creation. If you think of all the leading artists and poets that we most revere these days, Astorgia, Gordon, William Blake, Coleridge, I think these are people who found a very discreet way of living out their madness. I think schizophrenics tend to be victimized because they're not skilled enough in social tactics and strategy to do this in a way that doesn't get put away, locked up, tranquilized.
This view is a radical departure. Madness is not what happens to a person, but what happens between people. Our behavior depends not only on what we want, but what other people expect. Schizophrenics live in disturbed families. They have to fit into false and rigid relationships. The sensitive find this difficult. He has to live up to the role the family have assigned him and suppress his own idea of himself. He can't contact those near him without being false to himself. Schizophrenia is not Jekyll and Hyde, but false self and real self. The mask is the false self, which the family need, but behind is the real self, stunted and cut off. As he acts out his false self, his family are happy, for that's how they want him. He's being something that he isn't. Imprisoned in a closed family world, his position is untenable. Going mad in this situation is saying what he really thinks and feels. He asserts his real self. Says his family are trying to kill him, for example, meaning in a poetic sense they're not allowing him to be real. He's now refusing to play according to the family's rules in a game that's been destroying him. Once the rules have been challenged, the family can either examine the game that is disguising their own problems or call him mad. Threatened with a reappraisal of their own way of life, it's easier to choose the latter.
And I began to get worse. So finally I had to take away by my parents from my digs, because I was very ill then, you know. I had to come here. My parents were getting more and more angry because I used to stay up half the night as well as the day, and I used to feel very active and talk a lot. And then the welfare officer came and said I'd have to go for a car ride, and they dragged me into the car to come, and I felt very angry, very bitter towards my parents, but I thought they were taking the wrong decision, taking responsibility from me to them.
Yes, I don't think my brother-in-law is going to forgive me how I used to behave before I first came. It split right in two.
Other people will put you in a hospital and they feel you're a bit different now that you're in a hospital and the situation changes then.
Cooper argues that the symptoms of madness are the first sign of health. His true self speaks. At last, he says what he feels. But because the real self is emaciated and fragile, he does so in gauche and bizarre ways. To suppress madness by drugs is to suppress the true self which needs to be developed. The real feelings of a crippled personality are now coming through in the delusions.
I think we have to find the truth in delusions. The delusions are simply socially defined, very arbitrary, very false ways. It's a matter of finding the truth in the delusion, not the falsity of it, not trying to cure people of it.
What about somebody who says they want to be buried?
I think there's probably a tentative in that case to achieve a state of death and then rebirth. I think this is essential to one's understanding of what psychotic breakdown means. It's always the attempt to achieve a proper death, proper rebirth. Disintegration, reintegration.
I haven't had a chance because I married young and I had a family of children and I had to rear them, you see, and I've had no chance at all.
I think that most people go through a so-called schizophrenic breakdown, go through the whole experience of madness and come out of it in a matter of few months if they're not interfered with by these means. I think it's a matter of taking away psychiatric interference and allowing people to live through their experience in a normal human context. And that's why I think mental hospitals should become just ordinary houses in a community where people can go through the experience and be accompanied by other people who understand enough to want to fight it. They can come through at the other end in maybe 3 or 4 months. And that can in fact happen in London today.
Here, in an old church hall, Cooper and his associates helped their patients live through their madness. Mary Barnes, once a chronic schizophrenic, talks about her experience here.
Well, here, it seemed that I was understood, that they understood what was happening, and they allowed me to go according to my own desires. But they helped me to understand it and to grow through it rather than to sort of deny it and to push it away. And when I came here, I had the idea myself that I wanted to go back to before I was born and to come up again. Then when I actually got here, I was so frightened, I forgot that, but they helped me to remember it and then to be what I felt, which was physically a baby.
Which is what this is really about, to destructure one's whole existence and then to restructure it again in new and better ways, to be renewed by the experience. I think what we really have to do is to revalue what's socially understood as madness in these terms. Renewal of oneself.
Well, in the beginning I wanted to be naked, just used to put a black counterpane around me, and I was able to do this and to wet the bed as I wanted, and it relieved me often in my feeling to lie in the wet bed, and also it relieved me when I wanted to put my sheets over me, so I was able to do this, and sometimes I go to sleep like it was a relief, and then I would be bathed, and I would be fed, and my desire was very much to suck then, and so I was fed with a bottle, I sucked the bottle, and I got to gradually remain still in the bed, and I seemed to almost be in a state of hibernation at one time, like if I was an animal going to sleep for the winter.
It's a matter of simply accompanying the person on the basis of one's experience of one's own madness, and that's always available to one, where one refuses at all time, denies it. It's a matter of the right accompaniment of the person, witnessing, being with it through the experience, doing it for weeks or months, whatever is necessary. Enjoying it is that.
I've sort of undergone operation mental, as it were, in the sense that you speak of a physical operation, something that is a medical change, and I don't go according to the old sort of record or pattern that I got into, which was one of deception, because
I denied very early in my life what I really felt, and I'd always had to pretend because of this thing that I'd made in myself in response to what I'd been up against when I was very small, and those things to unearth the real me. And although I felt very fragile at times about the house, I couldn't move if I felt other people were coming near me. Not one of Joe, people I felt who didn't really understand, and I would keep quite still then. I felt I didn't want them to come in on me, and I didn't feel able to speak much with them. But Joe used to explain when I was speaking through my painting, and gradually I came more and more to have words and what to feel, but I was going away on my words, because the process here was all the time a living process. This suffering seemed, in a sense, to be positive, because you seemed to be suffering in a growing way.
Many psychiatrists and scientists are skeptical about these ideas, on the grounds that they've not been subjected to scientific scrutiny. To handle madness like this takes time, faith, and compassion, and those who do are healers in the old-fashioned sense. Schizophrenia here is a mystical journey and a religious experience. Madness, in revolving around hallucinogens, dreaming, the mystical experience and the creative process, takes us into the world of fantasy, dreams, mysticism, the marvelous mystery of our own mind. As yet, there are no satisfactory answers, but the questions are enough. What can we learn from the schizophrenic experience? Is schizophrenic's anguish the result of a diseased mind or the way we treat it? Is understanding schizophrenia the business of scientists or philosophers and priests?
The hypothesis would be that what's happening in schizophrenia is something abnormal in the breakdown of amine substances in the brain.
Interest voice in the head saying that, well, I've had enough of that, and now I'm going to crucify and things like that.
Here is a family which can't allow conflict. The child finds this almost sober period unbearable, and therefore withdraws, retreats, becomes autistic. This is in some sense the same as schizophrenia.
Because I felt fine, and I thought everybody else was wrong. And I was right. And so I resisted violently under treatment.
I think the main thing the schizophrenic suffers from is alienation.
Well, the trouble was there was nobody to talk to me. So I felt all the time all alone, and nobody wanted to have anything to do with something so silly.
Love, of giving after whistling, all our fancies, dreams, and hurt of having our dreams. But above all, we told of love. I think love is what schizophrenics are after.